restrictions, the easing looks likely to take time. Caroline Davis, BBC News.
You're watching BBC News. We have just received a statement from Buckingham Palace confirming that the Duke of Edinburgh has died. The statement says, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." We have just received this information from Buckingham Palace. Let me repeat this news. "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." In recent years, we know that the Duke was rarely seen in public. His last scheduled appearance was at Windsor Castle in July 2020, after which time he pretty much retired from public life. That had been his first official engagement in more than a year. And it came as Prince Philip handed over patronage of the rifles to Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall. He had held the title of Colonel-in-Chief since 2007. But his connection to the infantry regiment stretched back to 1954. 4 of its officers came to Windsor Castle to mark the occasion and to thank him for decades of service. We know, of course, that the Duke had struggled with various health problems in recent times and had been in hospital for several weeks only a short time ago. And Prince Charles, on one occasion, had visited him. He was in a private hospital to begin with and then received treatment in an NHS hospital before he returned home. But sadly, we now learn of his death via that statement from Buckingham Palace, just received in the last few minutes. The statement says, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." Well, the Duke largely retired from his royal duties, as we know, in August 2017. He signed off at Buckingham Palace with the Royal Marines. He had been their Captain General for nearly 65 years. Prince Philip's own military career in the Royal Navy saw active service during the Second World War, but that ended after his wife's coronation in 1953. He dedicated himself to supporting the Queen in her work. The parade was the last of the Duke's 22,000 solo public engagements, a great support all those years to Her Majesty the Queen. Away from the military, he was president or patron of more than 750 organisations, many of them involved with the protection of the environment and the encouragement of sport. He was by far the longest serving consort to a monarch in British history. Let's just remind you of that statement released in the last few minutes from Buckingham Palace. It says, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." We are interrupting our normal programmes to bring you an important announcement. You're watching BBC News from London. A short while ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, the Palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course." The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. BBC Television is broadcasting this special programme reporting the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. You're watching BBC News. A short while ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, the palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." BBC Television is broadcasting this special programme. Now, Prince Philip was the longest-serving royal consort in British history. He was at the Queen's side for more than 70 years. He held a central role in British public life, loyally representing the Queen at home and abroad, and supporting the monarch in all of her duties. The Duke had served in the Royal Navy before embracing royal duties full-time when his wife became Queen in 1952. He was Her Majesty's closest advisor, responsible for modernising aspects of royal life, making the family more accessible and less formal in its ways. Philip led a remarkably active life, supporting hundreds of charities, campaigning for nature conservation, promoting leadership and encouraging young people to test their abilities in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme. During his long life, he maintained a close bond with the armed services, especially the Royal Navy, and encouraged his children and grandchildren to serve as he had done. Philip was known for his outspoken style and sometimes his controversial wit, and could be relied upon to speak his mind, even on difficult issues. With Philip's death, the royal household has lost a dominant figure. Her Majesty has lost a husband, and British public life has lost a powerful presence, a man whose momentous life spanned a century. Let's just remind you of the statement that has been issued in the last few minutes from Buckingham Palace. It says, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." Our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell, joins us now on the line. Nicholas, a long life now ended, devoted to service to the Queen and the country.
Yes, a life of service alongside his wife, as you say. 2 months and 1 day short of what would have been his 100th birthday, a milestone that he was so determined to reach and for which the royal family would have gathered in celebration at Windsor Castle. Not a surprise, given his age, given the fact that just over a month ago, of course, he was in hospital for a month. He underwent some heart surgical procedure, but he left hospital looking frail, but returning to Windsor Castle to spend these last weeks with his wife, the Queen. And this is a huge blow for her, as indeed it is for any spouse, losing a partner with whom they have been for more than 70 years, 73 years, a greater span of years than most of us have been alive. So a huge blow for the Queen. And it is fair to say, I think, that in so many ways, the success and the stability of her reign owes a great deal to the success and the stability of their marriage. He was the person to whom she could always turn, the private support which was so invaluable in the isolated position, the lonely position as head of state. It's a huge loss for the royal family. For so long, he was the dominant figure in the family's domestic life, an important source of advice and support for those who married into the royal family, as he did, for William and Harry in their military careers, and for all that he was noted and will be remembered for his abrasiveness. There was also a much more sensitive side to his personality, and that became apparent in the advice that he gave to younger members of the royal family, the advice that he attempted to give to Diana, Princess of Wales, when it was clear that her marriage was failing. And there is a gap in our national life now. For so many years, he made a huge and significant contribution, not just to the success of the Queen's reign, but in his own right. He had to find a niche for himself in the nation's life, and he did that. So a little colour has left the national stage today. He was much more than the rather gaffe-prone, foot-in-the-mouth caricature, as he was so often presented. A man who made a contribution in his own right, but whose greatest contribution was in the support that he gave to his wife, the Queen.
And let's just, before we move on, Nicholas, stay with us if you would. I just would like to read again that statement that's been issued in the last few minutes from Buckingham Palace. It says, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." BBC Television is broadcasting this special programme reporting the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, is here. And as you say, a very long-serving consort, the longest-serving that we've seen. But before he married the Queen, he had a very distinguished naval career, Nick.
Yes, and there are those who feel that he could have risen to very senior rank within the Royal Navy. And of course, it was one of the frustrations that he faced in the 1950s, that he had to give up that naval career. I mean, this is a man who was naturally a dominant personality, a commander, and yet he had to take the subservient role, if you like, in second place, behind the Queen. And he did undoubtedly find that difficult back in the 1950s. He had to adapt. He had to find a role for himself. There was no constitutional significance. He was never Prince Consort. He was never able to see state papers or involve himself in that business, his wife, the Queen's business. So that added to the frustration that he felt in the 1950s. There was a young Queen on the throne, surrounded by experienced courtiers who were suspicious of this young husband who was something of a modernizer in royal terms, and he did then struggle a little with that. He found it difficult, but he found a role for himself. He could be contrary, he could be disputatious, and you have to remember that this was a man with a sharp mind, intellectually very curious, a sharp mind, and of course sometimes a sharp tongue. He could be abrasive and difficult, but it was through that, this intellectual curiosity, that he developed areas of expertise and of curiosity, areas in which he took a particular interest. He was one of the pioneers of the environmental movement, the first president of what was then the World Wildlife Fund. He set up the Duke of Edinburgh's award. That perhaps is the one entity for which he will be most remembered, giving so many thousands of, indeed hundreds of thousands of young people an opportunity to experience aspects of life that hitherto had been denied to them. He was a resilient personality, self-sufficient, and that, of course, was rooted in the rootless childhood that he had. He came of royal blood, from European royalty, and he was adaptable. And he called on all of those qualities to fashion a route for himself through those difficult days in the 1950s, finding a role for himself and settling into that role of support alongside the Queen.
Yes, he once said that it was all rather trial and error in that role to begin with, finding a way to support the Queen as her consort, and having to devise his own ways of making a contribution to national life. And there were so many thousands of engagements, many of which, of course, we wouldn't have even been aware of, but he had an extremely busy calendar before he retired.
Yes, one of the busiest members of the royal family until his retirement from active royal duty in 2017 at the age of 94 or 95 then. And it was a life, an adult life of service and of duty and of support for the Queen. He made, I think it is reasonable to say, an incalculable contribution to the success of her reign. People who know them both say that she simply could not have done it without him, without this constant source of support to the Queen. Much of it, private support, never witnessed, never seen by the world. But he was the person to whom she could always turn and on whom she could always rely. And that has now gone. Now, it is important to say that there can be no question of the Queen now withdrawing or retiring. She will continue with her role as the UK's head of state. But it is a great loss to her, a moment of great sadness for the Queen to lose her husband of 73 years, the man who has been, as you say, the longest-serving consort in British history.
Nick, for the moment, thank you very much, but do stay with us. Let's remind you of the statement that the Palace has issued today. It says, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." Camilla Tominey is the former royal editor of the Sunday Express, and she is the current associate editor of the Daily Telegraph. Camilla, thank you very much for joining us. During those 13 years or so that you were the royal editor at the Sunday Express, you travelled many, many times with the Duke of Edinburgh. What are some of the memories that stand out for you?
Good afternoon, and I'm sorry to be here on this sad occasion. Yes, I have fond memories of covering the Duke of Edinburgh's jobs. I travelled to America with him and the Queen back in 2007. They met George W. Bush. Most recently, their last foreign visit was to Berlin, and he was on sparkling form. That was, I believe, in 2015. There was a walkabout in the main city centre, and he was laughing and joking with some medical students about the fact that he didn't believe in seeing doctors or was very stoical. And we know that he would have preferred to have been at home, and that 1 month hospital spell where he did undergo surgery on his heart, obviously a significant step in ensuring that he could be back home for this moment. But even when he was convened back to Windsor Castle in a car and not an ambulance, he was waving to staff who were welcoming in there. A very popular figure behind Palace Gates, famed for the fact that he had a very small turnover of staff. In fact, some employees had been working for him literally for decades. And I reflect as well on what Nick has so eloquently said there of his stalwart support of the Queen. We can't really think of the Queen's reign over the course of nearly 70 years without imagining Philip a couple of steps behind her. And it was like that on jobs. You know, he would almost act as the warm-up man and put people at ease. I know a lot was said about some of his gaffes over the years, but when I observed him at close quarters, he would make a little joke with people just to settle their nerves, because when people meet the Queen, they can be sometimes like rabbits in headlights. So He'd make the odd quip and make sure everyone was quite relaxed. Also, as Nick said there, not someone who really likes small talk. If he was going to say something, he would say something challenging or ask an interesting question, because he didn't just want to do pleasantries. He was always very well briefed before engagements and wanted to interact and engage with the people that both he and the Queen met. I'm sure now...
Camilla, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I need to go to Downing Street to hear the Prime Minister.
It was with great sadness that a short time ago I received word from Buckingham Palace that His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh has passed away at the age of 99. Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. At Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world, long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather. Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct. So we mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
A statement and a tribute from the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, outside number 10 Downing Street. Let's just momentarily go to Buckingham Palace, where the official notification has been placed upon the gates outside the palace with the statement on it that was released by Buckingham Palace just a short time ago. Let's remind you of what it says. It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Well, the leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, has released a statement. And in it, he says, the United Kingdom has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. My thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family, and the British people as our nation comes together to mourn. Let's just take you to Buckingham Palace and see that notice, if we can, of the notification that has been placed upon the gates. I hope we might be able to show that to you in just a moment. This is the notification that's been placed outside Holyrood in Edinburgh As you can see, it says that further announcements will be made in due course. Let's return to Camilla Tominey, former royal editor for the Sunday Express, now associate editor of the Daily Telegraph, and the Prime Minister there expressing great sadness and condolences for the Queen, acknowledging the extraordinary public duty that Prince Philip did alongside the Queen, never outshining her, Camilla, always complimentary.
That's right. And I think we very much view him, don't we, at 99, as very much a man of his generation. Boris Johnson there mentioning the fact that he was mentioned in dispatches during the Second World War. He had to put his own military career in the Navy aside to support the Queen and become her liege man of life and limb. And of course, she described him as her strength and stay all these years. And he effectively decided that he needed to do something with his position in order to try and bring a greater good. And we saw that through the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme, but equally in quite a lot of the reforms that happened behind palace gates. There was always this sense that, yes, the Queen is head of state, but he was head of the household and the ultimate patriarch. And as well, of course, working well beyond retirement age. That notion of him retiring at 95 or 96 in 2017, where most people would have been putting their feet up for 20 odd years, seemed extraordinary to those around him. But a very talented man, somebody who wrote a great deal of books as well on environmentalism and conservation. Prince of Wales has obviously inherited that gene from his father. But I think the effect on the Queen, of course, is going to be profound. The closest comparison we can perhaps make, and I remember it vividly, is during the Diamond Jubilee when Prince Philip was taken ill and there was a service at St Paul's Cathedral, and the Queen very purposefully walked down one side of the aisle as she went to take her seat in the pews. And that's because she was so used to having Prince Philip by her side. Even when he had been hospitalised that weekend, she walked in her position because she thought, or of course reflected on the fact that she always has a right-hand man by her side. So of course this is going to have a profound effect on her and the rest of the family, because Prince Philip was the head of that family.
Camilla, we appreciate you sharing your reflections on Prince Philip and the time that you spent with him on those many royal tours when you were the royal editor for the Sunday Express. Thank you very much. Here we see the flag flying at half-mast above Buckingham Palace, where the notice has been placed upon the gates with the statement reading from Buckingham Palace, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen has announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." Our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell is here with me now, and a very long life on which we can reflect, one hallmarked by extraordinary public service.
Yes, hallmarked by service and duty and loyalty and all those rather old-fashioned characteristics that he and the Queen personify. And it is a moment of real sadness, obviously, for the Queen, for the royal family. She has lost her spouse of 73 years, almost unimaginable, isn't it? A period of 73 years of marriage. They met just before the outbreak of the Second World War, when she was just a teenage young woman, young child, really. But they stayed in touch during the war, and they were married. There are pictures of their marriage, married in 1947. And a keen sportsman, always very active, the Prince Philip, here playing polo. He only gave that up late in his life. And they started their family, Prince Charles there, born in 1948. And we think of the family, the loss of a father, the loss of the person who was really a stabilising and dominant feature within the family, the royal family. There were strains, of course, within that family, and sometimes in the 1950s they were particularly felt by the Duke of Edinburgh when he felt that he didn't have a role, but he found it and travelled widely there on one of those many travels around the world, but traditionally and customarily beside his wife, the Queen, quite literally a couple of paces behind her, but always in support, and at the same time developing a life and a career, if you like, of his own, developing interests in technology, in young people, in spiritual matters. And this is a man with a keen intellectual curiosity about things. He wrote several monographs investigating matters, but he will be remembered predominantly for his role in support of the Queen. She couldn't have done it without him, is what somebody who has known them both for decades said. An incalculable contribution. It was at the coronation that we see pictures of there that he made his oath, the first to pledge loyalty after the bishops, to be faith and truth I shall bear unto you. And I think it is fair to say that he has discharged his own coronation oath, the oath that he made to his wife, the Queen, on the occasion of the coronation in 1953. He has discharged that oath with distinction, because he has always been there for her. All right, there were some bumpy patches in the 1950s, but once he found a role, because of course he had no constitutional significance, he found a role and he pursued that, whilst at the same time always being in support of his wife as they brought up their family. And there, I think, that from the Diamond Jubilee, it looks like, when he was well into his 90s, but always a vigorous man, both physically and mentally. Now, sometimes that got him into trouble. He would make his, what he would intend to be and hope to be humorous asides, and sometimes they didn't quite work out. Very often it was done to break the tension. You walk into a room and lots of people are there waiting to meet the Queen and the royals, and he would make what he would hope to be a wise crack, and sometimes it just fell flat. And he will be remembered in part for the gaffes. He once said, I think I'm going to cease putting my foot in my mouth. So he was aware of some of those gaffes, some of which, of course, were made on the many foreign visits that he made, most notably in China in the 1980s. But that should not overshadow the very real contribution that he made to the life of this nation and indeed to other nations around the world. We think of the World Wildlife Fund, the Duke of Edinburgh's award, which I think is active in something like 70 countries around the world. A remarkable life of service to his wife, to the Queen, to this, his adopted nation. He was born, of course, a prince of Greece. There was no Greek blood in him at all. He was essentially Danish and some German and Russian blood. And it is worth just remembering that he, like his wife, was a great-great-grandchild of Queen Victoria. So he was of royal blood, actually. Some people say he was more royal than the Queen, because both his parents were from a royal dynasty. But he came to this country because his parents' marriage broke up. They were banished from Greece, and he was brought up largely in this country, joined the Royal Navy, changed his name to Mountbatten, and had a distinguished record in the Second World War, after which came marriage to the then Princess Elizabeth and the start of a family, and then soon after that, the transition to her role as Queen and his role as consort. Prince Consort, never formally Prince Consort, but the companion of the Queen, and that role which he has discharged, I think, even critics of the royal family, I think, would accept that he has fulfilled that role with distinction. Not always a very easy role, a dominant personality forced into this supportive role, and it is in that role that he travelled the world and made his contribution.
Nick, for the moment, thank you very much. Do stay with us, though. The Scottish First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, has released a statement. It says, "I am saddened by news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died. I send my personal and deepest condolences and those of the people of Scotland to Her Majesty the Queen and her family." We're joined now by the royal biographer and historian, Robert Lacey. Thank you very much, Robert, for joining us. And I'm sure you, like everyone, will wish to reflect upon the extraordinary life, fascinating life in many ways, with so many facets to it that the Duke of Edinburgh managed to carve out when he became consort to the Queen.
Well, like many people watching, he's been a part of our life, hasn't he? Part of the Queen, and you know, we must all, of course, all of us be remembering and thinking now of the Queen, of whose life he has been such an integral part. Only last night, there was the program on television, The Secret Life of the Queen, and the secret ingredient there of her emotional success and her public success and his historical success. It was always not a secret. It was Prince Philip, as Nick has just been saying, from very different background in some ways, but playing such a role in the life of the nation. I've been involved with The Crown, the TV series, and it was no accident that we decided to feature Prince Philip very strongly in the episode we made about the moon landings, and the way in which this captured in the 1960s Prince Philip's interest in science that Nick has been talking about, but then how he came to see that science will only take you so far in life, and he developed his intense personal religious faith, working with Dean Woods at Windsor to, in a particular sense, to give fresh spiritual strength to clergymen who were a bit jaded in their mission in life. And that proved the same thing for him. Such a thinking man. Again, Nick talked about the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme. Of such importance, obviously, to the young people whose lives were changed by it, but also bringing the monarchy into touch with everyday life in a fresh way. I would not want to diminish the wonderful achievement of the Queen in her reign, but so many of her fresh ideas and fresh initiatives came from this remarkable man.
Hundreds of public engagements that he carried out each year, amounting to tens of thousands over his lifetime, retiring well into his 90s just a few years ago. And of course, rather baffled by the constant press attention, wasn't he? That he seemed to be amused by the attention that he got when he was carrying out these engagements.
Yes, I think that was partly a very clever act. I think he hated the press as much as every other member of the royal family, but he had, and its intrusion, but he understood its purpose, and he adapted to that. It was his idea, of course, back in the 1960s, that the royal family should embark on its royal family film, which most of us thought was a great success, but which the family came to rather regret. And it's rather interesting, it's only actually now in the days of COVID, with the Queen going on Zoom and all the other members of the family going on Zoom, that we're actually getting in touch with the family in a personal way that he originally envisaged back there through television. You were talking just then of his public engagements, and I'm sure even as you said those words, viewers have a picture coming to their mind of his, yes, the sardonic smile you mentioned, often hands behind the back, often unfailingly a step behind Her Majesty, but always there clearly in the most supportive sense.
Let us show you the official statement, the official notice, if we can, being brought. We can just let you know that there has been an official notice put on the gates of Buckingham Palace. Here it is, being brought out with some ceremony, as you would expect, brought across the courtyard at the front of Buckingham Palace to the gates, to be placed there to notify the public of the passing of Prince Philip. On it, a statement from Buckingham Palace issued some time ago. It reads, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." It goes on to say, "Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." The First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, has also released a statement. He says, "Throughout his long and distinguished life, His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh served the Crown with selfless devotion and generosity of spirit. We offer our sincere condolences to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, his children and their families on this sad occasion." Well, our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell, is here, and everyone touching on the same sorts of themes, Nick, of service and the support that he's given to the Queen. And of course, she is uppermost in everybody's minds because it is her husband who she has lost.
Yes, and the fact, as everybody is testifying, that he has made such a huge contribution to the success of this reign. People have referred to the fact that she said at the time of the Golden Jubilee, he is my strength and stay. Less remembered is that she returned to the theme at the time of the Diamond Jubilee, when she said, he is my constant strength and guide. Now, the Queen is very careful in her choice of words. So in both of those references, she referred to strength, to my guide. Now, she was saying that at the time of the Diamond Jubilee, when she'd been on the throne for 60 years. So for her to pay that kind of tribute, to use that kind of wording in reference to her husband, my strength and guide, and that, I think, gives a real clue to the significance that he played in her life in supporting and helping her to discharge the responsibilities as head of state. Remember, they're quite different in personality, in character. The Queen, traditionally and instinctively cautious, and quite a reserved person. That was really quite a challenge for her back in the 1950s. Philip, by contrast, full of self-confidence, some would say actually rather arrogant, and quite a moderniser in the terms of the royal family, certainly back in the 1950s. An iconoclastic approach to things. But together, it really worked, this partnership between the two of them. He in support, this dominant personality in this constantly supporting role. But that is a role that he adapted to, adjusted to, and found actually that he was rather well suited to it, because he was utterly loyal in his belief in the importance of the role that the Queen was fulfilling and in his duty to support her. Now, he also went off. I think this was at the time, perhaps, of his. Well, here we are. We're back to the wedding back in 1947. This young couple, she in her early 20s, just 21, I think she was at the time of her wedding. He 5 years older than her, and a love match. You know, he means the world to her, is what one person who has known both of them for decades said to me. She's absolutely devoted to him, and he to her. And it was the importance, the solidity of that relationship, of their marriage, which was really so important in the success of the reign. So I think that he has made a huge contribution, both in terms of the nation and in terms of the support to her.
Nick, thank you very much. Well, Nick has been taking a look back at the Duke of Edinburgh's long and eventful life.
First after them, her husband, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, who, with his hands between the hands of the Queen, becomes her liege man of life and limb and of earthly worship. In the name
At
of
the
God.
Queen's coronation, he was the first person after the bishops to pay homage to her. Philip knelt before his wife and pledged his loyalty.
Faith and truth I will bear unto you, live and die,
And so,
against all manner of
rising,
faith.
touches the crown upon her head and kisses her upon the left cheek.
As a male consort to a female sovereign, Philip had no constitutional significance. Yet no one was closer to the monarchy or of greater importance to the monarch than he was. By instinct he was a leader, yet Philip had always to take second place. By nature he spoke his mind, and that sometimes got him into trouble. Yet for decade after decade, his was the support that mattered most to the throne. Philip was born in Corfu in 1921. His family was part of European royalty. He was a prince of Greece, but his ancestors were largely Danish, German and Russian. Philip had a rootless childhood. His family was banished from Greece, his parents separated, and he was sent to Gordonston School in northern Scotland. The Spartan atmosphere there suited him. As the Second World War loomed, Philip was an 18-year-old Royal Navy cadet at Dartmouth.
His Majesty walking down the ranks of the cadets.
And when the King and Queen visited the college, they brought with them their 13-year-old daughter, Princess Elizabeth. According to witnesses, Philip showed off a great deal, but the meeting had made a deep impression on the princess. Philip served in the Royal Navy with distinction during the war. When the fighting ended, he started to escort Elizabeth to family gatherings. He changed his name to Philip Mountbatten and became a British citizen. The public realised there was a romance. Yet within Buckingham Palace, Philip was regarded with suspicion. One courtier wrote privately that he was rough, uneducated, and would probably not be faithful. But Elizabeth was deeply in love, and in the summer of 1947, the palace announced their engagement.
It is with the greatest pleasure that the King and Queen announced the betrothal of their dearly beloved daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, to Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, R.N.
On the 20th of November 1947, the newly created Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, stood within Westminster Abbey and exchanged marriage vows with the heir to the British throne.
I, Philip.
I, Philip.
Take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary.
Take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary.
To my wedded wife.
To my wedded wife.
Again and again the people called for Elizabeth and Philip. Again and again they joyfully responded.
In 1952, the couple set off on a tour of the Commonwealth. The King came with them to the airport. It was the last time they were to see King George VI, who, unknown to his daughter, was in the final stages of lung cancer.
It was a farewell. It was also, as events turned out, goodbye.
It was at a hunting lodge in Kenya that Philip told his wife of her father's death. Someone who was there said Philip looked as though half the world had dropped on him. They returned to London to lead the national mourning.
And now here is the Queen.
His wife was now Queen. Philip was there in support, but he was never given the title Prince Consort, and his role was undefined. He channeled some of his restless energy into a boisterous social life. He and a group of male friends met every week in rooms above a restaurant in London's Soho. There were long, convivial lunches, visits to nightclubs, and glamorous companions. By the 1960s, Philip's life was more settled. He and the Queen had completed their family with 2 more children, Andrew and Edward, who joined Charles and Anne, and he had found a new role for himself.
Is it the 18th we're due back now?
18.
From his office in the palace, he promoted issues in which he had a personal interest.
40 minutes to get round the world. Well, it's going to be a bit of a rush. It may leave you a little bit muddled.
Yet diplomacy seemed alien to him. He urged British industry to pull its finger out and complained on American television that the royal family didn't have enough money.
Inevitably, if nothing happens, we shall either have to, I don't know, we may have to move into smaller premises, who knows?
He blundered on a state visit to China with the Queen. He made what he thought was a private remark about slitty eyes. It was a diplomatic gaffe which dominated the headlines and added to his reputation for making misjudged remarks.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yet Philip had a sharp, inquiring mind and was determined to make a contribution of his own. The groundbreaking 60s film Royal Family was made largely at his instigation because he felt it was time for the family to show a more human face to the world.
The salad is ready.
Good.
And for many years he toured the globe as president of the then World Wildlife Fund, speaking out about the need to conserve nature.
We depend on being part of the web of life. We depend on every other living thing on this planet, just as much as they depend on us.
He promoted technology, helped underprivileged children, and had a lifelong interest in spiritual issues. But his most lasting creation was the scheme named after him, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which encouraged young people to realise their potential.
To give young people a chance to discover their own abilities for themselves as an introduction to the responsibilities and interests of the grown-up world, and incidentally, to make new friends and have a great deal of fun and satisfaction in the process.
No decade was more difficult for the royal family than the 1990s. The death of Diana, Princess of Wales, was both a family tragedy and a moment of tension for the monarchy. It was the Queen to whom the country looked for public comfort. It was Philip to whom the Queen turned for private support.
And still Prince William, with his head hung, walking next to his grandfather.
It was Philip whose gentle encouragement had persuaded William and Harry to walk behind their mother's coffin to her funeral. And, contrary to his sometimes insensitive image, it had been Philip who'd taken the lead in trying to understand the domestic problems of his children, prompted perhaps by his own memories of what it's like to marry into the royal family. Philip remained physically active at an age when most men would have relished retirement. He went carriage driving, and he was still carrying out more engagements than many younger members of the family. Some he did alone, such as this visit to British troops in Iraq.
How did you get into this?
But most he did with his wife. He was the figure a few paces behind the Queen, always looking out for her, and often guiding children through the barriers to present their flowers to her. By the time of his 90th birthday in June 2011, celebrated at his insistence with little fanfare, he'd accepted that it was time to slow down a little.
I reckon I've done my bit. I want to enjoy myself for a bit now. With less responsibility, less frantic rushing about, less preparation, less trying to think of something to say. On top of that, memory is going. I can't remember names and things. Yes, I'm just sort of winding down.
There was little immediate evidence, though, of any winding down. Despite a serious health scare at Christmas 2011, when he had to be taken to hospital with a blocked coronary artery, he remained at the Queen's side for most of her Diamond Jubilee programme, which took them the length and breadth of the country. It wasn't until 2017 that the Duke, then aged 96, carried out his final solo engagement. It was a parade for the Royal Marines on the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. It was pouring with rain, but, as ever, duty took priority. He took his time meeting those on parade and taking the salute as the Marines marched past to bid him farewell. His life after that was much quieter, spent mostly at the Queen's estate at Sandringham. It was there in January 2019, while he was driving himself from the estate, that he survived a serious road accident. His vehicle overturned, he was badly shaken, and he surrendered his driving licence shortly afterwards. By now he was rarely seen in public. There were occasional appearances at family occasions such as weddings, yet he remained a supportive figure to the Queen and his family. Throughout his adult life, despite the formality of his position, Philip retained his own style of doing things. He made his own uncompromising mark on national life. He once summed up his approach in characteristically forthright fashion.
I've just done what I think is my best. I can't suddenly change my whole way of doing things. I can't change my interests. I can't change the way in which I react to things. It's part of that's somebody's style, and it's too bad. You've got to lump it.
Throughout all the monarchy's many ups and downs since the Second World War, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, the longest-serving consort in British history, was the restless outsider who put his wife and duty first. In doing so, he fulfilled his coronation oath of allegiance to Elizabeth, his Queen. Their marriage and his support were the essential foundations which underpinned the success of her reign.
In a speech to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary, the Queen spoke of the debt that she and the country owed him.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Buckingham Palace has announced the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, at the age of 99. Prince Philip was by far the longest-serving consort in British history, a role he shaped from the start.
Try and grow into it, and that was by trial and error. And there was no precedent. But if I asked somebody what you expect me to do, they all looked blank. They had no idea. Nobody had much idea.
He was 26 when he married the then Princess Elizabeth in 1947. Within 5 years, she would be Queen.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Tributes to Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, are coming in from around the world, and of course, many messages of condolences for Her Majesty the Queen. The Duke played a pivotal role as father and across the generations of the royal family. He'll be remembered for his support for the Queen for almost 70 years throughout her reign, at thousands of public events and, of course, in private. His career began in the Royal Navy, where he served during the Second World War and ended after his wife's coronation. And also for encouraging millions of young people worldwide through the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, which he founded in the 1950s. In recent years, there had been many signs that the Duke of Edinburgh's health was declining. He'd been admitted to hospital a number of times throughout the last decade. He had returned home to Windsor on the 16th of March this year after a month-long stay in hospital in London. His loss will be felt most keenly by Her Majesty the Queen, by the family and beyond. Good afternoon. Welcome to our viewers around the world for the news that is breaking today, because within the past hour, Buckingham Palace has announced the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. He was 99, due to celebrate his 100th birthday in June of this year. He was the longest-serving royal consort at any time in British history. In a formal statement, the palace said this: "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." Further announcement will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. A long and rich life for people to be reflecting on today, and of course on the contribution that Prince Philip made, not just in the UK and beyond. We'll come on to the life story, Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, in a moment. I think first we should pause and think about the sense of loss for the Queen and the royal family.
Yes, this is a moment of real national sadness. 2 months and 1 day short of what would have been his 100th birthday, a milestone that he was so determined to reach and that his family was so keen that he should achieve. A moment of sadness, most particularly, of course, for the Queen, losing her husband of 73 years, a bigger span of years than most of us can imagine, the longest-serving consort in British history. The Queen absolutely devoted to him, and I think it's perhaps not widely recognised what a team effort the reign of Elizabeth II has been, and the degree and the importance of the support given to her throughout her long reign by her husband, the one person to whom she could always turn, on whom she could always rely. There were difficult, frustrating periods in the 1950s. He had to adapt to this role, a supportive role, a dominant personality, a commanding personality that he was. He could have gone far in the Royal Navy, but he had to adapt and find a role for himself, and he did that. And apart from the sadness of the Queen, which will be profound, though of course she will continue in the role as Queen, there will be no question of her now withdrawing or retiring from that role. There will be great sadness within the royal family, and we must remember that they have lost a father or a grandfather or even a great-grandfather. And we remember the role that the Duke played within the family, the dominant role within that family, and a source for all his abrasiveness, for all his contrariness on occasions. He could also show great sensitivity, particularly to those marrying into the royal family. And I think it would be fair to say that he is probably one of the most influential outsiders to marry into the British royal family, alongside the Queen Mother and Princess Diana. And he showed that sensitive side to his nature in the efforts that he made to save the marriage of his son Prince Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales. And there is now this gap in national life. He's been less evident, of course, in recent years since his retirement from active royal life in 2017. But for so many decades, he was a colourful character. He was a force within the life of this nation and indeed of other nations around the world, and particularly within the Commonwealth. And he has been absolutely central to the success of this reign. I think it is fair to say that the success and the stability of Queen Elizabeth's reign owes so much to the success and the stability of her marriage to Prince Philip, a man of royal blood himself, both he and the Queen, great-great-grandchildren of Queen Victoria. He knew instinctively what was required in that role, notwithstanding the fact that he was an outsider. He was, by character, a restless individual, but he wasn't the product of Eton and the Guards and Oxford or Cambridge. He was a prince of Greece, though there was no Greek blood in him, banished from that country, had a rootless childhood, and the Queen fell in love with him. And, well, the rest, as they say, is history. He has discharged his duty to her, the duty that he pledged at the time of the coronation, to be faith and truth I shall bear unto you. And he found a role for himself, an important role, and made a significant contribution in his own right to the life of this nation.
We will talk and have plenty of time a little later, Nick, to talk about the colourful character, the slightly abrasive character at times, as you say, the energetic person that he was, the man of ideas, the man who modernised the royal family in many ways. Can I just pick up once again on where this leaves Her Majesty? We know of her resilience. We know of her sense of duty. We know, as you say, that there'll be a steadfast determination to carry on with that duty, and yet there will be a weakening, surely, of the Queen's own sense of this, what was a team effort.
Well, she will miss him hugely. It will not, though, have come as a surprise, his death, for somebody 2 months short of his 100th birthday. There will be, of course, an emotional shock that finally he has passed away. There will be deep, deep sadness. But I think that the Queen's attitude will be that she will continue with her duty. We shouldn't forget that 10 years ago now, Prince Philip had a serious heart episode when he was rushed to Papworth Hospital. And I'm told by people who do know that on that occasion she thought that she had lost him. Right. So she will have, over the years, I think, as every couple does when they are in their 90s, they brace themselves for the moment of when their spouse passes away. It is particularly accentuated, perhaps, in the case of this couple, because of the very solitary, lonely position in which the Queen, as head of state, finds herself. So in that position, she will have relied more than usually on the support of the one person to whom she could always turn. But I think that she will continue. There will be a period of great sadness. The rest of the royal family will, of course, rally around and be there, notwithstanding their own sadness. They have lost, as I say, fathers and grandfathers. But it will not come, I think, as a surprise to them, because, as we saw when the Duke left hospital on the 16th of March, he looked very frail then.
Nick, we'll talk a little more later. Thank you so much for now. If you're just joining us, wherever you're watching around the world, this is our special programme from BBC News on the day that Buckingham Palace announced the sad news that His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh, has died at the age of 99. We'll have all the tributes that come in for you. We'll be talking again about where this leaves the royal family, and Nick there hinting at the fact that, of course, the prime duty of the family will continue, but the balance within it will have changed after this news. We'll talk a little bit about as well his contribution, very big contribution to public life in the United Kingdom over many years, since that marriage to Princess Elizabeth back in 1947. So it's a long and a rich life that we are talking about today, not without its controversy at times. Let's be clear about that as well. So Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, has been considering all of this, and he looks back now at Prince Philip's life.
First after them, her husband, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, who, with his hands between the hands of the Queen, becomes her liege man of life and limb, and of earthly worship, in the name
At the Queen's coronation, he was the first person after the bishops to pay homage to her. Philip knelt before his wife and pledged his loyalty.
Faith and truth I will bear unto you, live and die,
and so,
against all manner of
rising, touches the crown upon her head and kisses her upon the left cheek.
As a male consort to a female sovereign, Philip had no constitutional significance. Yet no one was closer to the monarchy or of greater importance to the monarch than he was. By instinct he was a leader, yet Philip had always to take second place. By nature he spoke his mind, and that sometimes got him into trouble. Yet for decade after decade, his was the support that mattered most to the throne. Philip was born in Corfu in 1921. His family was part of European royalty. He was a prince of Greece, but his ancestors were largely Danish, German and Russian. Philip had a rootless childhood. His family was banished from Greece, his parents separated, and he was sent to Gordonston School in northern Scotland. The Spartan atmosphere there suited him. As the Second World War loomed, Philip was an 18-year-old Royal Navy cadet at Dartmouth.
His Majesty walking down the ranks of the cadets.
And when the King and Queen visited the college, they brought with them their 13-year-old daughter, Princess Elizabeth. According to witnesses, Philip showed off a great deal, but the meeting had made a deep impression on the princess. Philip served in the Royal Navy with distinction during the war. When the fighting ended, he started to escort Elizabeth to family gatherings. He changed his name to Philip Mountbatten and became a British citizen. The public realised there was a romance. Yet within Buckingham Palace, Philip was regarded with suspicion. One courtier wrote privately that he was rough, uneducated, and would probably not be faithful. But Elizabeth was deeply in love, and in the summer of 1947, the palace announced their engagement.
It is with the greatest pleasure that the King and Queen announced the betrothal of their dearly beloved daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, to Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, R.N.
On the 20th of November 1947, the newly created Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, stood within Westminster Abbey and exchanged marriage vows with the heir to the British throne.
I, Philip.
I, Philip.
Take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary.
Take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary.
To my wedded wife.
To my wedded wife.
people called for Elizabeth and Philip. Again and again, they joyfully responded.
In 1952, the couple set off on a tour of the Commonwealth. The King came with them to the airport. It was the last time they were to see King George VI, who, unknown to his daughter, was in the final stages of lung cancer.
It was a farewell. It was also, as events turned out, goodbye.
It was at a hunting lodge in Kenya that Philip told his wife of her father's death. Someone who was there said Philip looked as though half the world had dropped on him. They returned to London to lead the national mourning.
And now here is the Queen.
His wife was now Queen. Philip was there in support, but he was never given the title Prince Consort, and his role was undefined. He channeled some of his restless energy into a boisterous social life. He and a group of male friends met every week in rooms above a restaurant in London's Soho. There were long, convivial lunches, visits to nightclubs, and glamorous companions. By the 1960s, Philip's life was more settled. He and the Queen had completed their family with 2 more children, Andrew and Edward, who joined Charles and Anne, and he had found a new role for himself.
Is it the 18th we're due back now?
18.
From his office in the palace, he promoted issues in which he had a personal interest.
40 minutes to get round the world. Well, it's going to be a bit of a rush. It may leave you a little bit muddled.
Yet diplomacy seemed alien to him. He urged British industry to pull its finger out and complained on American television that the royal family didn't have enough money.
Inevitably, if nothing happens, we shall either have to, I don't know, we may have to move into smaller premises, who knows?
He blundered on a state visit to China with the Queen. He made what he thought was a private remark about slitty eyes. It was a diplomatic gaffe which dominated the headlines and added to his reputation for making misjudged remarks.
It's all right, Snip.
Yet Philip had a sharp, inquiring mind and was determined to make a contribution of his own. The groundbreaking 60s film Royal Family was made largely at his instigation because he felt it was time for the family to show a more human face to the world.
The salad is ready.
Good.
And for many years he toured the globe as president of the then World Wildlife Fund, speaking out about the need to conserve nature.
We depend on being part of the web of life. We depend on every other living thing on this planet, just as much as they depend on us.
He promoted technology, helped underprivileged children, and had a lifelong interest in spiritual issues. But his most lasting creation was the scheme named after him, the Duke of Edinburgh's award, which encouraged young people to realise their potential.
To give young people a chance to discover their own abilities for themselves as an introduction to the responsibilities and interests of the grown-up world, and incidentally, to make new friends and have a great deal of fun and satisfaction in the process.
Believe it.
No decade was more difficult for the royal family than the 1990s. The death of Diana, Princess of Wales, was both a family tragedy and a moment of tension for the monarchy. It was the Queen to whom the country looked for public comfort. It was Philip to whom the Queen turned for private support.
And still Prince William, with his head hung, walking next to his grandfather.
It was Philip whose gentle encouragement had persuaded William and Harry to walk behind their mother's coffin to her funeral. And, contrary to his sometimes insensitive image, it had been Philip who'd taken the lead in trying to understand the domestic problems of his children, prompted perhaps by his own memories of what it's like to marry into the royal family. Philip remained physically active at an age when most men would have relished retirement. He went carriage driving, and he was still carrying out more engagements than many younger members of the family. Some he did alone, such as this visit to British troops in Iraq.
How did you get into this?
But most he did with his wife. He was the figure a few paces behind the Queen, always looking out for her, and often guiding children through the barriers to present their flowers to her. By the time of his 90th birthday in June 2011, celebrated at his insistence with little fanfare, he'd accepted that it was time to slow down a little.
I reckon I've done my bit. I want to enjoy myself for a bit now. With less responsibility, less frantic rushing about, less preparation, less trying to think of something to say. But on top of that, your memory is going. I can't remember names and things. Yes, I'm just sort of winding down.
There was little immediate evidence, though, of any winding down. Despite a serious health scare at Christmas 2011, when he had to be taken to hospital with a blocked coronary artery, he remained at the Queen's side for most of her Diamond Jubilee programme, which took them the length and breadth of the country. It wasn't until 2017 that the Duke, then aged 96, carried out his final solo engagement. It was a parade for the Royal Marines on the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. It was pouring with rain, but, as ever, duty took priority. He took his time meeting those on parade and taking the salute as the Marines marched past to bid him farewell. His life after that was much quieter, spent mostly at the Queen's estate at Sandringham. It was there in January 2019, while he was driving himself from the estate, that he survived a serious road accident. His vehicle overturned, he was badly shaken, and he surrendered his driving licence shortly afterwards. By now he was rarely seen in public. There were occasional appearances at family occasions such as weddings, yet he remained a supportive figure to the Queen and his family. Throughout his adult life, despite the formality of his position, Philip retained his own style of doing things. He made his own uncompromising mark on national life. He once summed up his approach in characteristically forthright fashion.
I've just done what I think is my best. I can't suddenly change my whole way of doing things. I can't change my interests. I can't change the way in which I react to things. It's part of that's somebody's style, and it's too bad. You've got to lump it.
Throughout all the monarchy's many ups and downs since the Second World War, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, the longest-serving consort in British history, was the restless outsider who put his wife and duty first. In doing so, he fulfilled his coronation oath of allegiance to Elizabeth, his Queen. Their marriage and his support were the essential foundations which underpinned the success of her reign. In a speech to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary, the Queen spoke of the debt that she and the country owed him.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
The words of Her Majesty the Queen, speaking a few years ago about the contribution of her husband, now her late husband, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, whose death was announced today by Buckingham Palace just over an hour ago. He was 99, due to celebrate his 100th birthday within weeks, in fact. As you can imagine, by now there's lots of reaction coming into the news, many tributes being paid by politicians and by leaders in communities and societies around the world. Let's start with the reaction and the words that have been expressed by political leaders here in the UK. Prime Minister Boris Johnson has already made a statement outside Downing Street, and he said that Prince Philip had earned the affection of generations of people. Let's listen to the Prime Minister.
It was with great sadness that a short time ago I received word from Buckingham Palace that His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh has passed away at the age of 99. Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world. He was the longest serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War, at Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world, long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen. Not just as her consort, by her side every day of her reign, but as her husband, her strength and stay of more than 70 years. And it is to Her Majesty and her family that our nation's thoughts must turn today, because they have lost not just a much-loved and highly respected public figure, but a devoted husband and a proud and loving father, grandfather, and in recent years, great-grandfather. Speaking on their golden wedding anniversary, Her Majesty said that our country owed her husband a greater debt than he would ever claim or we shall ever know. And I'm sure that estimate is correct. So we mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, at number 10 Downing Street just a short while ago, giving his reaction to the news from Buckingham Palace that the Duke of Edinburgh has died at the age of 99, and giving his own appreciation, really, of the contribution that the Duke has made to public life in the United Kingdom and beyond over the past decades, and certainly since he married the Queen, Princess Elizabeth, back in 1947, over 70 years ago. We'll be hearing lots about these themes as we go along, his perception of his role, which of course changed rather abruptly when King George VI died, and he then became the royal consort, and his career in the Royal Navy came to an end soon after that. We'll be talking about his commitment to the causes of environmentalism at a time when that really was not a fashionable cause at all. And we'll be talking about his commitment to protecting the natural world and the Duke of Edinburgh scheme, which of course has inspired millions of young people. We'll also be talking quite openly about the fact that he was at times a very controversial figure who said some rather controversial things, in some cases upsetting some people with the frankness of his views. All of that is to come because there's lots for us to discuss. We're still thinking about political reaction. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has paid this tribute to the Duke.
The UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country. And above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family, and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Sir Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party, with his words. The First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, has added her voice. She released this statement: "I'm saddened by the news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died. I send my personal and deepest condolences, and those of the people of Scotland, to Her Majesty the Queen and to the royal family." And in Wales, the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, has also sent his condolences and expressed his sympathy. He said throughout his long and distinguished life, His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh served the Crown with selfless devotion and a generosity of spirit. We offer our sincere condolences to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, his children and their families on this sad occasion. In Northern Ireland, the First Minister there, Arlene Foster, the leader of the DUP, has sent her sympathies. And she said, as First Minister of Northern Ireland and Democratic Unionist Party leader, I offer my deepest sympathies to Her Majesty the Queen and to all members of the royal family at this sad time. So, we saw the Prime Minister in Downing Street just a short while ago with his version of the tribute that I'm sure that we'll get from many other political leaders as well, and I'm noting that we're getting some international reaction as well coming in. I'll bring that to you as soon as I can. Let's go back to Downing Street, and Vicky Young is there, our deputy political editor. Vicky, Nicholas Witchell was telling us just a short while ago that, of course, over the past decade, there have been several periods, really, when this news had been expected. So in that sense, it's not a great surprise. But the Prime Minister really was at pains to stress what a loss it was, and indeed what a contribution that Prince Philip had made.
Yeah, I think that's right. As you say, maybe not a shock, but certainly a significant moment. Just walking here, the House of Commons, House of Lords aren't sitting at the moment. They're on an Easter break. And yet you could see all round Whitehall, here in Downing Street as well, the Union flag being lowered to half-mast, and then hearing those immediate tributes from across the four nations of the United Kingdom, really paying their respects and praising the Prince for his dedication to public duty. Now, of course, then you get into the practicalities of what happens next. On Monday, the House of Commons will come back a day early, and they will, at 2:30, convene, and they will have tributes and pay their tributes once again to the Duke. And I think we'll see a repeat of what we saw on his 90th birthday, actually, when the Commons came together. They talked about his contribution, not just to his charity work, the Duke of Edinburgh scheme, for example, but of course his devotion and support for the Queen. And you always get a sense on those occasions of the personality as well. So I think we'll have more anecdotes from those in the political world who knew him. We are, of course, in the middle of election campaigns, important elections in Scotland, Wales and England coming up in May. Now, so far, a number of the political parties have said, out of respect to the Duke, they will suspend their campaigning. We don't know how long for, but that's what they have decided to do. And then, of course, behind the scenes, there will be conversations going on between the palace and the government about funeral arrangements. This always happens on the death of a member of the royal family. Some plans would have been put in place, but the government very much takes the lead from the palace, what they want, what the Duke's wishes were, and they will be talking about all of that right now. And again, we're not in normal times. The COVID pandemic, of course, means there are lots of restrictions. Government would be thinking about things like public safety if crowds were to gather. Previously, when the Queen Mother died, she laid in state in Westminster Hall just over the road from here, and hundreds of thousands of people came to pay their respects. Now, that seems very unlikely in the current circumstances. All of that going on behind the scenes, but the main thing really today from the politicians is them paying their respects and remembering the Duke.
Indeed, Vicky, it's a day for focusing on the news, as you rightly say, but given that the Prime Minister has appeared and that we have Downing Street making its statements, you are quite rightly pointing to the fact that we're coming up to a very busy political period. These things have to be factored in, plus, of course, all the restrictions. It's no secret that there were detailed plans for a funeral, so one imagines that there will be quite a lot of intense discussion between Number 10 and the Palace and other royal authorities about what might now be wise and what might be practical and not practical given what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is true. As you say, it is no secret that these things are talked about in advance. Now, my understanding from some in government who were privy to some of the talks was that the Duke of Edinburgh always wanted a low-key funeral. Now, what happens with the government is that if there is, for example, military pageantry, all that kind of thing, that's when the government would get involved. But I think, as you say, this is very different. There are strict rules in place. I think from Monday for funerals for everybody in England, only 30 people, only 30 mourners can gather together. It's obviously a difficult time for families who are bereaved. Now, all of that will have to be taken into consideration. We know that the Queen is at Windsor, and so I think the possibility of a private funeral is there, and you would never have thought of that before. But as you say, we can go back to the Queen Mother. When she died, it was a very different moment. I remember when she was lying in state in Westminster Hall, seeing the crowds of people who filed past. Other members of the royal family came and stood beside her coffin. You just cannot imagine that kind of thing happening in the current pandemic situation.
Vicky, many thanks. We'll talk to you again later. Vicky Young, our Deputy Political Editor. The time is 1:33 here in the United Kingdom, and of course, to viewers who are watching us across the world, welcome to this special BBC coverage of the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who's died at the age of 99. The statement which came from Buckingham Palace about an hour and a half ago said this: "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle, and further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." Still with me is our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell, who's monitoring lots of the reaction, Nick. And indeed, lots of viewers will be latching on to that statement, the statement of personal loss for the Queen, and then the little add-on at the end about further announcements in due course. What can you say to help viewers with that part of the statement?
2 words initially: no fuss in terms of the funeral arrangements. Just picking up the discussion that you were having with Vicky a moment ago, it's all been worked out. I mean, again, it's no secret that, of course, there is a master plan for all of this, and no fuss is what he wanted for his funeral. That is what he will get. It will be focused on Windsor, and we will get full details over the next few days. And I think the fact that he wanted and said, "I don't want a great fuss," is a measure and a reflection of his pragmatic approach to life. Always adaptable, always self-reliant, always commonsensical, actually. And of course, he had to be self-reliant when you consider his disrupted and rootless childhood, banished from Greece when he was just a baby, being brought up in a divided and a disrupted family, coming to this country, and the United Kingdom becoming his adopted nation, and a nation that, of course, he has served both in the Royal Navy, in which he could have gone far. I mean, he was a man of considerable potential in terms of the ability to command and inspire, and it was those natural reflexes that he then had to adapt into the role that he found for himself. And in terms of the relationship with the Queen, you know, it was so important to her. She was absolutely devoted to him. And as I was saying earlier, this reign has, in more ways than perhaps are appreciated, it has been a partnership, a team effort, a partnership at the apex of our society here in the United Kingdom. And he has made, I think it's right to say, an incalculable contribution to the success of that reign. So yes, he has discharged his duty.
It's interesting for lots of people, Nick, I think, especially those who are younger, who are not familiar with the whole story, for you to be reminding us that his childhood was a very difficult one, a disrupted one. And for those whose knowledge of those events in the royal family may be actually confined to things like The Crown on television, where they've revisited the story, to realise that when he married into the family, there were people around who thought that actually he wasn't the kind of person who was ideally suited. I mean, that kind of turbulence today is almost forgotten.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, the courtiers and some members of the royal family were extremely suspicious of him. The Queen, as Princess Elizabeth, fell in love during the war, and immediately after the war they became engaged in 1947, and they in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. And you've got to sort of put it in that context. So it was, as Winston Churchill said, a flash of colour in the grey life of those post-war years. But there is no doubt that the courtiers, and particularly then when she became Queen unexpectedly with the death of George VI, when she became Queen in 1952 at the age of just 25, that the courtiers wanted to control this new young monarch, wanted to be sure that she would be compliant. Well, of course she was, because that's her natural personality. Her character was to fall into line and to pursue her reign very much in the style of her father. I mean, it's been a continuation, really, of the reign of George VI. But courtiers saw in this young Prince Philip, or he wasn't Prince Philip at that point, he was the Duke of Edinburgh, not a compliant character, a strong and forceful personality. Now, that, I think, explains much of the attraction between the Queen and Philip opposite personalities, she very conservative with a small c, cautious, shy, he brimming with self-confidence, brimming with ideas, iconoclastic approach to things. But of course that didn't set well with the courtiers, with those charged with steering the monarchy in the 1950s. And he had a very difficult time. I mean, people said they were bloody to him because they sought to exclude him, they sought to control him. And with a man of his instincts, powerful, a strong, vital, commanding personality, he found that enormously difficult.
He fought back, though.
He did, as best he could, but in the end he had to kind of give way and accept that there was never any question of him having a constitutional role. He was never made Prince Consort in the way that Prince Albert was, alongside Queen Victoria. And he then, as we've been saying, had to find a role for himself. And slowly but surely, in the 1950s, he adapted to that. And you've got to remember, this is a man, or was a man, with a keen intellect. A sharp intellectual curiosity, and he adapted that towards areas of interest to him. We've talked about the environment, and he was a pioneer in that respect. I see that Tony Blair, former British Prime Minister, has just said he was often way ahead of his time in protection of the environment and reconciliation between the faiths. He was one of the leading figures in setting up what are called the Windsor Conferences. Yeah. So again, in so many aspects of life that we now take for granted that the royal family are involved with, that Prince Charles, environment, faith matters and so on, it was actually his father, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who pioneered the way in those avenues of our national life, quite apart, of course, from the Duke of Edinburgh's award, which I see is now active in 130 countries, and something like 7 million participants around the world have benefited from the programme that he set up in the 1950s. Again, the courtiers were suspicious of it. They wondered, what is this man trying to set up? What is this Duke of Edinburgh's award going to be? What are they going to do? What's it going to do to our young people? But of course, it has been just a force for power and positive energy in young people, giving them an opportunity. So yes, I mean, he found all these different ways to make a real contribution in his own right.
Nick, those are the themes that, thank you for them, that I now want to develop because just to remind people in public, of course, when appearing with the Queen, Duke of Edinburgh always fulfilled the duties of royal consort, taking second place to Her Majesty. But as our royal correspondent Sarah Campbell now explains, behind closed doors, the Duke, as Nick was saying, exercised immense influence on the life of the royal family and drove many of its key decisions and reforms.
Great roar from the crowd outside Buckingham Palace.
While the Queen took centre stage in public life, when it came to family matters, it was Prince Philip who was in charge. When Elizabeth came to the throne, Philip had to leave the Navy. It was unusual in the 1950s and 60s for the man of the household to give up his career to support his wife and children. But he had little choice but to fit his life around her unique position. And, as their home movies show, he did so with gusto.
First-hand accounts that I've been told by people who were there at the time of Prince Philip not just bathing the children, playing with the children, but reading to the children. He was a hands-on dad.
His was an unusual childhood, split up from his parents and his 4 sisters, one of whom was tragically killed.
The pleasures of family life are enjoyed by the baby's mother and father less frequently than by ordinary parents.
Royal duties involved frequent foreign travel, but as Philip's family grew, he was determined to do things differently.
I always aim to be home during the holidays anyway, so that I can see the children. I mean, we try and keep the children out of the public eye, largely so that they can grow up as normally as possible.
What's this for?
In 1969,
What's this for?
Philip allowed the TV cameras in for a behind-the-scenes documentary. This was the royal family, as never seen before or since, reportedly on the instruction of the Queen. Decisions such as schooling were his. Gordonston, the Scottish boarding school, had suited Philip as a youngster, and so that's where he chose to send his sons. While in later life, Prince Charles praised the school's ethos, his years there, far from home, were difficult.
Prince Charles has his memories, and that when it comes to Prince Philip's motives in what he was doing as a father, it was to try to toughen up his son, to correct what he perceived as weaknesses, I suppose, ultimately perhaps to recreate the self-reliant, self-confident boy that Philip was turned into by the Gordonston system.
Father and son did come to share common ground, however. The Duke passed on his love of painting and a passion for the environment and conservation. His relationship with his other children was more straightforward. The bond with Princess Anne was clear. Alike in many ways, she was outspoken, and she knew how to deal with her father's similarly frank manner. He shared a naval background with Prince Andrew, both having served in fields of conflict. And he may have been disappointed when Prince Edward chose to leave the Royal Marines, but over the years, their relationship grew ever closer. It was to his youngest son that Philip entrusted perhaps his greatest legacy, the Duke of Edinburgh's award.
What's it like working with your father?
He doesn't, don't worry.
It's very easy.
He does his own thing.
And now the veil is thrown back and we can see the Princess of Wales.
There were difficult years when the marriages of 3 of his 4 children failed, the most public, the split of Charles and Diana. What emerged much later, to the surprise of some, was the extent to which he tried to help. During the breakup, he'd written to his daughter-in-law, and the tone of his letters and her replies revealed a softer, compassionate side to the Duke rarely seen in public. Dearest Pa, she wrote in 1992, that she was pleased to receive his letter, and particularly so to read that he was desperately anxious to help. He replied, if invited, he would always do his utmost to help, but was quite ready to concede that he had no talents as a marriage counsellor.
There was no doubt on her part that gruff and stern though Philip could often be, that his motives were of the best, and she appreciated that.
Into his 90s, public engagements became fewer, but family events, like Princess Charlotte's christening, remained a priority. In 2018, despite a recent hip replacement, he walked unaided into the chapel for his grandson Harry's wedding. 2 years later, isolating at Windsor, he was there for his granddaughter Beatrice.
A heavy program of official engagements prevents the Princess and the Duke from seeing their son as often as they wish. It is only on occasions like this that they can enjoy the happiness of parenthood.
It was a long life, where duty and family responsibility often came into conflict. The pandemic, as has been the case for so many families, deprived his loved ones of direct contact with him in his final months. His diminishing influence as the family patriarch coincided with a time of great public and private upset for the family. Perhaps the Duke's steadying influence and forthright manner were missed. His children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be united in mourning his loss.
Just a sense there of the influence over many decades that the Duke of Edinburgh has exercised, certainly within the royal family, and everyone saying today, really, everyone who knows the picture inside the palace, the various royal palaces, that the influence has been probably underestimated over the years because people have been rather discreet about the level of the Duke's influence over some very key decisions. Though, of course, we know that as far back as the 50s and 60s, after he joined the royal family, he believed it was an institution that was in desperate need of modernisation, and he felt that it was his duty, really, to try to drag that institution into the 20th century. And as Nicholas Witchell was telling us earlier on, there were plenty of people within the institution who were rather suspicious and indeed hostile in some cases to the efforts that the Duke was trying to make. So we'll talk a little more about that as the day goes on, because there are lots of different aspects to that influence. More reaction coming in. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, has released this statement. His Grace says, I join with the rest of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth in mourning the loss of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, and give thanks to God for his extraordinary life of dedicated service. He consistently put the interests of others ahead of his own, and in doing so, provided an outstanding example of Christian service. Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury. The Chief Rabbi, Ephraim Mervis, has released his own statement, and in it he says, on behalf of the Jewish communities of the Commonwealth, I send our most profound condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and to the royal family on the passing of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. So lots of the focus today is on Windsor Castle, because Windsor Castle is where the Duke passed away this morning. It's where the Queen has, of course, been spending many, many months during the pandemic. They've both been there for a long time together, shielding, and during that period of great vulnerability, the Queen normally, of course, would have spent far more time at Buckingham Palace. Let's have a look today at the scene in central London, and we see the flags at half-mast. Queen not in residence, as I've said, she's at Windsor Castle still. But this, of course, is seen as the headquarters. This is the shop window in many ways of the royal family across the world. Buckingham Palace is that statement to the world of the presence of the royal family in London. And that famous balcony is where we've seen them gather on so many occasions, and where indeed we've seen the Duke gather on so many occasions, very close to his birthday in June, when we have the Queen's birthday parade and the family appears on the balcony there in early June. So at Buckingham Palace for us is our royal correspondent, Sarah Campbell. Sarah, it's clearly a nice, bright, sunny day there. I can see some people gathering behind you. Not many, it has to be said. Probably lots of people aware that the news this morning came from Windsor. It didn't come from Buckingham Palace. But talk us through the statement as you saw it, and maybe some of the questions raised by it for the days and weeks ahead.
Well, yes, indeed. As you say, I mean, it is, of course, the Easter holidays. People are here, perhaps in a way that they haven't been so much recently. But you talk about the fact that there will be a focus on Windsor Castle. But as you say, Buckingham Palace, the London home of the royal family, the London home of Prince Philip for so many years. And so it's perhaps not surprising that this is where people will associate with, will perhaps come down to express their thoughts, express their condolences. And that is actually going to be an issue, I think, over the next few days. There was, when I arrived, the notice of condolence was on the railings, as is tradition. Normally that would have been placed there for 24 hours, but actually it's already been taken down. And I think that's something that will impact over the next few days. Of course, we are in a pandemic, and it has been made very clear that that crowds, any kind of issue, any kind of event which might draw crowds, simply won't happen. And so the emphasis will be on remembering the Duke, which people will want to do, but to do it privately and not to gather together. And if you sort of wanted any evidence, if you like, that Prince Philip wasn't just a British figure, then I can tell you that to my left and to my right, there are around 30 to 40 news broadcasters from across the world. And I think that reflects very much that Prince Philip was very much an international figure. I mean, for so many decades, possibly one of the most famous British figures around the world. Of course, the link with the Commonwealth extremely strong, and so it's not surprising that this is where people are choosing to gather. Of course, the flag flying at half-mast, as you say, on Buckingham Palace. And I was just reflecting, you say that the weather is very nice here today. The last time I saw Prince Philip here was on the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. It was for his last ever engagement. That was back in August 2017. It was an event involving the Royal Marines. It was chucking it down with rain. It was freezing, but he was in his late 90s. And I think as evidence of his stoicism, everyone else was freezing, wanting to get inside, but he was doing it at his own pace. It was clearly quite an emotional time for him. I think there was a bit of a glint, a tear in his eyes. He sort of said goodbye to public life in August 2017. But it is incredible, isn't it? Saying goodbye to public life, retiring when you're 96.
It is indeed, Sarah. The other thing I wanted to raise with you was this, really. We've had the statement, which of course expressed the Queen's sadness at losing a husband of more than 70 years, and it referred in general terms to the royal family. Would you expect other members of the family individually to be releasing their own statements after this, or do you think that that's the one statement that the family wants to be going around the world today?
I think my understanding is that is the statement that will be issued today, and we shouldn't expect to hear from any other member of the royal family today. Of course, notably mentioning the Queen, it is worth going back and remembering, isn't it, that this was her partner. She called him her strength and her stay for decades, for longer than most of us have been alive. And so it is right, I think, that it is the Queen's, and thoughts are with the Queen throughout this time. I mentioned a little bit earlier the sort of limitations that COVID might bring in the coming days, and I think it's also worth reflecting that the rest of the family, in a way that thousands of families across the country will have experienced over the last few months, will have been deprived of direct contact with Prince Philip over what has turned out to be his final months. And I'm sure that's going to be a huge sadness, I think, for his children, his grandchildren, and his great-grandchildren, because as we were hearing, he really was the patriarch of the family. If the Queen was the centre stage in public, he really was the sort of head of the family behind the scenes, but in a way that so many families will be able to empathise with. They just haven't been able to see him in person. I think it was Prince Charles noted sometime before Christmas that they'd been doing, online calls, Zoom calls, but it's not quite the same as being able to give someone a hug. And so I think that will be an added element of sadness today.
Indeed, Sarah, and that's, I think, a very, very important point to raise, which is that, as some people see the family as being rather remote in their view, that's an experience that they do have in common with many millions of people, not just in the UK, but around the world. And that is the difficulty of being together as a family, especially at a time like this, when families, of course, traditionally and naturally would like to be together to grieve and to talk and to reflect on what's happened.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The irony, perhaps, is that on the other side, since the Duke retired, as I say, in August 2017, he's actually spent quite a lot of time in Sandringham at a little cottage on the Sandringham estate. And obviously, because the Queen has continued in her role, she has been spending time in Windsor and London, obviously, before lockdown. And actually, during lockdown, ironically, will have brought them together, and perhaps they would have spent more time together over the last year than perhaps they otherwise would have done. So a nice thought there that perhaps the Queen and Prince Philip had many, many hours to reflect on, well, the extraordinary things that they've seen and experienced together over the last 7 or so decades.
Sarah, thanks very much. We'll talk to you again later, I've no doubt, but thanks a lot for now. Sarah Campbell, our royal correspondent there, outside Buckingham Palace. And just to emphasise again, Sarah there outside Buckingham Palace, because of course that is the global symbol of the royal family's presence in London, but the Queen today at Windsor, as she has been for many months, and that is in fact where, as I was reporting earlier, that is where the Duke of Edinburgh passed away this morning, and the announcement made at around midday by the palace. We're talking about influence, we're also talking about contribution, a very wide range of elements of contributions that the Duke made in public life over many decades in this country, and we've discussed some of the initiatives. One of the Prince's greatest contributions to public life, without question, was that award scheme that he established back in the 1950s, in 1956, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award. And many millions of people around the world will know exactly all about this, because lots will have done it themselves at school. At the time, the scheme was seen as very radical. It was seen as very pioneering, and it encouraged young people to explore new challenges, to take risks, and to show their own initiative. And as our correspondent Elaine Dunkley reports, the scheme has enriched the lives of millions of young people, even during this pandemic.
The Duke of Edinburgh's Award. Activities, expeditions and adventures. For millions of people, it has been part of growing up. It aims to give young people from all backgrounds a sense of achievement outside of the classroom through field trips and volunteering.
How many times do you think you got lost?
For these pupils at secondary school in the heart of Manchester, the experience has been life-changing.
Like when you go on Duke of Edinburgh, it's just a whole different environment. It's like green everywhere, like as far as you can see.
Even signing up for it was a bit out of my comfort zone, because prior to it, I was quite shy and reserved and didn't really talk to many people in my year.
I've been working for a charity shop in my community, and I think definitely it's been a very interesting. You get to meet lots of new people, get to talk to lots of interesting people, hear their story.
had fun and made so many friends without, like, I don't know how I'd have gotten through my high school years, honestly. It's really, really good.
It began in 1956 and grew out of the Duke's own experiences at Gordonston. The award's ethos was rooted in the philosophy of the school's headmaster, Kurt Hahn, who felt that education should be about more than just academic achievement.
It was based on Hahn's theory that you shouldn't be a specialist in any one thing, and he felt that that you shouldn't concentrate entirely on academic education. His philosophy was that if you could get young people to succeed in any area of activity, that mere sensation of success would spread over into a lot of others.
When the scheme first started, it was considered quite revolutionary, but it also had its detractors.
I think a lot of organisations thought it was going to be a rival. The Scouts, the Guides, Outward Bound Trust, all kinds of people thought, oh dear, here comes another youth organisation to rival us. The cleverness was that it was a programme which was complementary and not competitive, so anyone could do it.
The programme has moved with the times. It started as a boys-only group, and even when girls joined, there was a gender divide.
Can you tell me how you'll be able to get instructors and adjudicators to teach things like marriage and make-up and all the other new schemes you've mentioned in the pamphlet?
Oh, make-up we've got no problem. Marriage might be a bit more difficult.
From helping at food banks to vaccination centres, during the pandemic, many young people have volunteered through the scheme.
Are you here for the vaccine, madam? All right. I think the Duke of Edinburgh is fantastic to gain, especially independence. Everyone can do it. Everyone's helping the community. Everyone's being active. Everyone's learning a new skill. And I think the inclusion of the youth is fantastic.
OK, guys, ready to go?
Throughout the decades, the awards have been based on physical activity, skills, service and expedition. What you choose to do in each category is almost unlimited. Then there are 3 levels, gold, silver and bronze.
It's his vision and energy that created the organisation that enables many, many young people to be able to access these development opportunities. And he was an absolute sort of stalwart champion for young people's sort of opportunities and development right the way through until he retired. While this is it's an incredibly sort of sad moment to reflect on his passing, we are incredibly optimistic about the fact that we can build on his incredible legacy, and the award will still be going strong many, many years from now.
Its popularity and success has spread across the globe, with more than 140 countries taking part. The scheme that bears his name will perhaps be his greatest legacy, a testament to the ideas and outlook of the Duke of Edinburgh.
Again, just looking at one of the important elements of the Duke's contribution over the years, the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme, which of course has benefited many millions of young people, now adults, many of them around the world, who can remember the lessons they learnt, not just in terms of the physical challenges of the award scheme, but of course the mental challenges too, pushing the boundaries and developing skills in terms of character and personality. A very worthwhile scheme indeed, as everyone acknowledges. There's some more reaction coming in. International leaders have been paying tribute as well. This from the European Union, or from the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. She says, I'm saddened to hear of the passing of His Royal Highness Prince Philip. I would like to extend my sincere sympathy to Her Majesty the Queen, the royal family and the people of the United Kingdom on this very sad day. From Dublin as well, we have the Taoiseach, the Irish Premier, Michael Martin, saying, I'm saddened to hear of the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. Our thoughts and prayers are with Queen Elizabeth and the people of the UK at this time. From India, the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has released these words. He said, my thoughts are with the British people and the royal family on the passing of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. He had a distinguished career in the military and was at the forefront of many community service initiatives. May his soul rest in peace. We also have some reaction from New Zealand. The Prime Minister of New Zealand has expressed her condolences. Jacinda Ardern said, our thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen at this profoundly sad time. And on behalf of the New Zealand people and government, I would like to express my sincere condolences to Her Majesty and to all the royal family. So So just a few minutes ago, we were talking to my colleague Sarah at Buckingham Palace, but we were saying that the focus today, because of where Her Majesty the Queen is, and because of where the Duke passed away, is indeed Windsor Castle. And that is where we're going to join our correspondent, Helena Wilkinson. Helena, we can see just a few people behind you there. Of course, the restrictions are still in force. You wouldn't be expecting big crowds anywhere today, in all fairness. But what are you picking up there? And I'm just thinking about Windsor itself as a symbol of not the headquarters of the royal family, but very much the home and the favoured home, really, of the Duke and the Queen.
Yes, that's absolutely right, Hugh. The Royal Standard is flying here at Windsor Castle, meaning the Queen is, of course, here in residence. But as the news rippled through what is a royal town here in Windsor, people did start to gather. As you mentioned there, we are still under COVID restrictions, but I don't think it's surprising that some people, mainly local people, have wanted to come out here to Windsor to pay their respects and reflect on what it was a remarkable life of the Duke of Edinburgh. I don't know if you can see just behind us in the distance over there, some flowers have started, people have started to leave bouquets of flowers. A little girl and a little boy left some earlier on. One of the cards on the flowers reads, "Rest in peace, Prince Philip." Another one reads, "Deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen." And if we show you just a bit further down, Hugh, you can see primarily the media that have gathered here, but in the distance you might be able to see, I would say, dozens of people who have gathered, but there is a police presence here trying to keep people at a social distance. But as you say, Windsor, of course, a town which is used to many royal events over the years, but today here a not unexpected sombre mood here in Windsor, here outside the castle, where people have gathered. And of course the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh had been isolating together here for much of the last year, since the coronavirus pandemic began to unravel. The Queen initially came here to Windsor Castle and the Duke then joined her, and they spent quite a lot of time here together, much more so than in recent years. They were with a small household staff in a small bubble. They celebrated, of course, the Duke's 99th birthday here at Windsor Castle last year. You may recall that photograph of the couple looking very happy in the sunshine on the Duke's birthday last year. They also celebrated quietly their 73rd wedding anniversary last year. But of course the Duke of Edinburgh just 2 months off his 100th birthday, and it was a birthday that no doubt he would have been determined to reach. It would have been a time when perhaps the royal family would have been able to gather here at Windsor Castle. But I think thoughts here today in Windsor go to the Queen, Her Majesty the Queen, who has lost her husband. I think for her, though, there will be some comfort, or she will take some comfort from the flowers that have been left here and the outpouring of grief. Perhaps not the crowds that we would have been used to if we weren't under COVID restrictions, but still some people have gathered, and an indication as well, Hugh, of the appeal of the Duke of Edinburgh, all ages. A little girl walked past us, she must have been about 8 years old a bit earlier on, and just said, "It's so sad, it's so sad." So the focus really here this afternoon on hearing the news of the death of the Duke of Edinburgh here at Windsor, where people have gathered and they've been laying flowers to pay their respects and reflect on the life of the Duke of Edinburgh.
Helena, thank you very much. We'll talk to you again later on, but thanks for the latest there at Windsor Castle. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, is still with me. Nick, what do you make of what's being said right now?
Well, just a little bit of guidance from Buckingham Palace. They are understandably very anxious to avoid doing anything or encouraging anything which leads to crowds gathering. They are actually discouraging people from leaving flowers because that brings people together. They encourage people instead to perhaps go on to the online books of condolence, or they are encouraged to donate to charities of their own choice, or charities that are known to have been popular and close to the Duke's heart. So things like environmental charities, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, obviously, the National Playing Fields Association. He was president of that for 64 years. He became involved because he was appalled to see young children playing in the street in big cities in the 1950s. He wanted green spaces so that they could enjoy an outdoor recreational activities, and he became very involved in that. They paid tribute to his tireless efforts over the years. So I think in the next few days we will see that the focus will be very much on Windsor, as I was saying earlier, no fuss. But of course we will see the royal family coming together, and we will, I'm sure, see Prince Harry returning to this country for his grandfather's funeral.
Indeed. Nick, thank you very much for now. By his own admission, Prince Philip's years in the Royal Navy, which Nick told us about a short while ago, were immensely important in forming his character. And throughout his life, he maintained the outlook and the bearing of a naval officer. As a midshipman, he was mentioned in dispatches for his bravery under fire. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, made reference to that in his statement earlier. And later, when royal duties replaced that naval career, he worked to keep Britain's maritime history very much alive. Now, my colleague Rita Chakrabarti looks back at the Duke's close relationship with the Royal Navy.
The Royal Navy and life at sea were a huge part of the Duke of Edinburgh's career. It had been a British destroyer that had taken him, as a toddler, into exile from his native Greece. Two of his sons were naval officers, Prince Charles and Prince Andrew, taking up where he'd left off after his wife became Queen. Prince Philip joined the Navy straight from school. As a cadet, he first met Princess Elizabeth in 1939, when she visited Britannia Royal Naval College in Dartmouth with her parents. Active service came during World War II in 1940, as a midshipman on the old battleship HMS Ramillies. Years later, he reflected on life as a sailor.
You're exposed to the elements in a way which you're not ashore in any time, because you've got your feet on the earth, as it were, and you've got some sort of security of shelter and so on. Whereas at sea, you're in a cockle shell in this enormous expanse of the ocean, so that tends to cut you down to size a bit.
In 1941, Philip joined HMS Valiant, operating in some danger in the Mediterranean. During the Battle of Cape Matapan, he earned a mention in dispatches for directing searchlights onto enemy cruisers.
We were hit by two bombs. The whole ship bent like that with the explosions, and actually bent sufficiently for some of the hatches down below to be jammed. So several people rang up and said, please, can you get a tin opener? We'd like to get out, you know.
Promotion followed, and a posting to a destroyer on hazardous convoy duty in the North Sea, before he returned to the Mediterranean in support of the Allied invasion of Sicily. At the end of the war, he was in Tokyo Bay to witness the surrender of Japanese forces. After his marriage, he studied at the Royal Naval College in Greenwich and was posted to Malta, where Princess Elizabeth joined him as an officer's wife. It was clearly a happy time for them both. In 1950, Philip was given his first command, the frigate HMS Magpie. But his active naval career ended 2 years later when the Queen succeeded to the throne. He accepted this momentous change in his life and simply got on with the job. But his contemporaries always believed that he could have achieved high rank.
I remember Lord Mountbatten talking to me when I was First Sea Lord, and he said, of course, if Philip had stayed in the Navy, there would have been great competition between you. I don't think the competition would have been very strong, actually. He would have got it.
Do you think so?
Oh, yes.
Royal duties were now his first priority. But the Duke maintained his interest in Britain's maritime heritage. And on the 50th anniversary of the end of the war, he was quick to leave the royal podium to march alongside his old comrades.
The old comrades that he was very loyal to, right to the end, it has to be said. More reaction and tributes coming in. The First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, I brought you a statement earlier, but the First Minister has now delivered her own statement, and this is what she said.
I'm deeply saddened by the news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died, and my deepest personal condolences go to Her Majesty the Queen and the entire royal family. First and foremost, he was a husband, a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, and my thoughts are with all of those today who will be feeling a profound sense of loss and grief. In particular, the Queen. He was her husband of 74 years, and I think we can all imagine just how devastated she will be at his loss. Prince Philip, though, he lived a life of public service and deep devotion to the Queen. He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life and to the whole country.
The statement issued by the Scottish Government and, of course, the First Minister there expressing her condolences to the royal family, Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland. Let's just recap on the two other statements I gave you a short while ago. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, released this statement. He said, "I join with the rest of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth in mourning the loss of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, and give thanks to God for his extraordinary life of dedicated service. He consistently put the interests of others ahead of his own, and in so doing provided an outstanding example of Christian service." We had it from the Chief Rabbi, Ephraim Mervis, who released this statement, and he said, on behalf of the Jewish communities of the Commonwealth, I send our most profound condolences to Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family on the passing of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh. So with those tributes in mind, and the one from the Archbishop of Canterbury, I'm delighted to say that we are honoured to be joined by Dr. John Sentamu, the former Archbishop of York, who joins us now from Berwick-upon-Tweed. Dr. Sentamu, thank you so much for giving your time to us today.
It's a delight and a joy, Hugh, to be able to talk to you, and I trust you had a good Easter, by the way.
Thank you so much. And we know how important Easter is to the community, so thank you for that. I'm just wondering, from your point of view, when someone dies at the age of 99, who's had a long and eventful life, who's had many health problems, clearly there is little element of surprise, though there is an element of shock. How did you respond to this news?
I was hoping he would live to 100. The Duke and I were born on the 10th of June, though not in the same year. So we've been sparring partners in terms of being born on the 10th of June. So I was hoping that he will reach 100, and I'll be given the opportunity to say some words about him in the House of Lords. And because when he turned 95 and 90 and 95, I was the person speaking on behalf of the Lord Spiritual about the life he has actually led. And so for me, I just feel that Her Majesty the Queen would also have found this a very difficult moment, but knowing him and knowing her, they would want more prayers, more support, and more encouragement. So I was taken aback because I was preparing my sort of speech I'll give in thanksgiving and gratitude when he reached 100.
I'm just wondering what your impression of him was as a man.
I encountered him, first of all, when I was Vicar of Tulse when he came to give the Duke of Edinburgh Awards to girls in St. Martin's School, which was next to the vicarage. And then I encountered him when I went to Sandringham to preach at Easter. And at the end of this service, lunchtime, he would really quiz you about the things you said. I was preaching about Jesus turning water into wine. And he had a curiosity of a mind, wanting to know, and would not just take things for granted. And also, then, of course, when Margaret and I had the joy on the Queen's birthdays, being invited to stay at Windsor Castle, and we met him on numerous occasions. And one night, actually, he and the Queen taking us around the restored chapel, and with his typical sense of humor, showed me a piece of wood and said, "Now, this is my avant-garde art." And I was admiring it and wanting to know how he shaped it. And with a big laugh, he said, That's a piece of wood I saved from the fire. I was really taken, and I was saying how wonderful the work is done. He said, oh, no, no, no. And I think for him, I've never spoken to him or anybody without really smiling. There's always a smile on his face, and occasionally you can see a mischief about to arise. And he's the greatest tease, actually, I've actually known. So as a man, I would say that he was very solid. He loved humor, and he loved teasing people, and he loved speaking his mind. So I think I got really very fond of him. And of course, the same with Her Majesty the Queen, that when they are with you and they're talking to you, you are the only person that matters in the room. They're not like other people looking around or scanning the room to see where the best conversation is going to come from. So I am going to miss greatly my sparring partner, and I just hope you will allow me to do what he would have expected and what Her Majesty would expect, to say a little bit of the prayer that is prayed in the Church of England every day for the Queen. And it goes like this: O Lord, our Heavenly Father, we most heartily, we beseech thee with thy favour to behold our most gracious sovereign lady, Queen Elizabeth, and so replenish her with the grace of thy Holy Spirit, that she may always incline to thy will and walk in thy way. Endue her plenteously with heavenly gifts, strengthen her, and finally, after this life, she may attain everlasting joy and felicity through Jesus Christ our Lord. So the prayers have been always said, and the same would have been true about the royal family, which I say daily. And I'm hoping that we all unite in offering this prayer for somebody who's really been a great servant of this nation, of the Commonwealth, and particularly towards young people with his wonderful award. So he's a man that, for me, I'm going to be missing a brother. Oh. I'm going to miss somebody who had this amazing sense of humor, but also always standing behind the Queen, supporting her, encouraging her. And you could see it. And the number of times we've met actually tells me here is a great example of devotion, commitment, love, cheerfulness. And whenever there were tragedies, you could be sure that he would actually deeply feel them. And then one word I would say finally, when he had that first operation in Papworth Hospital, putting a stent in his heart, on midnight, I was taking a communion service in York Minster using the 1662 prayer book. And I didn't know he was going to be listening. Apparently, he asked for a radio at midnight because he thought there's always a service being broadcast. And I had a wonderful card from him. Thank you for a beautiful communion service and using the words that I know, and I didn't need a book.
Again, John, again, you underlined the sense of humour, but in introducing that prayer and the element of faith, can I ask you this very directly? Was he a man whose faith was unquestioning? Did he just accept it in an unquestioning way? Or did he have, because, there have been things written about the fact that at some stages in life he's questioned his faith. What was your sense of his faith and how robust was it?
I would say it was very robust. There is an Archbishop of Canterbury, Anselm, who said, faith is always seeking understanding. And he was not prepared to simply take things on blind faith. He didn't want that. He didn't. And I was very grateful. that thing about the turning water into wine, he asked me, do you think what Jesus did is what Urugera did in bending spoons and knives? Is that such sort of hypnosis? Now, that doesn't mean he doubted the story, but he wanted to know whether I, who's been preaching in the church in Sandringham, have a reason to explain it. And we had a wonderful, nearly an hour and a half of conversation. And it only came to an end when Her Majesty the Queen said, Philip and his theories. So I think he, for me, I never found a single doubt in his belief in the death and resurrection of Christ, and that the church really wants to invite people into love. What he didn't go for is a sort of naive, never questioning. And I think that to question and have a lot of questions and a lot of doubt sometimes is the only way you're going to come to a real robust faith. I found him that he does what I used to do as a little child, constantly asking questions in order that I may gain understanding. And what I didn't understand, to know that there may be a day when I'll understand, but at the moment, what I understand keeps me going. So him, people say he was interested in spirituality. He was willing to explore anything. Why? Because his feet were firmly rooted in Christ. And therefore, he never saw it as a problem to admire people of other faith, engage them in the way they understood things, and not imposing his wills and understanding on others, because he had his feet strongly on the ground. I mean, I remember one day saying to him, why, you're going all over the place. What is that? He said, haven't you realized when birds fly, they fly with their feet pointing to the ground. That's why they're able to take off and land safely. So there was this amazing exploration. And actually, because of his robustness of understanding, he was able to explore. When, for example, you talked to him about the environment and why he was so keen about the environment, he would say, anybody looking around would see, really clearly quoting those words of Gerard Manley Hopkins, that the universe is charged with the grandeur of God. If it is, why aren't we looking at it with great care and great caution, like we will look at after our cathedrals? If the whole universe is charged with the grandeur of God, it means we've got to take more care about the environment. And you remember there's that tribe in Solomon Islands that were calling him their God, and they pinned him up. And I said, what do you feel about you being called a God? And he said to me, well, have you ever seen a God in human flesh like you apart from Christ? So when they call me a God, I cannot be a God. I can't be. And if you want, he said to me, you can become their God. Again, this tremendous, robust sort of conversation. And I'm going to miss him terribly, because every conversation I had with him was always challenging. You had to be certain about what you believed. And what you didn't, you said to him, I'm sorry, that answer doesn't come. The new bishop of Norwich, Graham James, when he first arrived here, says to him, Bishop, tell me, are you happy clappy? And the bishop of Norwich, Graham James, says to him, no, I am not. I am smells and bells.
Dr. Sentamu,
You can tell me the joy and the laughing about that kind of stuff. Yeah.
No, you've shed such important light for us on not just on character, but on belief and on strength of purpose as well. So, John, thank you so much for joining us. It's really good to talk to you.
Thank you, Hugh.
Thank you very much. Dr. John Sentamu there, with a wonderful contribution for us and his tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh, the former Archbishop of York, and we're grateful to him. Let's recap on the statement that was issued by Buckingham Palace at just after midday today. And it said this: "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family will join people around the world in mourning his loss." Now, Prince Philip will be remembered as one of the first people in the public eye to champion the cause of conservation. Dr. Sentamu was underlining that very theme for us. He took it up enthusiastically, and of course his grandchildren, William and Harry, also showing that keen interest. For nearly 20 years, he was president of the World Wildlife Fund, and now the Worldwide Fund for Nature, as it's known. And after stepping down, he remained an active campaigner. Our science and environment editor, David Schuckman, looks at this aspect of the Duke's life.
Nature was one of Prince Philip's great loves, and the need to conserve it became a lifelong passion. He fought not just for endangered species, but for the whole of the natural world.
We depend on being part of the web of life. We depend on every other living thing on this planet, just as much as they depend on us.
From his earliest official visits around the globe, this one to Antarctica, wildlife was always a theme. He used his position to inspire younger generations. In this lecture for 2,000 children, many of the pictures were his.
I don't think I'll tell you which are mine, but if you ever see a very bad one, you'll know.
An emerging theme was our responsibility.
If we as humans have got this power of life and death, not just life and death, but extinction and survival of of other species of life, then we ought to exercise it with some sort of moral sense. I mean, why make something extinct if we don't have to?
He authored or contributed to a series of dramatically titled books about threats to nature. And he took advantage of his access to governments the world over. He helped to set up the Worldwide Fund for Nature, and he led it for years. On a visit to the pandas in China, he highlighted the need to save them and their habitats. And he went live on television with David Attenborough to make that point.
The panda range has been squeezed between mountains on one side and human encroachment on the other.
His importance to conservation worldwide has been absolutely huge. You can go anywhere in the world, you know, and he will know where you have to make the connection, where you have to put the pressure, what you have to do. And he's very practical in those terms.
But he didn't always help himself.
There was the tiger.
In the 60s, he joined tiger hunts, and he once shot a tiger in India. This image was to remain controversial. It was later said that tigers weren't considered endangered back then. But Prince Philip did have his own distinct views. He supported fox hunting and the shooting of game birds, which set him at odds with many environmentalists.
There is an advantage in people wanting to shoot, because if you have a game species, you want it to survive because you want to have some more next year. It's exactly like a farmer. You want to crop it. You don't want to exterminate it.
So this was a man with his own brand of environmental concern, and he did not like being labelled.
Would you describe yourself as a green? As green?
No. No.
Why not?
Well, because I think that there's a difference between being concerned for the conservation of nature and being a bunny hugger. When I was president of WWF, I got more letters about people, the way animals were treated in zoos, than about any concern for the survival of a species. But people can't get their heads around the idea of a species surviving.
And as far back as 1970, with a young Prince Charles by his side, he was typically forthright about the need to be realistic in the fight for nature.
After all, even naturalists drive cars occasionally. And having accepted that, we must go a step further and recognize that compromises have to be reached. Disagreement is inevitable, but the groups must go on meeting, because we have simply got to hammer out answers to problems which are going to affect all life in these islands for generations to come.
In many ways, Prince Philip was ahead of his time, using his fame as a royal to raise awareness of conservation. An early environmentalist who did not want to be called that, a unique campaigner for a cause that's ever more relevant.
So just another important aspect of the Duke's life and the contribution that he made. We were talking just a short while ago to the Archbishop, former Archbishop of York, Dr. John Sentamu, who of course made it quite clear that he enjoyed the Duke's company, he liked his humour, he liked his character, that they had quite a few sparring matches in terms of discussing faith and other ideas. With me is my colleague Andrew Marr, who also knew the Duke. Andrew, of course, presented the History of Modern Britain and the Diamond Queen series about the reign. Andrew, thanks for joining us. So you met him clearly on several occasions. What was the impression he made?
Well, I think if I said that I was a close personal friend, a dry, sardonic smile would have spread over his face. Yeah. We met a few times at drinks parties and so forth. And you and I, we live in an age of euphemism where everybody in public life goes around desperately trying not to offend anybody else at all costs. He wasn't quite like that, I think it's fair to say. Like most people meeting him for the first time, I was slightly nervous. And I can remember we were talking about Charles Darwin. And he said, so how does Charles Darwin stand in history? And I said, I thought he was probably the most important Victorian of all. And there was a short pause. And he looked at me very beadily. And he said, I intensely dislike generalizations. And I felt absolutely crushed. And the point was, he intensely disliked euphemism and smoothing things over. He went around talking very, very frankly. And actually, I find that very refreshing, and I think many people did. Many other people were deeply offended by it. He's a very controversial figure, even now.
Yeah. let's talk about the elements of controversy, but within the context of the contribution that he made.
Yes, so you could call him emblematic of some of the most difficult aspects of the British monarchy. The real belief in hierarchy and precedence, the highly sort of military tone of the British monarchy all throughout his time, and of course those notorious gaffes he made directed at Chinese people and Indians and many others around the world. And you could see him as a kind of caricature. He said, "I have become a caricature. There's nothing I can do about it." But a lot of people saw him like that. But he was also, you could argue, he was an asylum refugee seeker, escaped from Greece just after its catastrophic war with Turkey. His father could have been lined up against the wall and shot after the end of that war, but King George V rescued the family, and they were rescued by a British destroyer. He was sent in an orange box, in an orange crate. He arrived in France, and then his parents split up. He had a very, very rackety and difficult early life. His father went off to have a high old time on the south of France. His mother succumbed to a sort of form of religious mania and was treated by Freudians in a Swiss clinic. All his sisters married Germans just before the war. 2 of them were married to members of the SS. So he was completely divided from the rest of his family. He was cast adrift in Britain and eventually, as it were, picked up by Lord Louis Mountbatten, one of the more charismatic and difficult figures in the royal family history, and really found Gordonston, this remarkable experimental school in Scotland, founded by a German Jewish refugee called Kurt Hahn, the thing that made him, and then the British Navy. So he comes from this he was a real outsider, and an outsider all his life. The kind of stuffier members of the court of George VI couldn't stand him, and really were really quite worried and offended when the Queen married him, so this will never ever work. She was entranced by him. They met for the first time when she was 13, and he was 18 at Dartmouth. You've seen the pictures already on the news. And she was apparently completely transfixed by him. And all the way through the war, and she was a young girl growing up in Windsor in wartime conditions, she had a photograph of a heavily bearded Philip on the mantelpiece. And she's been entranced by him ever since. So for her, above all, this is a really, really dark day.
Yes, and it's important to emphasise that.
Yes.
When you talk about the concept of the outsider, for someone who, for lots of people today, actually embodies much of the establishment.
He is the establishment,
yes. So there is that inbuilt paradox. What did that sense of being an outsider lead to in terms of his desire to modernise the royal family, to engage in projects which some people thought were frankly batty at the time, the environment, for example? What did he achieve?
Well, the World Wildlife Fund, or the World Fund for Nature, was one of his ideas. He was very, very involved, and he was one of the founders of it. He was an early conservationist, very close to the painter and broadcaster Peter Scott, who was a very early conservationist, and later, of course, to the Attenborough project, as it were, you can call it that. So he thought things through from first principles again and again and again. He had a very, very close interest in science and technology, and therefore things like global warming, things like species extinction, which we all talk about these days, he was on that very, very early. We saw that in the film just now. But also he sort of decarbonised, as it were, the palaces early on. He was into green fuel and alternatives to petrol when everyone thought that was a completely mad idea. Way ahead of his time. He believed, it's strange to think of it now, he believed in the royal family opening up and becoming more media friendly. He was behind that early colour film, The Royal Family, in the 1960s. He was a great supporter of that. He never, ever liked the British press, particularly the tabloid press. Couldn't stand them. They couldn't stand him. The loathing was mutual. And I think he found, as a kind of quite a proud and prickly man, and, you know, we're all familiar with the concept of people who have got an outside skin, a sort of integument or a hide, to hide great personal sensitivity. He was a very spiritual, very interested in poetry, quite a sensitive man, I think, behind all that prickliness. He found the endless observation and voyeurism of life in the public eye in this very, very competitive media world we all live in almost intolerable. I think that was the hardest thing probably throughout his life. But as I say, he was a sensitive man, and he was very acutely aware of his children's marital difficulties and his grandchildren. And privately, behind the scenes, I'm told, he spent a lot of time working with, for instance, Diana during her darkest and bleakest moments, trying to win her round, trying to jolly her up. He might not have always had the most tactful, most modern way of putting things, but he was a sensitive man.
That was the point I was going to raise, Andrew, which was to do with the last few decades where there have been very public differences and very public problems for the family. what would have been the extent of his influence behind the scenes in terms of trying to find solutions to those? You suggest it was big.
Well, of course, the royal family is, as it were, a matriarchy. It's headed by a woman, but internally it was a patriarchy. He was the big daddy in the family, as it were. He was the person people went to with their problems and was slightly nervous about his reaction, no doubt, from time to time. But he talked to all of them a lot. He reflected on his own upbringing, which, as I say, was very difficult. Yeah. And he knew what it was like to try and join this very, very difficult, very hierarchical, very traditional, and quite sort of rebarbative organisation, the royal family. He knew how hard it was, and therefore I think he had a sensitivity for others, perhaps including Meghan, I don't know, trying to do the same thing in later generations.
When people, as they will now for days to come, until the funeral happens, whenever that is, as people try to sum up his life and try to sum up his importance to the Queen, try to sum up his importance to public life in the UK, it's one thing to do it in the next few days. What will people be making of Prince Philip, let's say in 5 or 10 years' time? What will be the lasting legacy, if there is one?
Well, that's a really hard question to end on. Thanks for that. But I think what is absolutely clear is that, as Nick Witchell was saying, it is impossible to imagine this Queen's reign without him. She was constantly turning to people and saying, what does Philip think? What does Philip think about this or that? Yeah. He was right beside her all the way through. And therefore, it was, in many senses, and I don't want this to sound offensive, it was almost like a joint reign. He was absolutely crucial. It has been one of the longest reigns in British history, and she has taken us from one kind of country, almost all white, very, very class divided, loving our empire and all the rest of it, to a completely different country that we are today. However long we stay together as a country, who knows? She's taken us on that journey, and he has been there on every step of the way. I think more, in fact, as a moderniser and a reformer than his public reputation today suggests.
Andrew, good to talk to you as ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Andrew Marr there with his eloquent analysis of the Duke's contribution and character based on his own knowledge and, of course, his reading of how things have developed over the years. We're grateful to him. Now, the Duke of Edinburgh's sporting activities are yet another aspect of his life that we haven't discussed properly, provided him with a welcome opportunity to get away from the more formal aspects of royal duty. And for him, sport became an outlet for restless energy, and he proved himself to be a keen and talented competitor in a number of different sports. Now, our correspondent Natalie Perks looks back at the Duke's life in sport.
Prince Philip always enjoyed sport, and he often excelled at it. At school, he learned to love sailing. As a wedding present, he and the Queen were given a yacht. The Duke took part in the Royal Regatta at Cowes for 50 years, even winning the most prestigious trophy, the Britannia Cup, with his friend Uffa Fox in 1952.
The thing about going to sea is you're suddenly exposed to an element which you can't really control. You're subject to it, and I think that's quite good for the soul, frankly.
And now a change of bowling from the pavilion end.
As an enthusiastic cricketer, he also drew praise from high places.
And that one moved across the leg. He has a perfect action for a right-hand off-spin bowler.
But what you might not know is just how the playing fields around us are a huge part of his legacy. While councils were busy selling them off, his tireless fundraising campaign led to thousands of UK sites being saved.
It's a true testament to his passion and commitment to sport and the opportunities that he saw that sport could create for so many young people who didn't necessarily have access to green space.
The Duke shared the Queen's love of horses and became one of the top 4 polo players in Britain in the mid-60s, cementing the sport as a firm royal favourite. Arthritis ended his playing career at 50.
Go on, you stupid hole! Get on!
But carriage driving became his new passion, and he was instrumental in drawing up the rules. He helped raise its profile and competed for Britain at World and European Championships.
Great Britain was represented by George Bowman.
Fellow teammate George Bowman remembered him fondly.
I was a scrap merchant. And of course, he was a prince. And at times people made a lot about this. But he never treated me any different. He always looked at me like an equal. And that was one of the things I really admired about him.
Despite some hair-raising spills along the way, the Duke carried on well into old age. His passion made sport a family affair.
Not just keen on sport, but a very, very talented and, of course, competitive sportsman as well. The Duke of Edinburgh's life in sport, just a sense of what he was really engaged in over several decades and how those interests really changed as he got older. Let's just think about, again, the contribution that he made, not so much interests such as sport, but the way that the Duke developed interests and then tried to change direction of policy, tried to change people's habits when it came to the environment, tried to change people's attitudes to things. And to think about where he stands really in the gallery, if you like, of British public life over the last 60 years or so. And I'm pleased to say that the historian and author, Professor Kate Williams, joins us now. Kate, thanks so much for sharing your time with us today. First of all, let's just have your sense of what the Duke's death signifies in terms of, you know, the gap that he leaves.
He does leave a gap. This really is the end of an era. The Duke was born in 1921. He saw so many changes in the 20th century, the 21st century. He has been the longest serving consort, the Queen, the longest reigning monarch, of course, and he's been the longest serving consort since 1952, not too many years after their marriage. Both the Duke and the Queen, they expected to have, I think, you know, a good 10, 15 years as a young married couple together, and the Queen perhaps to come to the throne at 40. But the King George VI, died so very young comparatively, and they were catapulted into this new life. And it's one to which the Duke, with his glittering naval career, he fought so bravely on the Allied side, suffered a lot of anti-German prejudice after the war, despite all of his service. He really threw himself into his role as consort, even though there were times when he was mistrusted and sort of ignored and overlooked, and did so much for British science, British engineering, British design, and 22,000 engagements, 5,000 speeches, over 750 charities. And really, I think because he came from this, his life, he'd suffered so much as a child. His family had to flee Greece when he was 18 months old. He lived in exile. He never felt he had a fixed home. He always saw, I think, that the royal family ruled and said that they ruled by the consent of the people. If the people didn't want them anymore, they would no longer be there. So he had a lot of attention to how the royal family appeared. He thought very carefully about the Queen on her royal mint, on Mary Gillick, who made the sculpture of the Queen to go on the royal mint coins when the Queen came to the throne, and also was particularly instrumental in the coronation being televised, the idea that TV cameras should come in and show the monarchy as they were and invite the people in. So he leaves a great gap. He was a great force of energy, of devotion to the monarchy, and above all, in a time when men really did not walk behind their wives. He put so much into the role of consort, so devoted to the monarchy, to the Queen, to the country. And I think for so many, they thought he would always be around. And it's so sad that he's passed just a few months before his 100th birthday.
Kate, when we look back at his life and we think about, obviously, the family life, and he was such a dominant force within the royal family, then we think of the causes that he supported. You mentioned, you know, hundreds of them in some cases where the charities were concerned. What will stand out for people in years to come? Will it be the fact that he backed some causes which in their time were not fashionable, that he was forward-looking, that in terms of the environment, in terms of conservation, he was way ahead of his time on those? Will they be the ones that stand out?
Yes, I think the environment, conservation, the WWF, the idea of conserving species. I was just learning yesterday that 1 in 4 mammals in Britain to the National Trust are endangered. These were things that Prince Philip was talking about long before anyone really understood or paid much recognition in wider public life to conservation. His advocacy of conservation and of design, of engineering, the Prince Philip Design Prize. So post-war Britain was suffering a terrible recession. Let's remember that the marriage of Elizabeth and Philip was not made a day off because it was thought a day off would affect the economy too badly. And when the Queen became the Queen, there was still the suffering of recession. And really, Philip, I think, saw the importance of design, of engineering, was very vital in the setting up of the Royal College of Engineering, of the Prince Philip Design Prize, and even his own personal design. He was very instrumental in designing a window in Windsor Castle after it burnt down in 1992. He really, I think, espoused these causes that no one really recognised at the time. And I think the commercial value of engineering and design, conservation, and also young people, the Duke of Edinburgh Award, which set up in 1956, it's done by so many young people, and given the idea of empowerment, the idea of giving them new hobbies. I did it myself. I don't know whether I'm sure you did as well, Hugh. And always thinking, trying to be a step ahead of what you could do with the role of consort. And I think really develop the role of consort to be not just always backing up the Queen, but developing a huge amount of his own ideas, engagements, and indeed endeavours as well. And he's raised the bar very high in terms of those you have to follow.
Kate, you don't want to talk about my performance in the Duke of Edinburgh scheme. We'll gloss over that very quickly. It's good to talk to you as ever, Kate. Thank you so much for joining us. Professor Kate Williams there, joining us there, the historian and the author, with her thoughts on the legacy of the Duke of Edinburgh. Let's go back to Windsor at this point and talk to our correspondent, Helena Wilkinson. People have been laying flowers, I think, Helena, haven't they? What's been going on?
Yes, they have, Hugh. The Royal Standard is flying here at Windsor Castle, which means, of course, that the Queen is here in residence. But this really has become a focal point here at Windsor Castle. This, as we now know, is where the Duke of Edinburgh died peacefully this morning. But if we try and show you some of the flowers that have been left outside the castle over the last 3 hours or so. Some simple messages on some of the cards. One of them simply reads, "Rest in peace, Prince Philip." Another one is addressed to Her Majesty the Queen, sending deepest condolences. Now, a bit earlier on, Hugh, there were, I would say, dozens of people who had gathered outside the castle. Not surprisingly, a sombre, reflective mood for those people who have come to reflect on what was a remarkable life and a remarkably long life as well. The Duke of Edinburgh, of course, just 2 months off his 100th birthday. You can see down past the castle, there are still some crowds here, but they tend to come and then move on fairly quickly. And of course, don't forget, we still have the COVID restrictions. There are a number of officers dotted around, but they don't seem to have had to do a great deal, given that people are coming, perhaps leaving flowers, spending a little bit of time here, and then moving on. As you know, Hugh, the Duke of Edinburgh spent a month in hospital in London. He was treated for an infection and also a pre-existing heart condition. He arrived back here at Windsor Castle around 3 weeks ago or so, and was reunited with the Queen, of course, here at the castle. And they had spent the last year, since the pandemic began to unravel, both the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh spent time here together in a small bubble with household staff here at the castle. The Duke celebrated quietly his 99th birthday here last year, and they also celebrated their wedding anniversary. And you may remember the pictures of the Duke of Edinburgh released by the Palace last year on his 99th birthday, the Queen and the Duke looking happy in the sunshine here at the castle. But thoughts here for those people who have gathered here at the castle, Hugh, very much with Her Majesty the Queen, and I think the Queen will no doubt take comfort from the outpouring of grief. I think it's fair to say here, with the dozens of flowers that have been left here, to remember the Duke of Edinburgh, who has died at the age of 99.
Helena, thank you so much again. Helena Wilkinson there with the latest at a very sunny Windsor. The castle there and the Royal Standard just out of view on the right-hand side, showing that the Queen is in residence today, and that is where the Duke passed away this morning at the age of 99. Now, if you're just joining us, wherever you are around the world, here in the UK, or indeed overseas in all corners of the world on our BBC World Service, I'm welcoming all of you to this special programme, which is being offered by BBC News following the announcement of the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. Prince Philip's death was announced at about midday London time in a statement from Buckingham Palace, and this is what the statement said. "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle, and further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Our coverage will continue, and my colleague Rita Chakrabarti will be joining you in just a few minutes' time. Before that, it seems a good moment for us to pause and to just reflect on a very long and a very rich life that was lived by the Duke of Edinburgh. He was within weeks of his 100th birthday. He died at the age of 99, and to understand a little more about that life, what he made of it, how he took advantage of his opportunities, how he backed certain causes, and how he made a huge contribution to public life in the UK, here's my colleague Nicholas Witchell.
First after them, her husband, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, who with his hands between the hands of the Queen, becomes her liege man of life and limb, and of earthly worship.
At the Queen's coronation, he was the first person after the bishops to pay homage to her. Philip knelt before his wife and pledged his loyalty.
Faith and truth I will bear unto you, live and die.
And so, rising, touches the crown upon her head and kisses her upon the left cheek.
As a male consort to a female sovereign, Philip had no constitutional significance. Yet no one was closer to the monarchy or of greater importance to the monarch than he was. By instinct he was a leader, yet Philip had always to take second place. By nature he spoke his mind, and that sometimes got him into trouble. Yet for decade after decade, his was the support that mattered most to the throne. Philip was born in Corfu in 1921. His family was part of European royalty. He was a prince of Greece, but his ancestors were largely Danish, German and Russian. Philip had a rootless childhood. His family was banished from Greece, his parents separated, and he was sent to Gordonston School in northern Scotland. The Spartan atmosphere there suited him. As the Second World War loomed, Philip was an 18-year-old Royal Navy cadet at Dartmouth.
His Majesty walking down the ranks of the cadets.
And when the King and Queen visited the college, they brought with them their 13-year-old daughter, Princess Elizabeth. According to witnesses, Philip showed off a great deal, but the meeting had made a deep impression on the princess. Philip served in the Royal Navy with distinction during the war. When the fighting ended, he started to escort Elizabeth to family gatherings. He changed his name to Philip Mountbatten and became a British citizen. The public realised there was a romance. Yet within Buckingham Palace, Philip was regarded with suspicion. One courtier wrote privately that he was rough, uneducated, and would probably not be faithful. But Elizabeth was deeply in love, and in the summer of 1947, the palace announced their engagement.
It is with the greatest pleasure that the King and Queen announced the betrothal of their dearly beloved daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, to Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, R.N.
On the 20th of November 1947, the newly created Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, stood within Westminster Abbey and exchanged marriage vows with the heir to the British throne.
I, Philip. I, Philip. Take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary. Take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary. To my wedded wife. To my wedded wife.
Again and again the people called for Elizabeth and Philip. Again and again they joyfully responded.
In 1952, the couple set off on a tour of the Commonwealth. The King came with them to the airport. It was the last time they were to see King George VI, who, unknown to his daughter, was in the final stages of lung cancer.
It was a farewell. It was also, as events turned out, goodbye.
It was at a hunting lodge in Kenya that Philip told his wife of her father's death. Someone who was there said Philip looked as though half the world had dropped on him. They returned to London to lead the national mourning.
And now here is the Queen.
His wife was now Queen. Philip was there in support, but he was never given the title Prince Consort, and his role was undefined. He channeled some of his restless energy into a boisterous social life. He and a group of male friends met every week in rooms above a restaurant in London's Soho. There were long, convivial lunches, visits to nightclubs, and glamorous companions. By the 1960s, Philip's life was more settled. He and the Queen had completed their family with 2 more children, Andrew and Edward, who joined Charles and Anne, and he had found a new role for himself.
Is it the 18th we're due back now?
80.
From his office in the palace, he promoted issues in which he had a personal interest.
40 minutes to get round the world. Well, it's going to be a bit of a rush. It may leave you a little bit muddled.
Yet diplomacy seemed alien to him. He urged British industry to pull its finger out and complained on American television that the royal family didn't have enough money.
Inevitably, if nothing happens, we shall either have to, I don't know, we may have to move into smaller premises, who knows?
He blundered on a state visit to China with the Queen. He made what he thought was a private remark about slitty eyes. It was a diplomatic gaffe which dominated the headlines and added to his reputation for making misjudged remarks.
It's all right, Snip.
Yet Philip had a sharp, inquiring mind and was determined to make a contribution of his own. The groundbreaking 60s film Royal Family was made largely at his instigation because he felt it was time for the family to show a more human face to the world.
The salad is ready.
Good.
And for many years he toured the globe as president of the then World Wildlife Fund, speaking out about the need to conserve nature.
We depend on being part of the web of life. We depend on every other living thing on this planet, just as much as they depend on us.
He promoted technology, helped underprivileged children, and had a lifelong interest in spiritual issues. But his most lasting creation was the scheme named after him, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which encouraged young people to realise their potential.
To give young people a chance to discover their own abilities for themselves as an introduction to the responsibilities and interests of the grown-up world, and incidentally, to make new friends and have a great deal of fun and satisfaction in the process.
Believe it.
No decade was more difficult for the royal family than the 1990s. The death of Diana, Princess of Wales, was both a family tragedy and a moment of tension for the monarchy. It was the Queen to whom the country looked for public comfort. It was Philip to whom the Queen turned for private support.
And still Prince William, with his head hung, walking next to his grandfather.
It was Philip whose gentle encouragement had persuaded William and Harry to walk behind their mother's coffin to her funeral. And, contrary to his sometimes insensitive image, it had been Philip who'd taken the lead in trying to understand the domestic problems of his children, prompted perhaps by his own memories of what it's like to marry into the royal family. Philip remained physically active at an age when most men would have relished retirement. He went carriage driving, and he was still carrying out more engagements than many younger members of the family. Some he did alone, such as this visit to British troops in Iraq.
How did you get into this?
But most he did with his wife. He was the figure a few paces behind the Queen, always looking out for her, and often guiding children through the barriers to present their flowers to her. By the time of his 90th birthday in June 2011, celebrated at his insistence with little fanfare, he'd accepted that it was time to slow down a little.
I reckon I've done my bit. I want to enjoy myself for a bit now. With less responsibility, less frantic rushing about, less preparation, less trying to think of something to say. On top of that, memories going. I can't remember names and things. Yes, I'm just sort of winding down.
There was little immediate evidence, though, of any winding down. Despite a serious health scare at Christmas 2011, when he had to be taken to hospital with a blocked coronary artery, he remained at the Queen's side for most of her Diamond Jubilee programme, which took them the length and breadth of the country. It wasn't until 2017 that the Duke, then aged 96, carried out his final solo engagement. It was a parade for the Royal Marines on the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. It was pouring with rain, but, as ever, duty took priority. He took his time meeting those on parade and taking the salute as the Marines marched past to bid him farewell. His life after that was much quieter, spent mostly at the Queen's estate at Sandringham. It was there in January 2019, while he was driving himself from the estate, that he survived a serious road accident. His vehicle overturned, he was badly shaken, and he surrendered his driving licence shortly afterwards. By now he was rarely seen in public. There were occasional appearances at family occasions such as weddings, yet he remained a supportive figure to the Queen and his family. Throughout his adult life, despite the formality of his position, Philip retained his own style of doing things. He made his own uncompromising mark on national life. He once summed up his approach in characteristically forthright fashion.
I've just done what I think is my best. I can't suddenly change my whole way of doing things. I can't change my interests. I can't change the way in which I react to things. It's part of that's somebody's style, and it's too bad. You've got to lump it.
Throughout all the monarchy's many ups and downs since the Second World War, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, the longest-serving consort in British history, was the restless outsider who put his wife and duty first. In doing so, he fulfilled his coronation oath of allegiance to Elizabeth, his Queen. Their marriage and his support were the essential foundations which underpinned the success of her reign. In a speech to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary, the Queen spoke of the debt that she and the country owed him.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
You are watching a special programme here on BBC News. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, at the age of 99. Prince Philip was by far the longest-serving consort in British history, a role that he shaped from the start.
Try and grow into it, and that was by trial and error. And there was no precedent. But if I asked somebody what you expect me to do, they all looked blank. They had no idea. Nobody had much idea.
He was 26 when he married the then Princess Elizabeth in 1947. Within 5 years, she would be Queen.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Tributes to the Duke and messages of condolence to the Queen have been sent from leaders around the world, including here in the UK.
We mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
In recent years, there had been signs the Duke of Edinburgh's health was declining. He'd been admitted to hospital a number of times throughout the last decade. He returned home to Windsor on the 16th of March after a month-long stay in hospital. His loss will be felt most keenly by the Queen, his family, and beyond.
People have been laying flowers outside the gates of Windsor Castle, where the Duke passed away peacefully this morning. And the flag is flying at half-mast at Buckingham Palace. We'll be looking back and reflecting on the Duke's extraordinary life of service and of duty. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, the palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Well, I'm joined now by our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell. Nick, as I said, tributes have been flooding in, and we've heard in the last few hours people remembering the Duke of Edinburgh with fondness and with affection. But it's probably worth taking a step back and reflecting at this moment on his legacy.
You know, he once described himself in a moment of modesty as a discredited Balkan prince of no particular merit. And yet, for 73 years as husband, for nearly 70 years as consort to his wife, the Queen, he was there in support. His was the support that mattered most. It was, I think it is fair to say, an incalculably important contribution to the success and stability of the reign. We owe him a debt greater than we will ever know. The words of the Queen herself, talking about her husband at the time of their golden wedding. My strength and stay, we're all familiar with that phrase. But at the time of the Diamond Jubilee, she described him as my constant strength and guide. This from a monarch who by then had been on the throne for 60 years. She was referring to her husband as her guide. And that, I think, gives us a real insight into the importance of the relationship that existed between them. We will look back eventually, I'm sure, when this reign does finally come to an end, on the reign of Queen Elizabeth II as being one of the most remarkable reigns in the long history of the British monarchy. And at this moment, with the passing of the Duke of Edinburgh, I think it is right to say that he did make a vital and huge and unrecognised and unappreciated contribution to the success and the stability, as I say, of that reign. And it's a moment of real national sadness in this country, and particularly, of course, for the Queen herself. There are tributes being paid from around the Commonwealth and elsewhere. From Australia, the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, he embodied a generation that we will never see again. From Canada, their Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, a man of great purpose and conviction. From the United States, from the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, his was a life distinguished by an inspiring ethic of dedicated service. There will be many, many tributes in this country and around the world, and we note that Parliament is to be recalled on Monday so that MPs and peers can pay their tributes.
It is, as you say, almost impossible to imagine the Queen's reign without him. And yet, by being her consort, he in fact had no formal constitutional position.
None at all. It's said that shortly after she took the throne, he ordered books about the role played by the Prince Consort Albert, who did have a constitutional role alongside Britain's previous Queen, Queen Victoria. He was never given that role, any constitutional role at all. And we know that this Queen, Queen Elizabeth, is a monarch of great constitutional propriety. She would never have entertained sharing state papers and matters of state with her husband. And there is no doubt that he found that difficult. I mean, he appreciated that that is how it had to be. They both, remember, they're both of royal background. They're third cousins. They're both great-great-grandchildren of Queen Victoria. So he knew the score, but nonetheless, because of his personality, because of his dominant personality, he would have gone far in the Royal Navy if he'd been able to stay in the Royal Navy. He found it, certainly in the 1950s, extremely difficult to find a role for himself. And the courtiers at the time were very suspicious of him. Rough and uneducated, said the previous George VI private secretary. They were suspicious of this man coming in. He hadn't come from their quarters, as it were. He didn't go to Eton. He wasn't from the Guards Regiment. He was Gordonston and the Royal Navy. He was an outsider. He was restless. He was iconoclastic. And that's why the courtiers, Buckingham Palace in the 1950s, was wary of him. But he found a role for himself. Eventually, it took a while, and he found the 1950s very frustrating. But he did then realise that he needed to carve out particular areas that would be his. The environment, the Duke of Edinburgh's award, now in 130 countries, something like 7 million people have taken part in that, and other spiritual matters. This was a man with a very keen intellectual curiosity, and he deployed that to effect, setting up the Windsor Conferences, they're called, on spiritual matters, on technology, and on a host of other things. Now, occasionally he put his foot in it, famously, he was known for his gaffes, but when you put all of that aside and look at the personality and the contribution in the round, I think you have to say that this was a man of distinction, a man of many facets, a man of a sharp mind, occasionally a sharp tongue, who did make a real contribution of his own.
It's so interesting that you call him iconoclastic, because younger viewers particularly will think of him as an old man. But he was, in his time, a real moderniser.
He absolutely was, yes. And in, of course, contrast to his wife, the Queen Elizabeth, is traditional. She, certainly back in the early years of her reign, she found it quite difficult, the public-facing aspect of being monarch and head of state. She's naturally shy and reserved, in complete contrast to Philip. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why she was so attracted to him. She recognised that he was aspects of his personality that she didn't possess, but which she wanted to sort of help shape her, help her and support her in her role as monarch. So, yes, he was a moderniser in the 1950s, when Buckingham Palace was staffed by very different people with very different attitudes to those now, and he wanted to shake it up. And the courtiers then were, as I was saying a moment ago, were reluctant, but he found a way. He did work his way into the system.
And it's important also to remember how dutiful he was. Even in his 90s, he was attending hundreds of events every year.
Yeah, I mean, like the Queen, they recognised that in each other. And I think because they were both from royal backgrounds, both from that generation, the wartime generation, which realised and saw duty as being the prerequisite of people in their position, in the privileged position in which they occupy in the United Kingdom and indeed in other countries. That was expected of them, and they never questioned it. The Duke of Edinburgh would have found it strange if he hadn't been fulfilling public duties even up to the age of 96 or whatever it was, when he retired in 2017. And I think he enjoyed it. I think I saw him once at the presentation of Gold Awards to people who'd gone through the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme. And he must then have been about 93 or 94. And he was energised by meeting all these young people. He needn't have done that. He needn't have spent the time that he did going from room to room at St James's Palace, meeting all these young people who'd got the Gold Award, and he just sort of fed off that. And that, I think, personified his approach to public life, that this was expected of him and he was going to go on and do it until he felt that he really could not do it any longer.
Theirs was a partnership of over 7 decades, the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, and they were very rarely apart. What is this going to mean now for the Queen? Well, I mean, they were apart quite a bit. I mean, although it was a very strong relationship, and there's no doubt at all, people who know them say she was absolutely devoted to him. She fell heavily in love with him. There was never anyone else, no other serious pursuer of her heart or in those early days when she was Princess Elizabeth. But they were, because they both took duty so seriously and recognised the nature of the job that they were doing, that they recognised that sometimes duty kept them apart. And after his retirement in 2017, the Duke of Edinburgh, before the pandemic started, was spending most of his time up at Sandringham on the estate up in Norfolk. And they were perfectly happy to be apart. Again, I think it's a generational thing. People nowadays may find that really quite curious. But with the pandemic, they both then were in isolation at Windsor Castle, and it is said that the Queen really enjoyed the fact that they were brought and forced back together again, and that they were able to spend time together again over this past year, because the Queen will have known, obviously, that time was limited. He was approaching his 99th, and then he's approaching now his 100th birthday, just 2 months short of his 100th birthday. So it cannot be
a surprise that the Duke has passed at this age, but nonetheless, after 73 years of marriage, it will still be a very considerable emotional shock to her to feel that finally the end has come.
Nick, for the time being, many thanks. Our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell there with his reflections on the Duke of Edinburgh. Well, we can speak now to our royal correspondent Sarah Campbell, who's outside Buckingham Palace for us. And Sarah, inevitably, Buckingham Palace, a focal point for people wanting to express their sadness.
Yes, Rita, you're absolutely right. I'm surrounded on both sides by members of the media from countless countries around the world, different accents along here, maybe 30 or 40 news crews, reflecting the fact that this is the death of a British figure, but one who was also a global figure. And as you say, Buckingham Palace is the place probably to people around the world which is most associated with the royal family and most associated perhaps with Prince Philip. How many times did we watch him on the balcony there? He went to thousands of garden parties, engagements. His last engagement back in August 2017 was in the forecourt of Buckingham Palace, where he signed off as the Captain General of the Royal Marines. So understandable, I think that people will want to come here and lay tributes, and they have been doing that steadily over the last 3 hours since the news broke. It's traditional for an announcement to be placed on the gates of Buckingham Palace for big royal news. That was done, but rather than being left there for 24 hours to allow people to come and read it and see it in person, it was taken down actually in less than an hour, and that's reflective of the fact that there is a pandemic ongoing, and there is a concern, I think, that although the palace, the royal family would like people to mourn and to remember Prince Philip, they want people to do it safely, and so anything which might draw crowds is going to be stepped away from, I think, over the next few days. So that's why the announcement is no longer there. I was down having a chat to some of the people, asking why they've come along. It's the Easter holidays. There's quite a few people in London at the moment anyway, but there was certainly a sense that people just wanted to come and either see what's going on or to lay some flowers. A couple of signs. One said, "To a true gentleman, thank you for your devoted service to our country." Another one said, "What a life. Thank you for your service to our country." So really the sort of overwhelming messages about thank you and a recognition that as the longest serving consort in British history, Prince Philip's sense of duty lasted for decades, and I think a thank you from the people for that. In terms of chatting to people, obviously there's young people here for whom maybe Prince Philip isn't such a figure in their lives. He, of course, as you said, retired in 2017, and really since then he's spent time away from the public eye as much as possible. We've seen him maybe at a few sort of family weddings, births, the odd photograph, but really he hasn't been a presence as he has been for so many of those decades before his retirement. I asked one 15-year-old who was down there what Prince Philip meant to her, and she said that she'd come down because it was mainly for her nan, who'd phoned her in tears, so upset at the death of Prince Philip. A young boy said, well, he was just really well known, and his mum said that he'll be missed. But I think everybody said actually today that they'll be thinking of the Queen, thinking of the fact that the Queen has lost her husband of 73 years. So there's the sense of loss of a public figure, but also a recognition that he was a husband, he was a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, and so there is a family in mourning today.
Sarah, of the sadness felt by different generations of people. While you were speaking, we were seeing pictures of the scene at Buckingham Palace, and it does look as if people have heeded the COVID-19 warnings and not come in large numbers.
I think you're right. People are being moved on. You maybe can't see that from your pictures, but people are being discouraged from standing around and sort of, if you have some flowers, lay them quickly and then move on. So that is the case. But, we have to remember that this is a pandemic. The pandemic is ongoing. And I was sort of saying earlier that actually that must be a sadness which will be shared by so many families actually across Britain and across the world, that over the last few months, which would turn out to be Prince Philip's final few months, his family, his large family, has been deprived of direct contact with him. He has, of course, been shielding in Windsor Castle alongside the Queen, which, as you heard Nick there say, was... Ironically, they probably managed to spend more time with each other over the last year than they perhaps otherwise would have done, because, of course, he's retired. She's very much not retired from public duties, so her duties would have kept her away from her husband. But on the flip side of the coin is that his children, his grandchildren, great-grandchildren, yes, they could Zoom or FaceTime or, contact via social media, but as Prince Charles said late last year, it's just not the same. It's not the same as giving someone a hug. So I'm sure that sense of it would have been nice to have spent more time physically with him over the last few months will be a sadness for the royal family, and I think will be a sadness that will be reflected in many families across the UK.
Sarah, for the time being, many thanks. That's Sarah Campbell there. Well, let's go now to Windsor and speak to our correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, who is there for us. And Helena, details have been released, I think, of the funeral arrangements for the Duke.
Yes, that's right, Rita. In the last couple of minutes or so, we've had some limited details about the funeral arrangements for the Duke of Edinburgh, which have come from the College of Arms. What they have said is that the funeral will not be a state funeral. His Royal Highness's body will lie at rest in Windsor Castle, here at Windsor Castle, ahead of the funeral, and the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral will take place in St George's Chapel, which is just behind us in the castle grounds there. The statement goes on to say this is in line with custom and with His Royal Highness's wishes. Of course, as Sarah touched on and you touched on, we are still living under various COVID restrictions at the moment and social distancing, of course. And the statement goes on to say the arrangements, and this is no surprise really, the funeral arrangements have been revised in view of the circumstances arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. And it also goes on to say, regretfully, they are requesting that members of the public do not attempt to attend or participate in any of the events that make up the funeral. So a few details about the funeral itself. The Duke of Edinburgh's body will lie at rest here at Windsor Castle ahead of the funeral in St George's Chapel just behind us, Rita.
Helena, you've been at Windsor for a little while now. Just describe to us the scene and the atmosphere.
Well, the Royal Standard is flying at full mast. That hasn't been lowered, and the reason is that is the one flag that is not lowered on occasions like this. But as the news rippled through this town at midday today, the people here, mainly local people, began to gather here outside the castle. There is, not surprisingly, a sombre, reflective mood here, and we might be able to just show you some of the flowers that have been laid over the past couple of hours or so by people. A couple of young children we saw laying some of the flowers with simple messages, one of them reading, "Rest in peace, Prince Philip," another one addressed to Her Majesty the Queen, which sent deepest condolences. There were dozens of people, and we can just probably show you a bit further down, there were dozens of people who had gathered here earlier on, but the crowds have moved on. I think what's happening now is people are perhaps spending a moment or two to reflect and then moving on. But it has become the focal point, of course, because this is where the Duke of Edinburgh died peacefully this morning. And for the Queen herself, I think people's thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen, who is now a widow. And her life will no doubt change now. She is no longer, or has no longer, her husband, who she described as her strength and stay. So thoughts from all those around here with Her Majesty the Queen here this afternoon.
Helena, many thanks. Our correspondent Helena Wilkinson there at Windsor. Well, for viewers just joining us, just to remind you that this is a special programme brought to you by BBC News following the announcement by Buckingham Palace of the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, the Palace said that His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Well, we can speak now to the royal biographer and broadcaster Giles Brandreth, who joins me now. Hello there. Thank you so much for joining us here on BBC News. You have written on the royal couple. You wrote a book on the marriage of the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh in 2004. We'll get to that in just a moment, but we've heard so much in the last few hours about the Duke's life, about what a long, interesting, richly textured life he lived. How do you think he'll be remembered?
Well, today it's the end of an era, the end of the extraordinary life of an extraordinary man. But the principal role that he had was to support the Queen. And if we regard the present Queen's reign as a success, and I think most people do, the joint author of that success has to be Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. That fundamentally was what he was all about. He did a multiplicity of other things that served many generations. When the news broke this morning, my grandson, now 16, happened to be doing charity work as part of trying to get his Gold Duke of Edinburgh's award. So he's impacted the lives of millions of people around the world. But essentially today is the day of feeling such sadness, such sympathy for the Queen, who met him when she was a little girl, who fell in love with him when she was a teenager, and who's been married to him since 1947, since before I was born, since before most of us were born. He was there at her side, her absolute rock. For the Queen, of course, driven by duty, she is sustained by faith, and it's her faith, I imagine, today that is for her the only consolation, and also a sense of gratitude to have had this companion for so long, and to have also had recent months with him. We keep hearing, and quite rightly, her quotation, well, two quotations, one where she talks about him being her strength and stay, and another where she talks about him being her constant strength and guide. But what I remember most, having seen them together, is how he made her laugh. He was a very funny man. He was a good companion. And it's easy to forget that nobody really treats the Queen quite normally. There's an invisible moat around the Queen at all times. Even her children, when they meet her first at the beginning of the day, have to bow or curtsy. The only person in the world who could treat the Queen as a woman, as a wife, was Prince Philip. And the only person in the world who could say to Prince Philip, "Oh, Philip, do shut up," was the Queen. And she did.
A unique position for both of them. You spoke about his unfailing support for the Queen, but we heard from our royal correspondent Nicholas Witch a little earlier that they were complete opposites as characters.
Totally. Nicholas is completely right on all of this. She is conservative. She is quite... She doesn't really want change. She follows precedent, whereas he was dynamic, questing, but between them, this tension seemed to work remarkably well. The Queen's private secretary once said to me, I said, "Why is she so conservative?" He said, "Oh, it's deliberate. She goes at the pace of the slowest person in the kingdom so that no one should ever feel left behind." And the Duke of Edinburgh was quite happy to leave people behind. He was racing ahead. He was a dynamo. Even in his 90s, the last time I saw him, the last time he attended one of the gold award ceremonies for the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, he was in his mid-90s, and he came into the room and ran towards the podium and jumped up on it. And one of his few consolations, I think, towards the end of his life, is that he was never photographed once walking with a stick. He was absolutely ramrod-backed right to the end. Quite a remarkable figure.
Indeed, indeed he was. Talk to us a little bit about his background, because he was both of royal blood, but saw himself as an outsider.
He was, both royal and an outsider. In fact, he was more royal than the Queen. Both the Queen and Prince Philip are great-grandchildren of Queen Victoria. But the Queen is only royal on her father's side. Prince Philip was royal on both sides of his family. There wasn't a king, queen, czar, Kaiser, to whom he wasn't related. But at the same time, his grandfather was the king of Greece, and indeed assassinated. His father was a prince of Greece and was forced into exile in the year that Prince Philip was born, back in 1921. And Prince Philip spent the first 10 years of his life, though royal, living in exile in Paris. And then, before he was 10, Prince Philip's family broke up. His mother had a nervous breakdown, and his father floated down to the south of France, where he ended up living with a girlfriend on a yacht. His parents split up, and the family really, well, it collapsed. His sisters married different German princes, but this was the 1930s, the rise of Nazism, and Prince Philip had this peripatetic childhood, educated mostly in Britain at Gordonstoun. But I once saw a visitor's book that he'd signed in the 1930s, and in the column he'd put his name, Philip of Greece, and then in the address column he'd simply put no fixed abode. So as a young man, he had no fixed abode. He never complained about this. Indeed, when I talked to him about it, he said, well, these things happen. That's life. You've just got to get on with it. And he did get on with it. And both his school, Gordonstoun, and then the Royal Navy, which he joined the end of the 1930s and his service during the war, they, in a sense, molded him. The man he was reflected that generation. He was reading, not long ago, a biography of Napoleon. The Emperor Napoleon died 200 years ago. And Napoleon once said that if you want to know what a man was like, think about the world, what the world was like in the year that man turned 21. And Prince Philip turned 21 in 1942 at the height of the Second World War. And he reflects that generation, often known as the greatest generation. He absolutely epitomized that sort of person, mentioned in dispatches during the Second World War, but he never talked about it. He, in fact, really didn't like talking about himself. One of his rules was, don't talk about yourself. Nobody's interested. He was outward looking as well as outward bound. And yet he and the Queen found this extraordinary partnership. One of my most vivid recollections of seeing them together was 10, 15 years ago, one of the last times they went to the Royal Variety performance. And in the interval, the Queen went into this reception area where lots of show business personalities were to greet her. And she, quite a small person, disappeared in the middle of the crowd. And I was standing by Prince Philip at the corner of the room, and he was holding his drink, and the Queen was in the middle of the room. And suddenly she looked up, looking for him, and she caught his eye, and he simply raised his glass to her and winked. And I thought, there it is. There is this special bond between these two people. No one else could do that for the Queen, and Prince Philip did. And so the sadness today must be that she really has lost her strength, her stay, and the man who always made her laugh.
Thank you so much for your memories and reflections there. That's Giles Brandreth, royal biographer and broadcaster. Thank you. Well, Prince Philip didn't often give interviews, but he did appear on BBC Radio 4's Today programme in 2016. The edition was guest edited by Lord Brown, the former chief executive of BP. Lord Brown persuaded him to talk about one of his perhaps more surprising passions, engineering. Lord Brown is himself a former president of the Royal Academy of Engineering, and he joins me now. Hello there. Thank you so much for joining us. This is a little-known fact about the Duke of Edinburgh. Where did this interest come from?
Post-war, I believe. He looked around after the Second World War and realised that one thing that could change the fortunes of this country, he called it skint in the interview I did with him, was manufacturing, and that meant engineering. So he started on pursuing engineering and supporting it through manufacturing. He then developed this great interest in conservation and realized that to keep an ever-increasing population of the world in health and looking to the future, engineers were going to solve the problem. They were going to create the infrastructure, the means whereby all of us to live on the planet without damaging the ecosystems beyond repair. And then finally, he realized that innovation was the thing that really mattered. That created great wealth. It created the future, wrote the future of great nations. And so all these three things were related to engineering. And he became a passionate engineer. he actually probably did more for engineering than almost anyone else I can think of. He brought it into the modern age and gave it respect and credibility.
That's fascinating. So he was a practical man and a forward-looking man as well. You had dealings with him over the interview that he did for you on Radio 4 and on previous occasions as well, I believe. And what was he like? What was he like to deal with?
Well, I'm sure everyone has said almost everything already, but he was very straightforward, very clear, didn't suffer trivial, unimportant statements too lightly. Didn't like generalities, wanted specifics, and most importantly, wanted practical things to happen. He was an action person, and he believed in delivery and getting things done, not moping around, not complaining, but actually saying, how can we do this? And that was very much in the spirit of what I believe engineers do, which is solve problems for humanity. And he always demonstrated that. We had plenty of discussions. We didn't always agree with each other, and he wouldn't expect people to agree. In fact, I think if you agreed too readily, he'd turn around and try and play with you and say, well, you know, to see if you can agree with something which is counter what you've just agreed to. So he wanted people to say what they think. He wanted to debate with them. And that kept him going, and it created new ideas and new things.
He sounds like a very engaged person, as well as being a committed person, that you got his full attention when you were talking to him.
Oh, yes, and I could see that whenever I escorted him around, meetings of engineers or exhibitions. He really wanted to find out about things and find out from them about what they were doing. And he would listen and he would engage. It wasn't just how interesting, thank you so much, and going to the next person. He actually wanted to find out about things. And he was, I remember going around one set of exhibition of winners of another medal from the Royal Academy of Engineering. And he would inquire of people, well, can this be exported? What can we do with it? Will it build a new industry? These were questions you wouldn't expect a prince to ask, but actually he was there, he was ready to go. And he was interested, and he compared and contrasted what he saw with other things he'd seen in his life. And so that gave him a very special place, because he could say, well, I saw this somewhere else. Did you think about that? These are very good questions.
So everything you said about him suggests an independent and free-spirited person. If he'd had a different life, another life, would he have made a good businessman?
There's no doubt he'd make a very good chairman of the board. I think he would have absolutely the right listening capability. He'd ask the acute questions. He wouldn't let a chief executive get away with a hand waving. He'd pin people to the ground. He'd make sure things happened. And he would encourage people because he understood how to motivate people as well. And, if you were not on top of your subject, you would doubtless find out pretty quickly from the Duke what he thought of you. So he didn't, he really got on with the job. So I think he'd make a great chairman. Pity that he couldn't have been. He's a great loss.
Thank you so much. That's Lord Brown, the former chief executive of BP. Thank you so much for your time.
It's a pleasure.
Well, soon after the announcement, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson made a statement outside Downing Street. He said that Prince Philip had earned the affection of generations.
Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth, and around the world. He was the longest-serving consort in history, one of the last surviving people in this country to have served in the Second World War. At Cape Matapan, where he was mentioned in dispatches for bravery, and in the invasion of Sicily, where he saved his ship by his quick thinking. And from that conflict, he took an ethic of service that he applied throughout the unprecedented changes of the post-war era. Like the expert carriage driver that he was, he helped to steer the royal family and the monarchy so that it remains an institution indisputably vital to the balance and happiness of our national life. He was an environmentalist and a champion of the natural world long before it was fashionable. With his Duke of Edinburgh award scheme, he shaped and inspired the lives of countless young people, and at literally tens of thousands of events, he fostered their hopes and encouraged their ambitions. We remember the Duke for all of this, and above all, for his steadfast support for Her Majesty the Queen.
Boris Johnson speaking outside Downing Street a little bit earlier, while the Labour Party leader Sir Keir Starmer has also paid tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh.
The UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country, and above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family, and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Well, we can speak now to our Deputy Political Editor, Vicky Young, who is at Downing Street for us. And Vicky, MPs are to be recalled given the Duke's death.
Yeah, that's right. Parliament at the moment is on its Easter break. The House of Commons was due to return on Tuesday, but they will come back on Monday. And at 2:30, you will hear a lot more of those kinds of tributes to the Duke of Edinburgh when the House of Commons gathers. Those tributes will be led by, of course, the Prime Minister, but all sorts of MPs, ministers, people, of course, who have come across the Duke over many, many years will pay their respects. Now, this is something they did actually on his 90th birthday, and during that time, I think you did get a real sense, not just of that public duty, but a sense of the man himself, and I'm sure many of them will have their own stories that they want to tell. So the focus, I think, then is going to be on what happens in terms of politics, and really it comes to a halt for a while. We are told that the Prime Minister spoke to Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, after he heard the news today, and they have agreed to suspend campaigning for the elections. As you'll know, lots of important elections going on, Scotland and Wales and in England. So there will be a pause in campaigning. We don't know how long for. Today there will be, behind the scenes, lots of talks going on about what happens next. There will be operational meetings. That first one of those will be at 4 o'clock as government departments look at what needs to happen next. Now, I'm told that what happens here is that government very much takes its lead from the palace when it comes to things like funeral arrangements. So they will facilitate really whatever the palace wants, but we do know that it won't be a state funeral. So really that normal input really from the government, for example, the Ministry of Defence would be involved if there was military pageantry. None of that will be happening on this occasion. And of course, everyone mindful of the fact that we are in a COVID pandemic. So already there's been some advice really going out to the public not to gather at royal residences. People, as we've seen, have been bringing floral tributes and all the rest of it. But the government, of course, has a responsibility to keep people safe, and they're urging people not to gather in large crowds. But I think you will get announcements from the government about things that need to be put out there in terms of public health and COVID, but you won't get a lot else. There will not be ministers going out there and putting out the normal kind of announcements you'd expect in government, and the normal political campaigning we would have expected this month will not be happening probably at least until the funeral.
OK, many thanks. Vicky Young there, our Deputy Political Editor outside Downing Street. Well, there have been tributes from all the nations, of course. The First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, has expressed her condolences.
I'm deeply saddened by the news that the Duke of Edinburgh has died, and my deepest personal condolences go to Her Majesty the Queen and the entire royal family. First and foremost, he was a husband, a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, and my thoughts are with all of those today who will be feeling a profound sense of loss and grief. In particular, the Queen. He was her husband of 74 years, and I think we can all imagine just how devastated she will be at his loss. Prince Philip, though, he lived a life of public service and deep devotion to the Queen. He had a close association, of course, with Scotland. He went to school in Scotland. I know that he enjoyed all of the time he spent at Balmoral. He had a very long association as Chancellor with the University of Edinburgh. But probably above all of that, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme transformed the lives and gave hope and inspiration to countless numbers of young people. So I think we should deeply appreciate the massive contribution that he made to public life and to the whole country.
The First Minister of Scotland speaking a little bit earlier. Well, our correspondent Stephen Godden is at Holyrood Palace, the Queen's official residence in Edinburgh. Stephen, just describe the scene as it is now and as it has been in the last few hours since news of the Duke's death happened.
A sombre scene outside the Palace of Holyrood House. This is, as you say, the official residence of the Queen here in Scotland, and it was here that the news of the Duke of Edinburgh's death was officially announced. It was just before 12:30 that the flag you see flying above the palace was lowered, and at that point a member of the palace staff came out and pinned a notice on the railings of the palace. It was up there for about an hour. A short statement on there. It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. The statement concluded that the royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. Now, the Palace of Holyrood House is, of course, geographically just across the road from the Parliament here, and as soon as the news had been announced, the flags outside Parliament were also lowered. The presiding officer of the Parliament expressing his sadness. You heard there from Nicola Sturgeon. She is among the many tributes coming from Scotland. Now, of course, as you've heard, Scotland is in the middle of an election campaign at the moment. Campaigning has now been suspended, and all of the leaders of the other parties have expressed their condolences as well. As far as the scene goes here, because of the situation with the pandemic, people very much being encouraged not to gather outside the gates. You can perhaps see the police officers over my shoulder there. The notice was only there for an hour or so. People walking past just reflecting on the message, reading it there. There is a bunch of flowers were left at the bottom, but people very much discouraged from doing that. Instead, in the coming days, there will be an online book of condolence.
And Stephen, it is worth remembering that the Duke of Edinburgh had many connections during the course of his long life to Scotland.
Yes, he certainly did. I mean, as far as the location we're standing in now, the Palace of Holyrood House, it was here every summer, every July, that the Duke of Edinburgh would accompany the Queen during Royal Week, official duties here in Edinburgh, and then would go on to spend much more time privately in Balmoral. And of course, this is the city from where he took the title Duke of Edinburgh. He was awarded it in 1947, the day before he was married, and he then carried the name of Edinburgh around the world. And it is for that reason that a former Lord Provost here said that he was the best ambassador the city could have. Beyond that, he was Chancellor of the university for more than 50 years, where he really had that reputation for inquisitiveness and a deep yearning for knowledge of how the university works. And I think it really is these kind of connections that people are reflecting on today.
OK, many thanks. That's Stephen Godden, our correspondent outside Holyrood Palace. Well, the Duke had been in hospital recently. Our health correspondent Catherine Burns is here with me now. And Catherine, the Duke of Edinburgh was seen as being a man of remarkably robust health for many years. But the last decade, he was in hospital a few times.
Yeah, so if we start with this most recent episode, really, it started on the 16th of February. He was checked into the hospital, the King Edward VII private clinic in London. Now, at this stage, we were told that he'd been feeling unwell for a few days, but it was a precaution that he would rest and recuperate. Actually, 13 nights later, we saw an ambulance leaving that hospital. And at first, people thought maybe that he'd been discharged, that he was going home. Actually, he was being transferred across London to St Bartholomew's Hospital. Now, this is the oldest hospital in the UK, but when it comes to cardiac care, it is one of the absolute best. And sure enough, Buckingham Palace put out a statement saying that, yes, he was being treated for an infection, but also was having some tests on a pre-existing heart condition. A few days later, he had a procedure on that heart condition. We were told that it was a success. He spent another 2 weeks in hospital, though, before he went home. So in total, he had a month, 16th of February to the 16th of March in hospital. In that time, as far as we know, only one member of the royal family, Prince Charles, managed to see him. So like so many other people during this pandemic, he had that experience of being ill in hospital without being able to see his loved ones face to face. And then just over 3 weeks at home in Windsor Castle with the Queen, which hopefully will be some kind of comfort to them.
Very difficult, as you say, a difficulty that's been experienced by so many families during this pandemic. Let's take a little look back at the last few years of the Duke's life, because as I said, he was remarkably strong and robust until the last 10 years.
He was a sportsman. He spent, so much of his life out doing energetic things. It was really when he was 90 that the first sort of problems started. So that was back in 2011. And actually the royal family were together in Sandringham when he had some chest pains. So he was flown by helicopter to hospital, and then he had a procedure, which we know was a stent. Now this essentially is when you have a metal tube inside a balloon that's inserted into a coronary artery to remove a blockage. That procedure went very well, and actually a few months later, his grandson Prince Harry said that it had given his granddad a new lease of life. Actually, though, there were a few more problems after that. So in 2012, he had to go to hospital a few times with some bladder infections. In 2013, he was admitted to hospital for exploratory surgery on his abdomen. And actually, the day that happened, the Queen was visiting this building, New Broadcasting House, and on the day, one of the presenters said to her, "How is he?" And she said, "He's not ill." And actually, after that, he went on to work for another 4 years. He didn't retire from royal duties till 2017. So a very, very long, active, dutiful life.
A man of great stamina.
Yeah.
Catherine, many thanks. Our health correspondent, Catherine Burns there. Well, leaders from around the world have been paying tribute. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said, "It was with deep sadness that I learned of the passing of the Duke of Edinburgh today, a man of great purpose and conviction who was motivated by a sense of duty to others. Prince Philip contributed so much to the social fabric of our country and the world." Prince Philip will be remembered as a decorated naval officer, a dedicated philanthropist and a constant in the life of Queen Elizabeth II. The thoughts of all Canadians are with her and the entire royal family as they mourn this significant loss. And another tribute has come in, this time from the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who said, "My thoughts are with the British people and the royal family on the passing away of His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. He had a distinguished career in the military and was at the forefront of many community service initiatives. May his soul rest in peace." Well, in a moment, we'll talk to Rajini Vaidyanathan in Delhi, but first to Lebo Diseko, who is in Washington. And Lebo, what public comments have there been at this announcement?
Well, Rita, we are still awaiting a statement from the White House, but we have had a statement from Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, expressing condolences on behalf of all of Congress, saying the US Congress extends condolences for the passing of Prince Philip, whose life was distinguished by an inspiring ethic of dedicated service. We've also had a statement from former President George W. Bush, who expressed his condolences on behalf of himself and his wife Laura, and spoke about the fact that he had had the opportunity to spend time with Prince Philip and experience his wit and charm. The statement said that he knows that that will be missed, and expressed his condolences to the Queen and the British people. But we are expecting a statement from the White House. We're not entirely sure when it will come for that.
Lebu, many thanks. Lebu Diseko there in Washington. Let's go now to Rajini Vaidyanathan in Delhi. And Rajini, the Queen, of course, well known for her great dedication to the Commonwealth, but that will have been the case too for the Duke of Edinburgh. Just talk us through his ties to the region.
Well, it's interesting, actually, because even before he married into royalty, Prince Philip had deep connections to South Asia. His uncle was Lord Mountbatten, the first Governor-General of an independent India and the last Viceroy of India. So he already had connections to this country back then. But also, when he was in the Royal Navy, he was stationed during the Second World War in Sri Lanka, known back then as Ceylon. So they were his ties back then. Now, when he married the Queen, he and Her Majesty visited India on a number of occasions. I think we actually have some pictures that we can show you of their royal visit in 1961 when they were guests of India on Republic Day. And during that visit, they visited the Taj Mahal. They travelled to a number of cities, including Jaipur. And actually, Rita, Prince Philip and the Queen have very close links with the royal family in Jaipur. And there's a lovely anecdote that I was reading that members of the royal family in Jaipur would always send a box of Alfonso mangoes to Prince Philip on his birthday because he was so fond of them.
And there are no better mangoes than Alfonso mangoes, as we know. Regini, how will the Duke of Edinburgh be remembered in India?
Well, I think it's those personal connections that are really what will run deep. The fact that he's visited on a number of occasions. But here's something that struck me as well. Of course, in the UK, as you know, the Duke of Edinburgh scheme is a big thing in schools, but it actually has also been a big thing in schools here in India. So somebody was telling me how they remember when they were at school doing the Duke of Edinburgh here in India, but actually meeting Prince Philip on one of his visits to India, and he personally gave her the award, and she will always remember that as just a wonderful memory of him. And so, you know, I think that is what will strike people, is just, of course, we know the ties, post-colonial and, of course, colonial ties between the two countries, and, you know, the deep impact that the royal family has. And you mentioned Prime Minister Modi's statement there. I mean, he mentioned himself that Prince Philip was at the forefront of many community service initiatives. So I was quite struck at how many people have mentioned the Duke of Edinburgh scheme here to me in India as well as one of his lasting legacies.
It's very interesting because a lot of people will know the Duke of Edinburgh without realising that they do, because they took part in that scheme. And in that sense, his influence really has been extremely broad.
Exactly, as you say. It is worth mentioning we've also had a statement from Prime Minister Imran Khan in Pakistan that's just come in not too long ago, who also sends his condolences. He said Britain has lost a wise elder who imbued a unique spirit of public service. So once again, the reason I'm mentioning that is that public service is something that really is noted here in the region.
Regini, many thanks. Our correspondent in Delhi, Regini Vaidyanathan there. You are watching a BBC News special programme. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, at the age of 99. Prince Philip was by far the longest-serving consort in British history, a role he shaped right from the start. He was 26 when he married the then Princess Elizabeth in 1947. Within 5 years, she would be Queen.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Tributes to the Duke and messages of condolence to the Queen have been sent from leaders around the world, including here in the UK.
We mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
In recent years, there had been signs that Prince Philip's health was declining. He'd been admitted to hospital a number of times throughout the last decade. He recently returned home to Windsor on the 16th of March after a month-long hospital stay. His loss will be felt most keenly by the Queen, his family, and beyond. People have been laying flowers outside the gates of Windsor Castle, where the Duke passed away peacefully this morning. And the flag is flying at half-mast at Buckingham Palace. Well, if you are just joining us, we are broadcasting a special programme following the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family joins with people around the world in mourning his loss." Well, we can speak now to our royal correspondent, Sarah Campbell, who's outside Buckingham Palace for us. And Sarah, when we spoke a little earlier, you said that people were coming down to Buckingham Palace to express their sadness and lay flowers.
That's right, Rita. And what's interesting is that there's a real mix of ages when you walk amongst the crowd. So there are young people. One girl told me she'd come down because her grandma had wrung her in tears when she heard the news, and she wanted her granddaughter to go and lay a tribute or just be here. Other people saying they just wanted to come down to Buckingham Palace. Buckingham Palace, of course, the London home of the royal family, the building perhaps around the world most associated with Prince Philip and the Queen, so understandable that people would want to come here. There was an announcement posted on the railings of Buckingham Palace, but normally that announcement of the death would have been left up for around 24 hours, but it was taken down within an hour because there is a real concern that while the royal family understand that people will want to mourn and reflect on Prince Philip's life and death, what they don't want to happen is for crowds to gather. So actually at Buckingham Palace there, people are being moved on, so they are laying tributes. They are standing there, but they're not being allowed to stand there for very long. But I guess wanting to come down and remember all the times that they will have seen Prince Philip on the balcony there of Buckingham Palace, thousands of people he would have spoken to in the grounds of Buckingham Palace for one of the garden parties that are held every year, and indeed his very final solo engagement. He did 22,000 solo engagements over a life that was dedicated to service and public duty. That was here in August of 2017. It was a Captain General's parade. He was sort of saying goodbye as Captain General of the Royal Marines. They played for He's a Jolly Good Fellow. He left the forecourt. It was chucking it down with rain, and he had a little sort of tear in the corner of his eye. And it was a real seminal moment, a very moving moment, because it really was the end of a life of public service. And since then, really, we haven't seen much of Prince Philip in public life. He did retire. He said himself he thought he'd done his bit, which can't be any exaggeration. And so he spent much of the last few years on a cottage at Sandringham until, of course, last March with the pandemic, when he relocated to Windsor Castle and spent really the last year almost solely with the Queen at Windsor Castle in their own sort of little bubble. And so perhaps, hopefully today, it's some comfort to the Queen to know that they did spend 12 months together. It would prove to be the final 12 months of Prince Philip's life, and hopefully that's some comfort. And I'm sure they spent many hours talking and reflecting on what an extraordinary life they've both lived.
Yes, indeed. And Sarah, I know that you've spent some time talking to people who have come to lay flowers. What have people been saying to you?
As I say, I mean, there's a sense of sadness amongst the crowd. A young boy, I said that there was a real mix of ages, and it's really interesting. One young lad said it was an end of an era, that Prince Philip represented sort of an end of a generation, which is quite interesting. I asked another 15-year-old what Prince Philip meant to him, and he said, well, he's just really famous. His mum, who was there, said he'll just be really missed. And then grandmother said overwhelmingly that we're just thinking about the Queen and the loss that she has suffered. I mean, remember, they were married for 73 years, longer than most of us have been alive. And so thoughts, I'm sure, will be with her, having lost her partner for life, and somebody who she has talked about as being her strength and her stay, and certainly the one who has been the rock throughout her role as Queen, which, you know, is a unique role, potentially a very lonely role, but was made much less so by the constant presence of her husband, Prince Philip.
Sarah, we should say that viewers were just seeing there the sign, the announcement that was put up on the gates announcing the Duke of Edinburgh's death, but that has now been taken down. I think you mentioned earlier, in order to discourage people from staying and reading and being in crowds.
Absolutely right. I mean, we are in the middle of a pandemic. I mean, there are people behind me, some people who, it's the Easter holidays, of course, the schools are off, so people might have been here anyway. But yes, those announcements of any big royal event, important royal national event, will be posted on the railings of Buckingham Palace. And normally it would have stayed there for much longer. But there is a real desire, a real understanding that they don't want to have anything which might attract crowds of people, because it's, you know, it's simply not safe at the moment. And so I think that is going to be a consideration, very much a consideration for the authorities as we go through the next few days, is working out how best such an important life in the history of this country, how Prince Philip's life can be celebrated and mourned, but in a way which, of course, has to respect the restrictions of the pandemic. So, as I say, people are coming today. They were reading the notice, but they're being asked to queue and then to read it and then move on. And now people, when they come and lay flowers, they are being asked to move on.
Sarah, thank you very much. That's our royal correspondent, Sarah Campbell, there, live outside Buckingham Palace. We can go to Windsor now and to our correspondent Helena Wilkinson. And Helena, Sarah there was talking about thoughts turning to how the Duke of Edinburgh's life can be celebrated and how his passing can be mourned. And in the last hour or so, you've had some details about arrangements for his funeral.
Yes, that's right, Rita. So in the last hour, some detail from the College of Arms about the funeral arrangements, as Sarah touched on there. We are still living under COVID restrictions, so that had to be taken into account when arranging the funeral. But the details we've had so far, and I think we will get more details over the next day or so, is that the Duke of Edinburgh's body will lie in rest here at Windsor Castle ahead of the funeral, which will take place at St George's Chapel, which is just behind us in the grounds of Windsor Castle. The statement goes on to say that this is in line with custom and also with His Royal Highness's wishes. There is also a note about the funeral arrangements having been revised, of course, because of the COVID restrictions, and they also say that they regretfully request that members of the public do not attempt to attend or participate in any of the events that make up the funeral. So some details about the funeral. I think we, of course, can expect more to come perhaps in the next hours or days or so. But here at Windsor Castle, the Royal Standard, which is the flag meaning that the Queen is in residence, is flying at full mast here. That is the only flag that will not be lowered on this occasion. But here in Windsor, a town which has seen over the years many royal events, both happy and sad, today it is one of quiet reflection. And I think you can probably make out, we can just show you some of those flowers that have been left by mainly local people who have come to pay their respects to the Duke of Edinburgh. We spoke to one young boy, and interestingly, Sarah was saying that there were a number of young people who had turned up with family to lay flowers at the palace. Well, similar here as well. One boy, when we asked him why he had come to the castle, he said, "I like the Queen," was his response. And his name was Oscar, and he left a very sweet card with the words, "Your Majesty, so sorry about hearing about your amazing husband." Another local woman who we spoke to, who came again to leave flowers, said, "It's really sad. I just wanted him to get to 100 years old." The Duke of Edinburgh, of course, a couple of months off his 100th birthday. But what we're showing you now is just the way down from the castle itself. Over the past 4 hours or so since the news that the Duke had died. That news rippled through this town. People have been coming over a number of hours, but not in huge numbers. I think people are very well aware, of course, of the COVID restrictions. They've been coming, perhaps spending a bit of time reflecting and leaving flowers here as well. The flowers will no doubt be comfort to the Queen, who over the past year, she and her husband had isolated here at Windsor Castle. They were in a very small bubble with household staff here at the castle. The Duke celebrated his 99th birthday here last year, and they had a very quiet celebration for their 73rd wedding anniversary, spending more time over the past year together as a couple than in previous years. Inside the castle, the Queen, now a widow, life will look very different for her now. And those people who've gathered outside here, Rita, no doubt their thoughts will be with Her Majesty the Queen this evening.
I'm sure that's right. For the time being, thank you very much indeed. That's our correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, there outside Windsor Castle. Well, as we've been hearing, tributes have been paid from around the UK and around the world to Prince Philip, the Queen's husband of 73 years. Richard Galpin reports.
It was shortly before 12:30 this afternoon that the easel with the official announcement that the Duke of Edinburgh had died was carried here to the gates of Buckingham Palace. It said it was with deep sorrow that Her Majesty announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. Since then, tributes have been pouring in, including from the country's most senior politicians.
It was with great sadness that a short time ago I received word from Buckingham Palace that His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh has passed away at the age of 99. Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world.
The UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country, and above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family, and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
Here in Holyrood House in Scotland, the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, paid her tribute.
Everybody across Scotland, I know, will want to convey, first and foremost, the condolences that we all feel for the Queen in particular, but for the Duke of Edinburgh's whole family at what is a very, very sad time for them. First and foremost, they are a family, and I think all of our thoughts are with them today.
There were tributes too from the First Ministers of Northern Ireland and Wales.
He had a profound and positive impact on thousands of our young people who found their purpose, passion and place in the world through participation in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards.
On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales, I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion.
Besides the politicians, other leading figures in the country have expressed their sadness. In a statement, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, said he joined with the rest of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth in mourning the loss of the Duke of Edinburgh and gave thanks for his extraordinary life of dedicated service. And here at Aintree Racecourse, flags are at half-mast in tribute to the Duke, who was an honorary member of the Jockey Club. There's also been a 2-minute silence ahead of today's first race in the Grand National Festival. The death of the Duke of Edinburgh has also brought tributes from around the world. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi said his thoughts were with the British people and the royal family on the passing away of the Duke of Edinburgh. He had a distinguished career in the military and was at the forefront of many community service initiatives. May his soul rest in peace. And this from the former US President George W. Bush, who said the Duke had devoted himself to worthy causes and to others. He represented the United Kingdom with dignity and brought boundless strength and support to the sovereign. There can be no doubt the Duke leaves a lasting legacy, his unwavering support for the Queen and his patronage of a large number of charities.
And that look back was by our correspondent Richard Galpin. Well, tributes have been pouring in, of course, from across the world to the Duke of Edinburgh. And we've just had a statement by President Joe Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden on the passing of Prince Philip. And it reads, "On behalf of all the people of the United States, we send our deepest condolences to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the entire royal family and all the people of the United Kingdom on the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. Over the course of his 99-year life, he saw our world change dramatically and repeatedly. From his service during World War II to his 73 years alongside the Queen and his entire life in the public eye, Prince Philip gladly dedicated himself to the people of the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and to his family. The impact of his decades of devoted public service is evident in the worthy causes he lifted up as patron, in the environmental efforts he championed, in the members of the armed forces that he supported, in the young people he inspired, and so much more. His legacy will live on not only through his family, but in all the charitable endeavours he shaped. Jill and I are keeping the Queen and Prince Philip's children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren in our hearts during this time." So a very personal and full statement of tribute and remembrance by President Joe Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden. Well, the former Prime Minister Theresa May has also been amongst those speaking in the past few minutes.
Well, I think the whole nation is in mourning at the loss of Prince Philip. And my thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen, who has lost the man who was her strength and stay for over 70 years. Prince Philip was a remarkable man, a man of many interests, and he put those interests and his talents to the service, the selfless and committed service of the Queen and the country. I think we have so much to be grateful to him for, probably more than many will ever know. Well, I remember him as somebody who was, of course, that tremendous support for Her Majesty the Queen, but also as a man of many talents. He was an engineer, an inventor, a sportsman. He loved cricket. He had so many different interests. He knew about agriculture. He was incredibly knowledgeable about so many different things. And, of course, a very dry sense of humour. So I will remember him predominantly as somebody who gave that support to Her Majesty, but also had so many interests, among which, of course, was his interest in ensuring that young people were encouraged to aspire, to have their horizons stretched, which, of course, so many millions have seen through the Duke of Edinburgh's awards. I remember one occasion particularly, which actually took place at an event locally where I happened to be sitting next to him a few years ago, and he was talking to me about climate change. And he, of course, is somebody who'd been in many ways ahead of his time in thinking about the issue of climate change and the environment and caring about that. But he was also incredibly knowledgeable. So it was always fascinating to listen to him and to hear him expressing not just views, but his knowledge of these various subjects. I thought he was easy to speak to because he had so many different interests and was so knowledgeable on all of them. But also he did have a very dry sense of humour. You had to understand that he had a dry sense of humour. But he always he wanted to put people at their ease. I think that was important to him. I think he recognised that when the Queen, when they both, or when he visited groups of people, they were obviously perhaps a little bit apprehensive at meeting him or at meeting the Queen, but they wanted to put people at their ease.
The former Prime Minister Theresa May. Well, our Deputy Political Editor Vicky Young is at Downing Street for us, and Vicky, MPs will themselves be marking Prince Philip's death in the coming days.
Yeah, that's right. Parliament at the moment is on its Easter recess, so they're not around, but they will be recalled the House of Commons on Monday, and at 2:30 tributes to Prince Philip will be led by the Prime Minister, and of course all sorts of former Prime Minister, as we heard there, but other ministers and MPs who will have come across the Duke over the years. I'm sure we'll have plenty of tributes and also anecdotes as well. That's certainly what happened when the Commons paid tribute to Prince Philip on his 90th birthday. So that is due to happen on Monday. Now, we know that the Prime Minister, after he heard the news when he was working here this morning, he spoke to Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, and they've agreed to suspend campaigning for all those elections going on across the United Kingdom. Now, we don't know how long that suspension will go on for, but really normal politics will be paused. There's, according to the government website, a national mourning of 8 days, and I think during that time we will not be getting the normal government announcements that you might expect from ministers. They will, of course, still be telling the public about anything to do with public health, and particularly, of course, the coronavirus pandemic. So we can expect that to be happening, but not all of the other announcements that you might normally expect to happen. Now, there will be meetings too, sort of operational meetings, really. And what's going on behind the scenes now is there will be discussions being really led by the palace. I'm told that that's what happens here. The government really facilitates the wishes of the palace when it comes to things such as funeral arrangements. We won't know the details of that until the decision has been made and it is announced by Buckingham Palace. So all of that to come, but I think most people assuming that if you look back at previous occasions, the death of the Queen Mother, for example, when she laid in state in Westminster Hall, part of the oldest part of the Palace of Westminster, just across the road, that is very, very unlikely to happen. And already there's been some guidance put out by government sort of urging people really not to gather in large groups because of the COVID pandemic outside royal residences, even though, as we've seen from other correspondents around the country, that many people very much want to do that. The government urging caution because we're still in the middle of that pandemic.
Indeed. Thank you so much. That's Vicky Young there, our Deputy Political Editor in Downing Street for us. Well, reaction from around the world to the Duke's death has continued since the news was announced. And joining me now is Fabian Picardo, who is the Chief Minister of Gibraltar. Hello there to you, Mr. Picardo. Just wanted to know your thoughts and reflections on this sad day.
Well, of course, our thoughts are immediately with Her Majesty the Queen and with other members of the royal family who have lost, not as we have, a member of the hierarchy of our institutions of government, but a loved member of their family. And in Gibraltar, the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, was very much loved. He was here often on occasion. He's visited us more than perhaps other members of the royal family have been able to. He brought the Royal Yacht Britannia alongside himself in 1957. He flew in himself, piloting the aircraft that brought him to Gibraltar in 1996. So he has a long track record of knowing Gibraltar and of supporting the people of Gibraltar.
I don't know what your own interactions with the Duke of Edinburgh were like, but give us a sense of the sort of man he was as you found him.
Well, I remember all the times I had the privilege of speaking to him. He was always full of support for the Gibraltarians, full of the recounting of memories of his time in Gibraltar, wishing us well. And it always sticks in my mind that he would always ask me how the convent was. And the convent is the residence of the governor in Gibraltar, where the Duke of Edinburgh would have stayed on each of his occasions in Gibraltar, some of them quite extended. He spent 10 days here at one stage. He opened our Legislative Council back in 1950. So a very strong relationship with Gibraltar that the people of Gibraltar have always wanted to ensure we remember with fondness.
And you're speaking, of course, as the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, but I wondered about sentiment more widely in Gibraltar. How will people be feeling about this news?
Well, this is a moment of mourning across the whole of the British family of nations. I know that I speak for all of the people of the overseas territories, not just Gibraltar, in saying that this, of course, is a moment when we will all want to join in the expressions of sadness to Her Majesty and of joining in the mourning of all of the members of the British family of nations.
Okay. Many thanks. That is the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, Fabian Picardo. Thank you so much for your time. Well, I want to take you over to Sandringham now and to our correspondent, Alex Dunlop, who is there for us. And Alex, a quiet scene as we can see, but I wonder what sort of reaction there's been locally to this news.
Well, I think it's a very quiet part of northwest Norfolk. Certainly the reaction I've been getting from local people is sadness, yes, not surprise. But I think above all, a sense of real respect. They called him the Duke here. And I think it's very significant because he was not just the Duke of Edinburgh, but he was also a very important neighbour at Sandringham. What a lot of people may not fully appreciate is that he effectively lived here for much of the last 4 years after stepping down from royal duties in 2017. So certainly he commanded huge loyalty and respect from the hundreds of state workers and people who lived on the state, and even from the wider community. I would say within the last couple of hours since I've been here, about 1 in 3, 1 in 2 people, couples who've been arriving, have been carrying flowers. And what they've been doing is walking from the visitor centre here at Sandringham through a wood to the iconic Norwich gates, where they've been laying bouquets of flowers. And I think there's an expectation that many more people will turn up, because in the last hour or so, they've been the estate workers here have been laying down a wood chip pathway to the Norwich gates. And I'd say at the Norwich gates right now there's about 2 dozen, 3 dozen flowers, bouquets of flowers. Sandringham House, just to give you a sense of the geography, is just beyond that wall over there. Now, importantly, this is not a royal residence, it's not a royal estate, it's a private house owned by the Queen. She inherited it from her father in 1952. And Prince Philip didn't live in the house. He actually spent most of his time at a much more informal cottage called Wood Farm, a couple of miles away in a very quiet, secluded part of the estate, 5-bedroom cottage. And since he retired, that then just gave him the chance to wind down, take breath, and just enjoy his later years. He'd be spent his time painting, shooting, talking to friends, entertaining and reading, and that is what he enjoyed about his latter years here. Sadly, he passed away, as I say, at Windsor Castle. He wasn't able to be here for the last few weeks of his life because he had effectively bubbled with the Queen in Windsor. But certainly this part of the world will miss him very, very much indeed.
Thank you so much. That's Alex Dunlop there at Sandringham for us. Well, Andrew Marr, my colleague, has presented the history of modern Britain, looking at post-war Britain and the Diamond Queen series, as well about the reign of Queen Elizabeth II. And as you can see, he is with me now. Andrew, I don't know if you had time to look at the statement released by President Biden, in which he tried to encapsulate the incredibly long life and the huge history that the Duke of Edinburgh has lived through.
I think this is very much a moment for thinking about perspective in the longer term. Biden's been around for a very long time as well, but when you're looking at the Duke of Edinburgh, you're thinking of somebody who was there to witness the defeat and the surrender of the Japanese imperial forces at the end of the Second World War. You know, I've been reflecting, looking at the pictures. Our royal family, like all royal families around Europe, all the male members at least, have a huge layer of medals on their chests all the time, lots of clanking metalwork on every role you can think of. This is a man who actually earned his in combat. 2 very, very decisive and important battles in the Second World War where he was fighting. He was the youngest, I think, first lieutenant in the Royal Navy at one point. A very, very brave, but also he's just that great scale of history, because we as a country have changed so much, haven't we, from the hierarchical, almost all-white, very imperial connected, rather military, buttoned-up country at the end of the Second World War to the country we are today, a very, very different country, a huge span of history. And the Duke of Edinburgh, like the Queen, has been there with us all the way through, observing. You know, here is somebody who knew all the key leaders of the Soviet Union when it was at the height of its power, who has known every single important 20th century European leader since the war, who has seen it all in front of him. And therefore, you reflect, we are losing, as it were, a living part of our collective history. Whatever you think of monarchy, monarchy goes on and on, generation after generation. A presidential system, you get 4 years, or maybe if you're lucky, 8 years, or whatever it is, and then you've gone. Because of the monarchy, he has been at the epicenter of British power since the 1940s, and that is an extraordinary thing. That is partly why I think a lot of people are reflecting this is a more emotional moment, perhaps, than they were expecting.
So, as you say, the country has changed enormously in these 7 or 8 decades. What about Prince Philip's position, the way in which he's perceived? Because he was a moderniser when he was a young man, wasn't he? But for many younger viewers, he will be seen as somebody old.
A big, hierarchical, traditionalist figure. But no, when he arrived, he was a complete outsider. He wasn't British. He was sort of Danish, Russian, a little bit Greek, a little bit German. I think his, if I can remember it, his original surname was Sonderburg, Glucksburg, Schleswig-Holstein. Then became Battenberg and then Mountbatten and then Windsor. So he was an outsider. He was part of that extraordinary vast web of post-Queen Victoria royals all over the European continent. But his father was in exile, very nearly got himself put up against a wall and shot after an unsuccessful war. He arrives as an exile. His family break into all sorts of different parts, and he comes to fall in love with the Queen, and it was a love match from when they were teenagers. As an outsider, he arrives in a very, very authoritarian, prickly, old-fashioned British monarchy. They don't like him much. He doesn't like them much. And he spends a lot of time pressing against the pressures of the royal family, trying to get them to open up more, trying to get some of the more obscure and extreme aspects of hierarchy and court protocol removed. He environmentalizes and greens the monarchy very, very early on. But he had to make his own role. There was no set job. When he asked around, he said, what is the job of the consort? Nobody knew. There had not been a consort since Albert, really. And that was in Victorian times. And he modelled himself on Albert. Another outsider, Albert, was a German, of course, who comes in and tries to modernise Queen Victoria's England, the Victorian monarchy, in a very different age, a very different way. And in a sense, I think, the Duke of Edinburgh modelled himself on Albert and had, in many ways, as much success. They're a very, very ambiguous person, a very complicated man, much more sensitive and rather soulful, I think, behind this great prickly defence. Not the difficult, rebarbative man, always dropping clangers, always saying offensive things that some people think about. More interesting than that.
A difficult role for an independent-minded, strong-willed person, because he had to play second fiddle to the Queen all the time.
He was always 2 steps behind, like an Indian bride, as they say. He was always standing behind. He was a very, very impatient, energetic, intellectually curious man, constantly challenging people and things. I think it must be a very, very boring life to be a member of the royal family, frankly, Rita. I think, once you've seen 200 or 300 military parades, you've probably had enough of them. Endless standing around waiting for other people to make speeches, endless observing things. And I think some of his remarks and his comments come from somebody who just got bored a lot of the time and wanted to ask questions, wanted to provoke, wanted to jab people in the chest and get the response. That made him difficult as far as the press was concerned, because they were expecting, as it were, a completely predictable figure who would just say the kind of things you expect a member of the royal family to say, and he was never like that. He was always surprising, as I found out to my cost occasionally.
Tell us more.
No, well, I've already explained. I was involved in a conversation about Charles Darwin, and I was, like many people when they first meet somebody like the Duke of Edinburgh, or indeed the Queen, slightly, perhaps more than slightly nervous and probably babbling on in an inconsequential way. And he wanted to know how important I thought Darwin was in the world of Victorian Britain. And I think Darwin was the single most important Victorian. I think he did more to reshape collective humanity's view of the world than anybody else in his time, and therefore was really more important than any of the prime ministers or generals or anything else. And I sort of explained that in a burbling way, and he paused. It was a pregnant pause, and he stared at me and he said, I intensely dislike generalizations. And I felt absolutely crushed, because, he would always come back with something sharp and to the point. He was never somebody who enjoyed euphemism or smoothing over language.
We heard exactly the same from Lord Brown, who had dealings with him, that he liked to be absolutely to the point. We should just reflect, before you go, Andrew, on the fact that the Queen, who has had a 73-year marriage to the Duke of Edinburgh, now finds herself a widow.
It must be a very, very difficult day for her, and the next few weeks and months are going to be pretty horrible too. She always relied on him, whether he was at her side physically or whether he was at the other end of a telephone. She always wanted to know what he thought about important matters in terms of things inside the royal family. There's plenty to discuss there, always. He was her sounding board. He came forward with his own ideas the whole time. They didn't always agree, I'm sure, but he was always there for her. He was a huge emotional support all the way through, but also an intellectual sounding board, and that has suddenly gone, and there's no doubt that life will be bleaker for the Queen from now on.
Okay. Andrew, many thanks. Andrew Marr there. Well, in public, when appearing with the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh always fulfilled the duties of royal consort, taking second place to Her Majesty. But as our royal correspondent Sarah Campbell reports now, behind closed doors, the Duke exercised immense influence on the life of the royal family and drove many of its key decisions and reforms.
A great roar from the crowd outside Buckingham Palace.
While the Queen took centre stage in public life, when it came to family matters, it was Prince Philip who was in charge. When Elizabeth came to the throne, Philip had to leave the Navy. It was unusual in the 1950s and 60s for the man of the household to give up his career to support his wife and children. But he had little choice but to fit his life around her unique position. And, as their home movies show, he did so with gusto.
First-hand accounts that I've been told by people who were there at the time of Prince Philip not just bathing the children, playing with the children, but reading to the children. He was a hands-on dad.
His was an unusual childhood, split up from his parents and his 4 sisters, one of whom was tragically killed.
The pleasures of family life are enjoyed by the baby's mother and father less frequently than by ordinary parents.
Royal duties involved frequent foreign travel, but as Philip's family grew, he was determined to do things differently.
I always aim to be home during the holidays anyway, so that I can see the children. I mean, we try and keep the children out of the public eye, largely so that they can grow up as normally as possible.
What's this for?
In 1969,
What's this for?
Philip allowed the TV cameras in for a behind-the-scenes documentary. This was the royal family, as never seen before or since, reportedly on the instruction of the Queen. Decisions such as schooling were his. Gordonston, the Scottish boarding school, had suited Philip as a youngster, and so that's where he chose to send his sons. While in later life, Prince Charles praised the school's ethos, his years there, far from home, were difficult.
Prince Charles has his memories, and that when it comes to Prince Philip's motives in what he was doing as a father, it was to try to toughen up his son, to correct what he perceived as weaknesses. I suppose, ultimately, perhaps to recreate the self-reliant, self-confident boy that Philip was turned into by the Gordonston system.
Father and son did come to share common ground, however. The Duke passed on his love of painting and a passion for the environment and conservation. His relationship with his other children was more straightforward. The bond with Princess Anne was clear. Alike in many ways, she was outspoken, and she knew how to deal with her father's similarly frank manner. He shared a naval background with Prince Andrew, both having served in fields of conflict. And he may have been disappointed when Prince Edward chose to leave the Royal Marines, but over the years, their relationship grew ever closer. It was to his youngest son that Philip entrusted perhaps his greatest legacy, the Duke of Edinburgh's award.
What's it like working with your father?
He doesn't, don't worry.
It's very easy.
He does his own thing.
And now the veil is thrown back and we can see the Princess of Wales.
There were difficult years when the marriages of 3 of his 4 children failed, the most public, the split of Charles and Diana. What emerged much later, to the surprise of some, was the extent to which he tried to help. During the breakup, he'd written to his daughter-in-law, and the tone of his letters and her replies revealed a softer, compassionate side to the Duke rarely seen in public. Dearest Pa, she wrote in 1992, that she was pleased to receive his letter, and particularly so to read that he was desperately anxious to help. He replied, if invited, he would always do his utmost to help, but was quite ready to concede that he had no talents as a marriage counsellor.
There was no doubt on her part that gruff and stern though Philip could often be, that his motives were of the best, and she appreciated that.
Into his 90s, public engagements became fewer, but family events like Princess Charlotte's christening remained a priority. In 2018, despite a recent hip replacement, he walked unaided into the chapel for his grandson Harry's wedding. 2 years later, isolating at Windsor, he was there for his granddaughter Beatrice.
A heavy program of official engagements prevents the Princess and the Duke from seeing their son as often as they wish. It is only on occasions like this that they can enjoy the happiness of parenthood.
It was a long life where duty and family responsibility often came into conflict. The pandemic, as has been the case for so many families, deprived his loved ones of direct contact with him in his final months. His diminishing influence as the family patriarch coincided with a time of great public and private upset for the family. Perhaps the Duke's steadying influence and forthright manner were missed. His children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be united in mourning his loss.
By his own admission, Prince Philip's years in the Royal Navy were immensely important in forming his character, and throughout his life he maintained the outlook and the bearing of a naval officer. As a midshipman, he was mentioned in dispatches for his bravery under fire. And later, when royal duties replaced his naval career, he worked to keep Britain's maritime history alive. We can look back now at the Duke's close relationship with the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy and life at sea were a huge part of the Duke of Edinburgh's career. It had been a British destroyer that had taken him, as a toddler, into exile from his native Greece. Two of his sons were naval officers, Prince Charles and Prince Andrew, taking up where he'd left off after his wife became Queen. Prince Philip joined the Navy straight from school. As a cadet, he first met Princess Elizabeth in 1939, when she visited Britannia Royal Naval College in Dartmouth with her parents. Active service came during World War II in 1940, as a midshipman on the old battleship HMS Ramillies. Years later, he reflected on life as a sailor.
You're exposed to the elements in a way which you're not ashore in any time, because you've got your feet on the earth, as it were, and you've got some sort of security, shelter and so on. Whereas at sea, you're in a cockle shell in this enormous expanse of the ocean, so that tends to cut you down to size a bit.
In 1941, Philip joined HMS Valiant, operating in some danger in the Mediterranean. During the Battle of Cape Matapan, he earned a mention in dispatches for directing searchlights onto enemy cruisers.
We were hit by 2 bombs. The whole ship bent like that with the explosions, and actually bent sufficiently for some of the hatches down below to be jammed. So several people rang up and said, please, can you get a tin opener? We'd like to get out, you know.
Promotion followed, and a posting to a destroyer on hazardous convoy duty in the North Sea, before he returned to the Mediterranean in support of the Allied invasion of Sicily. At the end of the war, he was in Tokyo Bay to witness the surrender of Japanese forces. After his marriage, he studied at the Royal Naval College in Greenwich and was posted to Malta, where Princess Elizabeth joined him as an officer's wife. It was clearly a happy time for them both. In 1950, Philip was given his first command, the frigate HMS Magpie. But his active naval career ended 2 years later when the Queen succeeded to the throne. He accepted this momentous change in his life and simply got on with the job. But his contemporaries always believed that he could have achieved high rank.
I remember Lord Mountbatten talking to me when I was First Sea Lord, and he said, of course, if Philip had stayed in the Navy, there would have been great competition between you. I don't think the competition would have been very strong, actually. He would have got it.
Do you think so?
Oh, yes.
Royal duties were now his first priority. But the Duke maintained his interest in Britain's maritime heritage. And on the 50th anniversary of the end of the war, he was quick to leave the royal podium to march alongside his old comrades. I look back there at the lasting importance of the Royal Navy for the Duke of Edinburgh. Well, the Queen is the patron of the Royal Commonwealth Society, and in a statement this afternoon, they paid tribute to the Duke. Through his extensive support for charities and organisations across the Commonwealth family, as well as his countless visits with the Queen and individually to Commonwealth countries, the Duke of Edinburgh championed and celebrated the wonderful diversity and many achievements of the Commonwealth's 2.4 billion people. We can speak now to Linda Yu, who's the chair of the Royal Commonwealth Society. Hello there, Linda. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a fact well known, the dedication that the Queen feels towards the Commonwealth, but this was shared by the Duke of Edinburgh.
Very much so. The Duke accompanied the Queen on all of her 251 overseas visits, and about a third of those were to Commonwealth countries. So the two of them had traveled and visited every Commonwealth country except for two, Cameroon and Rwanda, which is a late entrant. And looking at the Duke's patronages, the kind of charities that he supported over 800 charities, but about 260 of those, about a third, were also in the Commonwealth. So I think that gives a sense of the importance of the Commonwealth in his charitable work and certainly his presence, and why we say he will make a lasting impact on the Commonwealth.
Did you, in your role as chair of the Royal Commonwealth Society, have much to do with the Duke? And if you did, what were your interactions with him like?
I had the privilege of meeting him when he accompanied the Queen on a couple of events in 2016. So this is the year before he stopped doing formal duties, as it were. And he was always very engaged, very interested in finding out what our current projects were. I've also seen him interacting with Commonwealth diplomats as well as with charitable figures. And in fact, the last engagement that I interacted with him at was at Buckingham Palace for the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy, which is the first environmental project in the Queen's name. And this is to get all 54 Commonwealth countries to commit to protecting greenery for the future. And this environmental interest is, of course, very high in terms of the Duke's own work. He was, after all, the first UK president, the first president, I should say, the WWF UK. And so throughout these interactions, he was, and you can imagine with all the people they meet, he was always very interested in the details and in asking me about how I was finding doing volunteering and charity work for the Commonwealth.
So that, in a sense, brought together two of the Duke's passions, the Commonwealth and the environment.
It did. And I would also say another notable contribution that he made among many to the Commonwealth is through the Commonwealth Study Conferences. So he brings together about 300 young emerging leaders. So you also see this other theme coming through of youth and community. And they meet every 6 years in a Commonwealth country. The next meeting is due to be held in Canada in 2023, where they undertake a study tour. So you bring people from the charitable sector, from industry, from government, and what he wants to do is for them to do community service, to network beyond their usual groupings, and to do that, to develop their leadership skills. And I think that's going to make another lasting impact, this real sense that what makes the Commonwealth quite different is that it's the people-to-people interactions amongst 2.4 billion people. So it's not just the governments, but it's the community, the young leaders sharing their work in areas like the environment, like building connections to help their community. So I think that came through very strongly in all of the Duke's work. And certainly when I think back to the last trip that he took with the Queen to a Commonwealth country, which was Malta in 2015 for the heads of government meeting, the Queen said that she was indebted to the Duke for all of the work that he's done for the Commonwealth, much of which perhaps doesn't get mentioned as much as her work.
It's a very interesting picture that you paint, because some people may have seen the Duke of Edinburgh as being a fairly formidable character, a forbidding character even, and no doubt he could be that on occasion, but clearly behind the scenes there was a great deal of very hard and very worthwhile work that was going on.
Yeah, absolutely. My encounters with him is that he was extremely engaged in my describing what our work was with young people, with in terms of the environment, in terms of building community. And in fact, one of his other main charitable legacies is the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. And that's also present in about 41 Commonwealth countries. So you can see his sort of very long-standing, I think, commitment to getting people out to do volunteering, to do service. It probably does help that he was, quite a figure. So if he were to hand you an award and say, well done, it does mean quite a lot. In fact, one of my staff got a Duke of Edinburgh award. And then 2 years later, she started working for the Royal Commonwealth Society and was interacting with the royal family, doing an event at St. James's. So he certainly changed her life. She could have done anything. And she's still with us, working in the charitable sector for the Commonwealth.
That's a very nice story. Thank you so much. That's Linda Yu there, the chair of the Royal Commonwealth Society. Thank you for sharing your memories. Well, tributes have been pouring in to the Duke of Edinburgh, and in the past few minutes, Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, has paid this tribute to the Duke.
My first reaction was to think of Her Majesty the Queen and to feel a deep sense of sympathy and compassion for her and for the whole family at the loss of such a gigantic figure, particularly in her own life, married for well over 70 years, 73 years. I think I heard today that there's only 5% of the population who were alive, who have been alive longer than the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh had known each other. So that was my first thought. I think, secondly, to feel an extraordinary sense of what a remarkable life. What a wonderful life of service, of duty, of service to his country, service to the crown, but with this formidable intelligence, insight, and a really extraordinary prophetic gift.
You've met him in your role as Archbishop. What impression did you have of him from those meetings?
Well, I think, as I say, the impression that comes across most clearly is of a man of profound intelligence. Very practical, extremely down to earth. But the moment you were into a conversation with him, you began to realize how widely he'd read, how deeply he thought, and in particular in conversations I had with him, how deeply he thought about issues of theology. But also the distinctive thing, which I think has been coming out in a number of things people have been saying today, is he had an almost prophetic gift of being not just a few years ahead of the curve, but in so many areas, whole decades ahead, a quarter of a century, half a century ahead, on issues like conservation, issues like climate change, interfaith dialogue, motivation for young people. I mean, he was talking about it when he was being laughed at for it. And half a century later, people are saying, oh, it's really important. Don't know why nobody thought of it before. He thought of it before.
You mentioned interfaith relations. He was a man of faith as well.
He was a man of very profound faith. I preached in front of him on more than one occasion, and you knew that one of the most interesting bits of preaching when he was present was the questions you'd get from him afterwards, which showed that he paid intense attention. And he would push back and question and examine in a way that wasn't intimidating, but was really had you on your toes. This was a man who thought profoundly about his faith, and it was a very deep faith. a very solid faith. And when we talk about interfaith, he would communicate superbly with people of other faiths without any compromise to his Christian commitment.
There are a lot of tributes today to his character, and you said in your statement earlier today that he was an outstanding example of Christian service.
Yes. There's a theme that runs through the words of Jesus Christ, which is summed up in something he said. Jesus said, "If anyone wants to be my disciple, they must take up their cross and follow me." Prince Philip literally followed the Queen, always a couple of paces behind. That's how it is. That sense of following while bearing, at times I suspect that I don't get this firsthand, but from other things he said, the quite considerable burden of never being the number one is an extraordinary sign of disciplined humility when your talents are that great, combined with just following what was right, and in his faith, following Christ, as he followed the Queen.
You mentioned the longevity of his service. What would you say to those who feel shocked and perhaps a bit unstable as a result of the news today?
I would say it's Easter time. And at Easter, we remember above all the resurrection of Jesus Christ, that Jesus Christ was raised by God from the dead. Death is not the end. There is something enormously impressive about a life lived well and ended well. And Prince Philip sums up a life lived well and ended well.
The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, there with his thoughts about the Duke of Edinburgh, his life and his legacy. Well, if you are just joining us, we are broadcasting a special programme following the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle." Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss. This is a BBC News special programme following the death of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, at the age of 99. Prince Philip was by far the longest-serving consort in British history, a role that he shaped from the start.
Try and grow into it, and that was by trial and error. And, there was no precedent. But if I asked somebody what you expect me to do, they all looked blank. They had no idea. Nobody had much idea.
He was 26 when he married the then Princess Elizabeth in 1947. Within 5 years, she would be Queen.
He has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years, and I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim or we shall ever know.
Tributes to the Duke and messages of condolence to the Queen have been sent from leaders around the world, including here in the UK.
We mourn today with Her Majesty the Queen. We offer our condolences to her and to all her family. And we give thanks as a nation and a kingdom for the extraordinary life and work of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh.
In recent years, there'd been signs that Prince Philip's health was declining. He'd been admitted to hospital a number of times throughout the last decade. He recently returned home to Windsor on the 16th of March after a month-long stay in hospital. His loss will be felt most keenly by the Queen, his family, and beyond. People have been laying flowers outside the gates of Windsor Castle, where the Duke passed away peacefully this morning. The flag is flying at half-mast at Buckingham Palace. Prince Philip's funeral will take place at St George's Chapel in Windsor. We'll be reflecting on his extraordinary life of service and of duty. Hello, if you are just joining us, we are broadcasting a special programme following the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. In a statement, Buckingham Palace said, "It is with deep sorrow that Her Majesty the Queen announces the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. His Royal Highness passed away peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. Further announcements will be made in due course. The royal family join with people around the world in mourning his loss." We will have continuing coverage and tributes to the Duke of Edinburgh, but first, our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell looks back at his long and eventful life.
First after them, her husband, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, who, with his hands between the hands of the Queen, becomes her liege man of life and limb and of earthly worship.
At the Queen's coronation, he was the first person after the bishops to pay homage to her. Philip knelt before his wife and pledged his loyalty.
Faith and truth I will bear unto you, live and die,
And so,
against all manner of
rising,
hate.
touches the crown upon her head and kisses her upon the left cheek.
As a male consort to a female sovereign, Philip had no constitutional significance. Yet no one was closer to the monarchy or of greater importance to the monarch than he was. By instinct he was a leader, yet Philip had always to take second place. By nature he spoke his mind, and that sometimes got him into trouble. Yet for decade after decade, his was the support that mattered most to the throne. Philip was born in Corfu in 1921. His family was part of European royalty. He was a prince of Greece, but his ancestors were largely Danish, German and Russian. Philip had a rootless childhood. His family was banished from Greece, his parents separated, and he was sent to Gordonston School in northern Scotland. The Spartan atmosphere there suited him. As the Second World War loomed, Philip was an 18-year-old Royal Navy cadet at Dartmouth.
His Majesty walking down the ranks of the cadets.
And when the King and Queen visited the college, they brought with them their 13-year-old daughter, Princess Elizabeth. According to witnesses, Philip showed off a great deal, but the meeting had made a deep impression on the princess. Philip served in the Royal Navy with distinction during the war. When the fighting ended, he started to escort Elizabeth to family gatherings. He changed his name to Philip Mountbatten and became a British citizen. The public realised there was a romance. Yet within Buckingham Palace, Philip was regarded with suspicion. One courtier wrote privately that he was rough, uneducated, and would probably not be faithful. But Elizabeth was deeply in love, and in the summer of 1947, the palace announced their engagement.
It is with the greatest pleasure that the King and Queen announced the betrothal of their dearly beloved daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, to Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, R.N.
On the 20th of November 1947, the newly created Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, stood within Westminster Abbey and exchanged marriage vows with the heir to the British throne.
I, Philip, take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary. Take thee, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary. To my wedded wife. To my wedded wife.
Again and again the people called for Elizabeth and Philip. Again and again they joyfully responded.
In 1952, the couple set off on a tour of the Commonwealth. The King came with them to the airport. It was the last time they were to see King George VI, who, unknown to his daughter, was in the final stages of lung cancer.
It was a farewell. It was also, as events turned out, goodbye.
It was at a hunting lodge in Kenya that Philip told his wife of her father's death. Someone who was there said Philip looked as though half the world had dropped on him. They returned to London to lead the national mourning.
And now here is the Queen.
His wife was now Queen. Philip was there in support, but he was never given the title Prince Consort, and his role was undefined. He channeled some of his restless energy into a boisterous social life. He and a group of male friends met every week in rooms above a restaurant in London's Soho. There were long, convivial lunches, visits to nightclubs, and glamorous companions. By the 1960s, Philip's life was more settled. He and the Queen had completed their family with 2 more children, Andrew and Edward, who joined Charles and Anne, and he had found a new role for himself.
Is it the 18th we're due back now?
80.
From his office in the palace, he promoted issues in which he had a personal interest.
40 minutes to get round the world. Well, it's going to be a bit of a rush. It may leave you a little bit muddled.
Yet diplomacy seemed alien to him. He urged British industry to pull its finger out and complained on American television that the royal family didn't have enough money.
Inevitably, if nothing happens, we shall either have to, I don't know, we may have to move into smaller premises, who knows?
He blundered on a state visit to China with the Queen. He made what he thought was a private remark about slitty eyes. It was a diplomatic gaffe which dominated the headlines and added to his reputation for making misjudged remarks.
It's all right, Snip.
Yet Philip had a sharp, inquiring mind and was determined to make a contribution of his own. The groundbreaking 60s film Royal Family was made largely at his instigation because he felt it was time for the family to show a more human face to the world.
The salad is ready.
Good.
And for many years he toured the globe as president of the then World Wildlife Fund, speaking out about the need to conserve nature.
We depend on being part of the web of life. We depend on every other living thing on this planet, just as much as they depend on us.
He promoted technology, helped underprivileged children, and had a lifelong interest in spiritual issues. But his most lasting creation was the scheme named after him, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which encouraged young people to realise their potential.
To give young people a chance to discover their own abilities for themselves as an introduction to the responsibilities and interests of the grown-up world, and incidentally, to make new friends and have a great deal of fun and satisfaction in the process.
Believe it.
No decade was more difficult for the royal family than the 1990s. The death of Diana, Princess of Wales, was both a family tragedy and a moment of tension for the monarchy. It was the Queen to whom the country looked for public comfort. It was Philip to whom the Queen turned for private support.
And still Prince William, with his head hung, walking next to his grandfather.
It was Philip whose gentle encouragement had persuaded William and Harry to walk behind their mother's coffin to her funeral. And, contrary to his sometimes insensitive image, it had been Philip who'd taken the lead in trying to understand the domestic problems of his children, prompted perhaps by his own memories of what it's like to marry into the royal family. Philip remained physically active at an age when most men would have relished retirement. He went carriage driving, and he was still carrying out more engagements than many younger members of the family. Some he did alone, such as this visit to British troops in Iraq.
How did you get into this?
But most he did with his wife. He was the figure a few paces behind the Queen, always looking out for her, and often guiding children through the barriers to present their flowers to her. By By the time of his 90th birthday in June 2011, celebrated at his insistence with little fanfare, he'd accepted that it was time to slow down a little.
I reckon I've done my bit. I want to enjoy myself for a bit now. With less responsibility, less frantic rushing about, less preparation, less trying to think of something to say. On top of that, memory's going. I can't remember names and things. Yes, I'm just sort of winding down.
There was little immediate evidence, though, of any winding down. Despite a serious health scare at Christmas 2011, when he had to be taken to hospital with a blocked coronary artery, he remained at the Queen's side for most of her Diamond Jubilee programme, which took them the length and breadth of the country. It wasn't until 2017 that the Duke, then aged 96, carried out his final solo engagement. It was a parade for the Royal Marines on the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. It was pouring with rain, but, as ever, duty took priority. He took his time meeting those on parade and taking the salute as the Marines marched past to bid him farewell. His life after that was much quieter, spent mostly at the Queen's estate at Sandringham. It was there in January 2019, while he was driving himself from the estate, that he survived a serious road accident. His vehicle overturned, he was badly shaken, and he surrendered his driving licence shortly afterwards. By now he was rarely seen in public. There were occasional appearances at family occasions such as weddings, yet he remained a supportive figure to the Queen and his family. The last sight of him was last month, leaving hospital in London after a month-long stay. He'd undergone treatment for an unspecified heart condition, and he looked frail. While he'd been in hospital, the Queen had had to deal with the aftermath of the Sussexes' US television interview without her husband at her side. Throughout his adult life, despite the formality of his position, Philip retained his own style of doing things. He made his own uncompromising mark on national life. He once summed up his approach in characteristically forthright fashion.
I've just done what I think is my best. I can't suddenly change my whole way of doing things. I can't change my interests. I can't change the way in which I react to things. It's part of that's somebody's style, and it's too bad. You've got to lump it.
Throughout all the monarchy's many ups and downs since the Second World War, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, the longest-serving consort in British history, was the restless outsider who put his wife and duty first. In doing so, he fulfilled his coronation oath of allegiance to Elizabeth, his Queen. Their marriage and his support were the essential foundations which underpinned the success of her reign. In a speech to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary, the Queen spoke of the debt that she and the country owed him.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years. And I and his whole family, and this and many other countries, owe him a debt greater than he would ever claim, or we shall ever know.
Our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell there. Well, let's go over to Windsor now and to our correspondent Helena Wilkinson, who's outside Windsor Castle. And Helena, we have had more details in the last few hours of the sort of funeral that we can expect of the Duke of Edinburgh.
Yes, that's right, Rita. We have had some detail about what we can expect, and given that we still are living under some COVID restrictions at the moment, we know that the funeral arrangements have been revised accordingly, but we know now that the Duke of Edinburgh's body will lie at rest here at Windsor Castle ahead of the funeral, and the funeral itself will take place in St George's Chapel, which is just behind us in the grounds of Windsor Castle. We don't know when it will take place, but those details will no doubt be relayed to us when they have been confirmed. But we are also told that the arrangements that I've just mentioned are in line with custom and also with the Duke of Edinburgh's wishes. So those are the arrangements, the details we have been given so far. But here in Windsor, a town which is used to royal events over the years, many happy ones, many sad ones. Today it is really a moment of sombre reflection, and we can probably just show you some of the flowers that have been laid by mainly local people who have come out wishing to pay their respects to the Duke of Edinburgh. We have had, though, a statement from Buckingham Palace. Given the COVID restrictions, they are asking people to not lay flowers, in other words, not to come and gather and to lay flowers. And during this time, the royal family are asking that members of the public consider making a donation to a charity instead of leaving floral tributes in memory of the Duke of Edinburgh. There is also, if people want to pay their condolences online, the Palace have said that there is an online book of condolence for those wishing to leave messages. That website, www.royal.uk. But some people still arriving here, I think people obviously well aware of the COVID rules, and many people have just turned up to spend some time reflecting on the Duke of Edinburgh's extraordinary life. Some, as I say, leaving flowers, but the Palace now asking people instead if they wish to donate to a charity and not come here to leave flowers. But behind us here, Rita, inside the castle, the Queen here this evening, a widow. She is now in mourning for her husband, who together they spent much of the last year since the virus began to unravel. They spent it with a small household staff here at Windsor Castle. The Duke celebrated his 99th birthday here in Windsor last year, and also they celebrated quietly their wedding anniversary here at the castle. So thoughts here this evening, Rita, from all of those who have come here to pay their respects. Thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen tonight.
Thank you so much. Our correspondent Helena Wilkinson there outside Windsor Castle for us. As we've been hearing, tributes have been paid from around the UK and the world to Prince Philip, the Queen's husband of 73 years. Richard Galpin reports.
It was shortly before 12:30 this afternoon that the easel with the official announcement that the Duke of Edinburgh had died was carried here to the gates of Buckingham Palace. It said it was with deep sorrow that Her Majesty announced the death of her beloved husband, His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. Since then, tributes have been pouring in, including from the country's most senior politicians.
It was with great sadness that a short time ago I received word from Buckingham Palace that His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh, has passed away at the age of 99. Prince Philip earned the affection of generations here in the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth and around the world.
The UK has lost an extraordinary public servant in Prince Philip. He dedicated his life to our country, and above all, I think he'll be remembered for his support and devotion to the Queen. And all of our thoughts are with the Queen, the royal family and the British public as they come together to mourn this huge loss.
People were talking about Prince Philip's amazing service to our country, what a strong support he was to the Queen, the fact he was a pioneering environmentalist, that he was a war hero, and we all owe him a great debt of gratitude. But I actually think of his family. I think today the royal family are like any other family, coming to terms with their loss, with their bereavement.
Here in Holyrood House in Scotland, the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, paid her tribute.
Everybody across Scotland, I know, will want to convey, first and foremost, the condolences that we all feel for the Queen in particular, but for the Duke of Edinburgh's whole family at what is a very, very sad time for them. First and foremost, they are a family, and I think all of our thoughts are with them today.
There were tributes too from the First Ministers of Northern Ireland and Wales.
He had a profound and positive impact on thousands of our young people who found their purpose, passion and place in the world through participation in the Duke of Edinburgh Awards.
On behalf of the Welsh Government and people in all parts of Wales,
I offer our deepest condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, Her Majesty's children and their families on this sad occasion.
Besides the politicians, other leading figures in the country have expressed their sadness.
What a remarkable life. What a wonderful life of service, of duty, of service to his country, service to the crown, but with this formidable intelligence, insight, and a really extraordinary prophetic gift.
And here at Aintree Racecourse, flags are at half-mast in tribute to the Duke, who was an honorary member of the Jockey Club. There's also been a 2-minute silence ahead of today's first race in the Grand National Festival. The death of the Duke of Edinburgh has also brought tributes from around the world. The US President Joe Biden said from the Duke's service during World War II to his 73 years alongside the Queen and his entire life in the public eye, Prince Philip gladly dedicated himself to the people of the UK, the Commonwealth, and to his family. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi said his thoughts were with the British people and the royal family on the passing away of the Duke of Edinburgh. He had a distinguished career in the military and was at the forefront of many community service initiatives. May his soul rest in peace. There can be no doubt the Duke leaves a lasting legacy, his unwavering support for the Queen and his patronage of a large number of charities.
That was Richard Galpin with tributes to the Duke of Edinburgh being paid from leaders around the world. Well, during that time, we've just had a statement from President Obama, former President Obama, and his wife, Michelle Obama, on the passing of Prince Philip. And he says, they say, when we first met His Royal Highness Prince Philip, he and Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II had already been on the world stage for more than half a century, welcoming leaders like Churchill and Kennedy, Mandela and Gorbachev. As two Americans unaccustomed to palaces and pomp, we didn't know what to expect. We shouldn't have worried. The Queen and Prince Philip immediately put us at ease with their grace and generosity, turning a ceremonial occasion into something far more natural, even comfortable. Prince Philip in particular was kind and warm, with a sharp wit and unfailing good humour. It was our first introduction to the man behind the title, and in the years since, our admiration for him has only grown. We will miss him dearly. They go on, like the Queen, Prince Philip saw world wars and economic crises come and go. The radio gave way to the television and the television to the internet. And through it all, he helped provide steady leadership and guiding wisdom. It's long been said that the US and Great Britain have a special relationship, one that has been maintained and strengthened not just by presidents and prime ministers, but by the royal family that has outlasted them all. They go on at the Queen's side or trailing the customary 2 steps behind. Prince Philip showed the world what it meant to be a supportive husband to a powerful woman. Yet he also found a way to lead without demanding the spotlight, serving in combat in World War II, commanding a frigate in the Royal Navy, and tirelessly touring the world to champion British industry and excellence. Through his extraordinary example, he proved that true partnership has room for both ambition and selflessness, all in service of something greater. And Mr. and Mrs. Obama go on to say, as the world mourns his loss, we send our warmest wishes and deepest sympathies to the Queen, their children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and to everyone who knew and loved this remarkable man. So a very warm and full tribute there from Barack and Michelle Obama. I want to take you now to Downing Street, where our political editor Laura Kunsberg is standing by. And Laura, we hear that MPs will be returning to Westminster to pay their collective tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh sometime soon.
That's right, Rita. MPs are actually technically right now on their Easter break, but no surprise, they are going to be recalled to Parliament on Monday, a day earlier, where there will be a special sitting of the House of Commons where MPs will be led in tribute by the Prime Minister Boris Johnson, with the Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, responding for the Labour Party too. And one of the very obvious things today has been that despite the fact that our unwritten constitution doesn't give the spouse of the monarch a formal role in things, there's no question in our political leaders' minds of the great influence and importance that Prince Philip has had, not just because of his own decades of individual public service, but that crucial role of providing steadfast support to the monarch over the many decades. And it's astonishing to think also just about the longevity. His lifespan included 20 prime ministers. He was born when Lloyd George was here in Downing Street, and of course has sadly passed away with Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. And the fact that normal politics has been put on pause for a while, with election campaigning suspended, normal business not happening for the next little while, is perhaps a reminder of the real contrast between the frenzied pace of politics in the 2020s, but the real lasting permanence of that other huge institution in this country, the monarchy, which has such a special and at times, mystifying relationship between the palace just up the road from here and Downing Street here, a relationship so critical to how this country works.
Laura, for the time being, many thanks. That's our political editor, Laura Kunsberg, there in Downing Street. Well, let's go now to our royal correspondent, Sarah Campbell, who's outside Buckingham Palace for us. And Sarah, we've been speaking to you during the afternoon. You've pointed out that as of necessity, it's been a fairly muted public expression of sadness because of the COVID restrictions. And this is partly at the prompting of Buckingham Palace.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's been very clear from the beginning that there has to be an understanding that while people will want to come together, they will want to remember Prince Philip, and they have been doing so here at Buckingham Palace throughout the afternoon. You can see behind me there's maybe a few hundred people there, and people have been coming, laying flowers and being moved on. Actually, there's quite a strong police presence. But there is an understanding that there has to be a limit, there has to be restrictions. And the first we really saw of that was when the announcement was placed on the railings of Buckingham Palace at 12:30. And normally it would have stayed there for hours, but they took it away within the hour because it would have obviously draw crowds. People wanted to draw, they wanted to read it. And understandably, because Prince Philip is so closely associated with Buckingham Palace, people want to come here, they associate the building with him. This is where they would like to leave tributes, as of course they're doing in Windsor Castle as well. Now, just in the last half hour, there was some guidance that's come through, which I think just explains a little bit the thinking of how things are going to happen from now on, saying during the coronavirus pandemic and in light of government advice and social distancing, there will be modified funeral and ceremonial arrangements for the Duke of Edinburgh, and they are being worked through at the moment by Her Majesty the Queen, and they will be confirmed shortly. It says, with the safety and well-being of the public in mind, members of the public are being asked not to gather in crowds, specifically not to gather at royal residences. And also during this time, the royal family asks that members of the public consider making a donation to charity instead of leaving floral tributes in memory to the Duke of Edinburgh. There will be an online book of condolence rather than a physical book of condolence in royal residences, which would have happened at any other time. But like I say, it's going to be online on the royal website. So, I think the message is people want to come together. They want to remember Prince Philip. Talking to people in the crowds, there was a real cross-section of ages, but Prince Philip meant something to each of them. So for some of them, it's because they were fans of the Crown, and so that's kind of brought him a whole new legions of fans and people interested in him. Another one, a young girl, told me that she came down because her grandmother had phoned her in tears when she heard the news, and she wanted her granddaughter to come and lay a tribute here at Buckingham Palace. So people will want to gather together. They will want to remember Prince Philip, but people are being asked not to gather in crowds, and that will be the theme over the coming days.
Sarah, thank you very much. That's our correspondent, Sarah Campbell, outside Buckingham Palace. Well, let's get the thoughts and reflections now of Sir Michael Palin, who's an advocate of the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme and who met Prince Philip several times. Hello there, Sir Michael. Tell us, you met the Duke of Edinburgh several times. Tell us a little bit about the man, the person behind the public figure.
He was very good company. He knew how to relax people around him. I've been with him on many occasions where the people about to meet him are totally terrified of meeting a member of the royal family, and he disarmed them extremely well, either by being interested in what they were doing, but more particularly through a joke or a bit of humour. He always had a little twinkle in the eye whenever I met him, and he was touch of mischief. He'd asked me what I was doing. I remember once I said, I'm maybe going to Iran. He said, what are you going there for? And I said, well, it's either that or North Korea. And he laughed quite a long time at that. So he had a good sense of humour, which I think related to people and relaxed people. And he was genuinely interested in the people he met.
That's so interesting, because for many, he will have had a gruff, perhaps slightly prickly persona. Do you think that's incorrect?
No, I'm sure that's true. I mean, he was very forthright. He wouldn't let diplomacy get in the way of an honest conversation. He said what he felt, but it didn't mean that he was being insulting in any shape or form. It was his way of saying, look, let's get down to what's really important. He wasn't a great one for small talk. He was just interested in the short time he had with people, in what they were doing, whether it was environmental work, whether it was in sort of design. I met him once in connection with an organisation that produced was modern craft furniture and jewellery. So he was interested in lots of different things. And I think sometimes the gruff exterior meant, let's get to the bottom of this. He was very straight talking, but always, I think, in a very amenable and productive way, if I dare say so.
And did he like people standing up to him? I mean, if you disagreed with him, could you say so?
I never tried it, really.
You never
But
tried it.
I think probably if you had a good case, absolutely. He wanted to hear what you had to say. And he met so many people in his long, long life and had so many interests quite outside the ceremonial part of his life. That, it's very hard to conceive just how much he had to take in and how much he had to give out. So I think he liked to debate. I mean, I didn't cross him at any point. I remember once saying to him, we were talking about Windsor Great Park and the shop there. And he said, oh, yes, we've got the shop doing very well. I said, it's very environmentally sound. He said, oh, absolutely not. He didn't like a cliche. He didn't like to be too pious or po-faced about anything, which I liked about him very much.
Although the environment was very important to him.
Yes, I mean, I think he was just winding me up a bit, because it looked like being sort of saying the right thing at the right moment. Of course it was, and he was very, very interested in what's happening and what David Attenborough was doing. There's a lovely story, actually, which David Attenborough told. David Attenborough once went to an island in the Pacific and was welcomed as a hero returning. He didn't know why it was that David Attenborough was given a garland and all that. It turned out they thought he was the Duke of Edinburgh. Sounded so similar that they thought the Duke of Edinburgh. They were there to really welcome.
And just take a moment, if you would, to tell us about the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme, because you're an advocate for it, and it was clearly a very central interest and passion of his.
Well, I mean, I don't know all the full details, but I know that it was to encourage initiative amongst younger people, to give them a sense of self-reliance, to learn to deal with any kind of situations, and make it entertaining and make it sort of something that would give them a basis for a better life later on, really. Just teaching self-reliance, I think, is what it's all about. And the one time when I was there at one of the awards ceremonies, there must have been 200 people there, and he talked to each one of them. And I think again, what you were saying earlier about standing up to him, he wanted to hear what they were saying as well. It wasn't just me, the Duke of Edinburgh, handing down my view. Come on, tell me what you think. And that was impressive.
Sir Michael Palin, thank you so much for that very vivid portrayal of the Duke of Edinburgh. Thank you.